Wessie Haiyan Island. A competition surrounding the surgery fruits is being cruelly staged. Corazon, tell me where Luo is. Otherwise, on the white snow, Doflamingo played with the heart-shaped fruit in his hand and laughed loudly. Then he stretched out a hand and pointed it towards the sky. Everyone on the island will die because of you. I saw countless sharp and tough white threads centered on Doflamingo, taking root on the entire island. White silk threads poured down from the sky, and everyone was attached to the white silk threads. Their bodies were out of control. They raised their fists or sharp blades and started killing each other. Some lucky people who were not attached tried to pass through the birdcage, but their bodies were cut off by sharp silk threads, and the entire island instantly turned into a massacre field. The blood dyed the white earth red, forming bloody glaciers. Birdcage. Corazon's pupils shrank suddenly as he looked at the scene in front of him. As an undercover agent of the Navy, Corazon knew clearly how cruel Doflamingo was. He could really do such a thing, and even if he really told him, he would definitely go back on his word. But the justice in his heart prevented him from getting over the hurdle in his heart. Is there really no other way? Corazon lay weakly on the ground. He had been shot several times at this time, and he was holding on with only the last trace of faith. But what's the use? Lo! The light in Corazon's eyes dimmed. Above the sky, a nameless karma fire suddenly shot up into the sky, exuding a fiery aura, and soared into the sky from the west of the island. At this moment, the snow stopped. The wind has stopped. It was as if the entire island was filled with only the flames soaring into the sky. This is... Doflamingo suddenly sensed a terrifying power approaching quickly and silently. As a joker in the underground world, years of fighting caused his body to actively erupt with overlord-colored domineering energy for defense. But at the same time, boom! I saw that the indestructible and unbreakable birdcage was easily broken by this flame, as easy as tearing paper. After that, blazing flames suddenly bloomed in the air and countless skyfires poured out from the sky, swallowing up the entire island in an instant. In an instant, the overbearing flames melted the thick ice and snow on the island, making it a stunning sight. And the fruit in his hand was swept away by the sudden flame just now. Seeing this scene before him, veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Damn it, my fruit. How powerful a person must be to be able to do this kind of offensive. Damn it. The victory was clearly in hand, but the fruit was swept away by the terrifying flames. Now the birdcage has been broken. Crane will lead the Navy to the island, plus this unknown strong man. All these factors combined made Doflamingo almost furious, but there is absolutely no way. Thinking of this, Doflamingo was unwilling to give in, but he immediately said to the other members of Don Quixote, retreat. The Navy above the sea was also attracted by this shocking fire. I didn't expect Doflamingo's movements to be so fast. The plan has changed. Land on the island quickly. Also be careful, there may be other forces inside. Seeing the terrifying power, General, he felt gloomy in his heart, but the importance of the results of the operation was also extraordinary. At this time, there is a deserted place on the island. Roja, who had just traveled to the world of pirates, put the blade of fire into the scabbard, and at the same time, he caught the surgical fruit caught in the flame breath from the air and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Is this a sign-in reward? It's really strong. Ding. This system is produced by this system. It must be a high-quality product. This system is a god-level sign-in and clock-in system. The reward for signing in to Haiyan Island, Ryuken Wakahara, is the most powerful and oldest heat-type Zanpakutō. It has its own spiritual pressure when it is first released, and even comparable to the domineering color of the Overlord. Ding! Check out the original famous attractions to get extra rewards. Note, it must be within a certain range to successfully check in. After hearing what the system said, Luya felt even more excited about the rewards from famous attractions. At this moment, a figure came into Roja's field of vision. As a time traveler, Roja naturally knew who the child in front of him was. Wasn't he Trafalgar Law? One of the future kings of the 7 martial arts. I didn't expect that I would meet him here. Luo carefully observed Roja at this time. Under the cover of Corazon, he finally escaped here, but he saw Roja smashing the birdcage into pieces with a sword. The man in front of me has such a powerful power. He must have a way to save Corazon. For Roja, Luo felt a little scared, but thinking of Corazon's crisis at this time, Luo was heartbroken and plucked up the courage to walk towards Roja. Well, please, please help me. Help me save Corazon. Luo's voice was very low at first, but then he thought of Corazon, and finally he boldly shouted to Luya. But Roja walked directly past him as if he was nothing but air. Luo was unwilling to give in and ran to Luya again, praying, please save Corazon. He is a good man and a very, very important person to me. As long as you can save Corazon, I can do anything you ask me to do. I can give you everything I have. Help me, help me. I really can't lose him. At this moment, the surgical fruit was thrown over by Luya at some point, lightly hit Luo's head, and fell to the ground. Luo looked at the heart-shaped fruit in front of him, his eyes suddenly filled with light, and he stretched out his trembling hands to hold it in his palms. Immediately afterwards, Roja's voice floated from a distance. Use your own power to save the most important person to you. Hearing Luya's words, Luo wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corners of his eyes. Then he swore in his heart that he would definitely follow this man from now on, because without him, he would lose the most important person to him. Corazon used the surgical fruit to bring hope of life to Luo, and Luo used the surgical fruit to bring the miracle of life to Corazon. Thinking about it this way, it seems pretty good. When he thought of this, Roja had already left the island as if he had never appeared before. Not long after Roja left, Lieutenant General He led a large number of naval forces and directly surrounded the island, leaving only Corazon, who had just been revived by Roja and thus revived. Corazon, where are the people from the medical unit? Come over and check. We must keep Corazon. Lieutenant General, he looked at Corazon nervously. As an old friend of Sengoku, she only learned of Corazon's existence from Sengoku just now. This is not only a spy of the Navy, but also the adopted son of the warring states, period. He must be kept. Lieutenant General, he quickly called the medical team and asked them to check Corazon's body. He took advantage of this time to check various clues on the island. General, he came to a building and reached out his hand to gently touch the burn marks on it. There were countless burn marks before his eyes. Thinking of the flames that soared into the sky just now, Lieutenant General, he felt his heart tremble. What a powerful force this is. Just as Lieutenant General, he sighed with emotion, the medical team had completed the examination and immediately came over to report to Lieutenant General He. Lieutenant General, Corazon's physical examination has been completed. When the captain of the medical team said this, his expression was a little strange. It's just very, very strange that Corazon's body is almost in a state of death from serious injuries, but his life is not in danger, and his blood circulation is normal. It feels like someone has performed a miraculous surgery. After hearing the words of the captain of the medical team, Lieutenant General, his eyes suddenly sank and he murmured, "Is this a miraculous operation? It seems that the fruits of the operation were taken away and eaten." Thinking of this, Lieutenant General, he came to Corazon's side. Corazon, who was lying on the ground, saw the arrival of Lieutenant General He and wanted to get up, but was stopped by Lieutenant General He. Corazon, let me ask you a few simple questions. Yes. Although Corazon's life is not in danger, his breath is still relatively weak and his voice is very low. Do you know the identity of the strong man who suddenly appeared on the island? Corazon shook his head. Then have you seen his face? Corazon shook his head. Where are the fruits of the operation? Where are the fruits of the operation? Do you know? Corazon shook his head. He knew that it was Luo who saved him, but he could not tell the Navy that it was Luo who ate the fruit. This is a kind of protection for Luo. I only hope that he can become stronger on the sea and find his own world. Lieutenant General. He looked into Corazon's eyes, but he couldn't see anything. After a long time, Lieutenant General, he sighed, "Someone bring Corazon back to the ship and let him have a good rest." Later, Lieutenant General, he took out his phone book and dialed Warring States. Malinfando, in Sengoku's office. Warring States, who was standing in front of the window, picked up the phone the moment it rang. Sengoku, Corazon is fine. After Warring States heard what Lieutenant General he said, his heart that had been hanging around finally relaxed. That's good, that's good. Then where are the fruits of the operation? And where's Doflamingo? Hearing Sengoku's question, Lieutenant General, he smiled bitterly. It's no surprise that the fruit of the operation was probably taken away by the mysterious strong man on the island. As for Doflamingo, it was probably when the mysterious strong man took action, and he ran away. General, he told Warring States exactly what he saw. Warring States clenched his fists tightly, especially when he heard the monstrous fire burning up the snow, breaking through the birdcage, and stretching for thousands of miles. A little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I understand. Check the island again. If you find nothing, come back. After hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku notified Cyborg of the information, and Cyborg then came to the Holy Land Marijua, where the 5 old stars live. Cyborg, I hope you can bring me good news. One of the 5 old stars, holding a sword, said to Cyborg. Cyborg heard Wulawaching's words, and was not disturbed by Wulawaching's words at all. He stood in front of Wulawaching and said in a deep voice, the fruits of the operation were snatched away. As Cyborg's words fell, the old man who was wiping his beloved sword stopped what he was doing, and the pressure on his body suddenly rushed towards Cyborg. What did you say? Strongly resisting this overwhelming momentum, Cyborg said again, Haiyan Island, the island where we trade, a mysterious strong man appeared and took away the fruits of the operation. After confirming it again from Cyborg's mouth, the 5 old stars fell silent. The tense atmosphere began to permeate at this time. I don't know how long it took. One of the 5 bald old stars said to Cyborg, issue a reward order, offering a reward of 2 billion Baileys. You must find the person for me, and I will ask various intelligence agencies to assist. To investigate the identity of this mysterious man, the fruits of the operation must be in our hands. Cyborg nodded heavily, and then withdrew from Holy Land. Marijua. And the Navy moved very quickly, and not long after, a completely blank reward order appeared in front of everyone on the sea. All the islands controlled by the Navy are covered with this bounty notice. They even cooperated with the intelligence tycoon Morgans to send countless newspaper delivery birds, striving to deliver this bounty to everyone. Moby Dick, a huge ship belonging to Whitebeard. Marco was looking at the latest bounty. When he saw this blank bounty, he was obviously stunned. Dad, the Navy has issued a completely blank bounty order. It only states that he will use the monstrous flame. There is no other information. The bounty is 2 billion Baileys. Marco's voice attracted the attention of other members. What? 2 billion Baileys? And a mysterious man who doesn't know any information. What kind of guy is he? What on earth did he do to make those old rotten men in the Navy so angry? Kula-la-la-la. Such a person, I really want him to be my son. The heroic laughter echoed in the Moby Dick, and the crew couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw Whitebeard. So happy. Marco complained from the side, Dad, you're here again. On Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling, who was preparing for the first tea party, also saw this newspaper. 2 billion Baileys! These crazy dogs in the Navy can really do anything. Katakuri stood next to Charlotte Lingling and said, Mom, to be able to make the Navy make such a crazy decision, I think this guy must have done something that touches the interests of the Navy. Now let's hold the first tea party successfully. If this person dares to come, I will make his soul into a snack and eat it. I think it will be very delicious. Okay, Mom. On a small island, Lowell looked at the blank reward order in his hand and felt warm in his heart. The nearly invincible figure filled his mind. When I become stronger, I will definitely follow you. On the small island, Shei Lu's voice resounded. At this time, the protagonist of this blank reward order discovered a woman on the sea. Ting, release the check-in task. O'Hara, reward, mastery of 99 binding Dao, time limit 3 days. The system's beep sounded in Rosha's mind. Rosha didn't know that he had been offered a reward of 2 billion. He was rushing towards O'Hara at full speed. Just when he was thinking this, he looked towards the sea in the distance, and he saw a beautiful woman lying on a wooden board, drifting on the sea. Without thinking much, Lou Adam rescued him. Olvia slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Roko wearing only a cloak, she felt relieved. Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Olvia. As the words fell, Olvia discovered the direction of the boat, which was heading towards O'Hara. Immediately, Olvia said to Roja, Are you going to O'Hara? O'Hara is very dangerous now. After hearing what Robin's mother, Olvia, said, Rosha said calmly, It's okay, you and I are going anyway, so don't waste time. In the early morning, 2 days later, warships with world government sails slowly docked not far from O'Hara. Spangdine, who was standing on the deck, looked at the island in front of him, hidden in the thick fog, and showed a sinister smile. The sinister smile made people shudder. I finally came to O'Hara, the island of sin. I don't know if the woman who jumped into the sea to escape is still alive. It's really a pity that I didn't kill her with my own hands. As Spangding finished speaking, he left directly from the deck and led the people towards Ohara. Stepping on the land of Ohara, Spangding held his head high as if he looked down upon everything on this island. This island is simply too barren. I really don't know how the people on this island survive. It's better to just let me kill all the people on this island. When the subordinates heard Spangding's words, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They thought of what Spangding had done before, and they really believed that Spangding could do such a thing. Sir, let's go to the omniscient tree in the center of the island first, to track down Olvia and see if there are any other things left by that woman that could threaten the government. Before his subordinates could finish speaking, Spangding took out the gun from his waist, pointed it at the person who spoke, and pulled the trigger. Bang. Spangding looked at this subordinate slowly falling down and coldly snorted. I still need you to teach me how to do things. After saying that, Spangding walked towards the tree of omnisciency. Bing, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining mastery of 99 Binding Dao. The Binding Path is a kind of ghost path in the world of death, mainly for defense and confinement. Advanced Binding Dao can even restrain the actions of thousands of people in a single thought. Just when the system's electronic sound fell in Roja's mind, the sudden burst of gunfire broke Ohara's peaceful atmosphere. The corners of Roja's mouth raised slightly, and he murmured, "It seems that we came at just the right time, so we won't waste too much of my time." Unlike Roja's calmness, Olvia suddenly panicked when she heard the gunshot. With anxiety in her eyes, she immediately ran towards the Tree of Omniscience. Roji looked at Olvia's retreating back and slowly walked towards the Tree of Omnisciency. At this time, Spangding had arrived at the Tree of Omnisciency. Spangding, who had just arrived here, saw a little girl running towards the Tree of Omnisciency. Seeing this, Spangding waved his hand and directly ordered the world government's Special Intelligence Department perform special tasks. Anyone who is not involved and approaches without authorization will be shot. When the subordinate heard what Spangding said, he frowned and said to Spangding, "But, sir, this is just a little girl." Snapped! As soon as his subordinate's words finished, Spangding slapped the person who spoke hard on the face. "Do you want to reunite with the person who contradicted me just now down there?" "No, I don't want to." The subordinate shook his head quickly. Compared to the little girl, his own life was obviously more important. "If you don't want to die, shoot for me and shoot together. You must not be lenient to Ohara's people." When Spangding said this, he showed a very cruel smile. He couldn't wait to see the scene where the blood burst out. The subordinates did not hesitate. They raised their guns and aimed at the little girl, not far away. Because once those old scholars of the Tree of Omniscience start to study, they will not be able to notice what is happening outside at all. Robin, who was kind-hearted, wanted to come over and remind them, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Robin looked at the black muzzles in front of her, and she felt her heart tremble. "Are you gonna die now?" Clenching her little fist tightly, Robin thought of her mother. She had not seen her mother for a long time, and maybe she would never see her again. "Robin!" Suddenly, Olvia's voice reached Robin's ears. She looked at the girl in front of her hoarsely. Her speed became much faster, and then she rushed towards Robin. He held his daughter directly in his arms, turned his back to the muzzles, and protected Robin in his arms. As Olvia's words fell, Spangding's men also pressed the trigger. Bang. 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 The sound of gunshots rang out one after another on the island, the muzzles of the guns spitting out fire and smoke, rushing toward Olvia and Robin. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Robin felt the warmth in Olvia's arms, and tears burst into his eyes. No! At this critical moment, Roja stretched out his hand in the air and murmured, "Binding Dao number 64, Reflection." A translucent disc appeared in front of the two women out of thin air, easily blocking the bullets and counterattacking at the same time. The bullet shot back at a faster speed than when it came. Seeing this scene in front of him, Spangding's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously pulled a subordinate next to him, asking him to use his own body to help him resist. Roya's bullet was reflected. The imagined pain did not appear. Olvia and Robin slowly opened their eyes and looked in the direction of Roja in disbelief. She didn't expect that the man who saved her would be so powerful. The sound of bullets piercing the air has disappeared. Spangding slowly poked his head out from behind, and the man he pulled over was already cold. And he relied on this despicable method to survive. Spangdean widened his eyes and looked at Roja in disbelief as he slowly walked towards here. His lips trembled, and his originally arrogant face turned extremely pale at this time. What kind of ability is this? You, who are you? How could someone like you appear in Jihai? Spangdean shouted at Roja at the top of his lungs. He glared at his eyes, but they were filled with panic. He is obedient to the strong, but strikes hard to the weak. This is someone like Spangdean. Roja walked slowly towards Spangdean, and every step he took seemed to step heavily on Spangdean's heart. At this time, Roja had arrived near the Tree of Omnisciency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking into the Tree of Omniscient and getting would escape the arrival of the Tree World. As the electronic sound of the system fell, Roja had already arrived in front of Spangdean. Spangdean was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. You don't come here. If you come here, believe it or not, I will press this button. As he spoke, Spangdean took out a golden phone bug from his arms. When Olvia saw Spangdean's golden phone bug, she felt her heart tremble suddenly. Roja, this is the button for the demon slaying order. Once the demon slaying order is activated, the entire O'Hara will become a ruin. Hearing Olvia's words, Spangdean seemed to have regained his confidence and threatened Roja. Yes, this woman is right. Now you kneel down and apologize otherwise. As long as I press this demon-slaying order, within a moment, the entire island will disappear from the sea map. This represents the Navy's super offensive capabilities. Roy's expression hidden under the hood was unusually calm. I saw Roja stretching out his hand. The fourth way of binding, gray rope. A rope-like light cord appeared in front of Roja out of thin air. In the Shinigami of which it belongs, it is used to entangle and capture opponents. Rukia and Abarai Renji have both used this binding method. But now, Roju directly used the gray rope to take the golden phone bug into his hands, while Spangdean didn't react. Feeling a light touch in his hand, the golden phone bug appeared in Roja's hand. Spangdean's confidence disappeared instantly. The confidence he had just now was shattered as if falling into an abyss. His only trump card had been easily taken away by Roja. He panicked, completely panicked. Olvia, who was holding Robin, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the scene in front of her. But then Olvia's pupils shrank. Suddenly, Roya, are you crazy? You actually pressed the demon-slaying order directly. Things happened so fast that even Spangdean couldn't react. But when he saw Roja and pressed the golden phone bug, despair followed by hope, which made him laugh and burst into laughter. Press it, you actually pressed it. You want it so much. Let O'Hara be destroyed. Ha ha ha, that's so stupid. Now let me show you the Navy's strongest attack. Spangdean did not expect that the change would come so quickly. He felt that he was doing well again. The most important thing is that Roja is really stupid. How can such a stupid person be his opponent? Thinking of this, Spangdean's heart felt extremely swollen, because this was a demon-slaying order. Olvia's expression also became extremely solemn. At this time, there were thousands of soldiers, dozens of colonels, and 5 lieutenant generals on 10 warships outside the island. At this time, news of the golden phone bug was also received and headed towards O'Hara. The cannons on the ship roared, and countless slashes flew out of the ship, including the backup attacks of the 2 generals. Meteor Volcano! Ice Age. After receiving the order of the demon-slaying order, the 2 people had no intention of letting go and immediately released their most powerful power. The sky was filled with terrifying attacks. Olvia and Robin both closed their eyes, knowing that they were sure of victory just now, but they did not expect that Roja would actually do this. They can already imagine how dilapidated and unbearable the island will become. Spangdean was laughing wildly. This is what you will get for provoking me. Now please go to hell and enjoy the cruelty of death. Along with Spangdean's wild laughter, the corners of Roja's mouth rose slightly, but under the cover of the cloak, no one could see it. I saw Roja slowly stretching out his hand and slamming it towards the ground. Wouldn't escape, the birth of the tree world. As Roja's words fell, the surging vitality contained in Mudun immediately poured into the Tree of Omniscient. I saw the roots of the Tree of Omniscient being pulled out directly from the ground, and they were constantly entangled, forming a huge defense wall of roots. The huge defensive wall stretched for several miles and was erected on the island, easily blocking all attacks from the demon-slaying order. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bullets, shells, slashes, and even the full blows of Aokiji and Akainu failed to break through the root defense wall of the omniscient tree. All the damage caused by the attacks that fell on it were offset and recovered by the surging wood scaped vitality. As the smoke from the first wave of the demon-slaying order dissipated, Spangdine, who had just been full of confidence, looked at the scene in front of him and swallowed subconsciously. He had never seen such an amazing scene before. His lips trembled, and finally he spat out a few words. How is it possible? The Tree of Omniscientness is actually alive. Not only Spangdine, but also Aokiji and Akainu outside the island looked at the scene in shock. The two of them frowned. The blow just now was their strongest skill. But such a powerful force was easily blocked by this root-like defensive wall. What kind of existence is this defensive wall? No matter what existence is blocking us on this island, it is evil that must be eradicated. Akainu's arms were constantly glowing with lava. Besides, this is just a tree. I don't believe that my lava can't burn him. Pluto, with one punch, a large amount of lava burned the air, and the high temperature made the air faintly unreal. Just listen to the sound of boom. Akainu's magma fist hit the defensive wall made of the omniscient tree. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in the sky, but the traces left by the flames were quickly repaired by the vitality, and they could not burn at all. What a terrifying repair power this is! This idea flashed in Akainu's mind, but there was no better way. And Spangdine in front of Roja felt that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He also saw Akainu's attack just now, and even saw it more clearly. The moment the attack landed on it, let alone shaking, there was no ripple at all, and it was repaired in the blink of an eye. At this time, his eyes were full of fear. Roja is so stupid. This is confidence in one's own strength. Thinking of this, Spangdine kept shrinking back, then suddenly got up from the ground and ran towards the seaside. He must run. This terrifying monster is definitely not something he can stop. Seeing Spanda running away in embarrassment, a flash of contempt flashed in Roja's eyes. Escape? Where can I escape? Zay. I saw Luya pulling out his own blade like fire, and the sound of the sword roared softly in the air. Everything in the forest is turned into ashes. The blade is like fire. As Roja's words fell, Olvia and Robin only felt bursts of fire flashing in their eyes. The next second, monstrous flames soared into the sky. It is even more mixed with terrifying spiritual pressure that is hundreds of times, thousands of times more powerful than before. In the perception of those people, the spiritual pressure turned into an overlord-like domineering force that seemed to be substantial. Roja stepped forward, and the ground was cracked. The extremely sharp blade condensed with terrifying spiritual pressure and cut through the air. The friction between the air and the blade made an explosion sound, drawing a perfect arc from top to bottom. Flowing blade, like Firehead style, caressing and cutting. The sword flashes and spiritual pressure surges. The monstrous flames roared out. A huge slash was seen in the eyes of Aokiji and Akainu. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and without any hesitation they directly used their strongest skills to resist Roja's attack. There is no way to break through the defense, so at least we have to resist this slash. Otherwise, the 10 warships behind them will definitely be reduced to debris. Ice Age. Meteor Volcano. Not only them, but the remaining 3 lieutenant generals also tried their best at this time to help Aokiji and Akainu. Boom! However, even if all the lieutenant generals' full blows came into contact with Roja's flame slash, they were all swallowed up by the slash, or used as nourishment to make the flames expand even more. Boom! There was another roaring sound, and the slash directly passed through Spangdine, who had just run not far away, and hit Oji, Akainu, and the other 3 lieutenant generals heavily. Even Akainu, who had eaten rockberry berries, could not withstand the high temperature carried by Roja's slash. They were all knocked away by Roja's slash. Under Roja's super high control, the flame slash crashed directly into the battleship outside the island. In an instant, the battleship was shattered, and the flames swept through tens of thousands of tons of seawater, carrying it into the sky and falling in heavy rain. The seawater falls on the island and takes away the smoke, and smoke from the island At this time, the island has returned to its previous quietness and clarity. Olvia's lips trembled as one of the few people from O'Hara who had ever left the island. She just felt that Roja was stronger than everyone she had ever seen. Okay, so strong. Olvia's eyes were shining with light, and she felt that Roja was shining so brightly at this moment. Above the sea. Because of Roka's attack just now, the sea surged with undercurrents. A large number of warship fragments are floating on the sea. Spandane endured the pain in his body and awkwardly dragged Aokiji and Akainu to lie down on a wooden board. Ochi Akainu! You two are simply a burden. You can't even defeat one person, and you can't even break the defense. How can you be a candidate for general? You're really a waste. Spandane was cursing here, but he still dragged the seriously injured Aokiji and Akainu with all his strength. Fortunately, Roya's slash just now was aimed at Aokiji and Akainu. Because he reacted quickly, the flames only scratched his back, causing extensive burns on his back. Unlike Aokiji and Akainu, who were seriously injured and in shock, and because they were ability users, their various abilities and physical strength seemed to be sealed in the sea. If Spandane had ignored him and let two people die like this, then his head would probably not be saved either. After going through all the trouble, Spandane finally informed the 5 Old Stars of this operation. As a special intelligence unit, Spandane has the right to directly call the 5 Old Stars. In order to reduce his own responsibility, Spandane even boasted about Roja's strength to the sky. At the same time, he constantly passed the blame to the Navy and made small reports to them. My lords, the demon-slaying order failed. All my men were killed due to their stubborn resistance. O'Hara's tree of omniscience suddenly came to life. The demon-slaying order was also defeated by a guy who used fire. Oh, even Lieutenant General Akainu, who ate the lava fruit, was actually injured by this flame. And those guys in the Navy are complete idiots. One is more cowardly than the other. There is no way to fight. They are defeated. They flee like crazy. All the warships are broken, and countless people are seriously injured. The Navy sent such a bad team and did not pay attention to this massacre at all. Demonic Order, this is simply disrespectful to you. Spandane's implication is that the enemy is too powerful, but we are still resisting tenaciously, but the Navy is holding us back, so we ask the 5 Old Stars to be given a lighter sentence. Wu Laosing frowned as he listened to Spandane's words through the phone. They did not believe everything Spandane said. If it was really like what Spandane described, then he wouldn't be able to survive now. But what made their hearts palpitate was the tree of omniscience that suddenly came to life in Spandane's mouth and the monstrous flames. About 3 days ago, on Hindering Island, monstrous flames also rose up, taking away the fruits of the operation. It's also a blow, the kind of despair that makes people feel irresistible. They were basically certain that the two monstrous flames were definitely caused by the same person. Who is this guy? What is his purpose? Faced with such a guy whose identity was unknown, powerful, and who was always against them, strong anger arose in their hearts. But they don't even know who their opponent is, so how can they start? Bang. A loud noise. I saw a bald 5-year-old star. In a rage, he smashed the table in front of him into pieces. I think we should send more forces to investigate the whereabouts of this person. We currently have too little information, not to mention whether we know his appearance, abilities, or even his true purpose. Don't even know. As for O'Hara, we can only suppress the news that the demon-slaying order failed. The failure of the demon-slaying order can definitely be said to have fueled the arrogance in the sea. It must be suppressed and must not be spread. The bald man among the 5 Old Stars said, "Increase the bounty to 3 billion belly. Anyone who provides information will be rewarded with 100 million belly. Let the intelligence personnel distributed on the sea collect information about this while completing their tasks. I don't believe he can escape the dragnet of our world government. As for O'Hara, don't worry about it for now. If you find O'Hara outside the island, I will kill them all. By the way, let me investigate carefully what is going on with the Tree of Omniscience and how can it suddenly be alive. Still, as for the Navy, it's time for a change." Wu Laosing and others, after discussing the countermeasures, made arrangements directly. On the other side, the Navy's demon-slaying order failed, the mysterious strong man took action again, and the resurrection of O'Hara's Tree of Omniscience also spread like wildfire across the sea. Above the sea, newspaper birds fly freely in the sky. Not long after the demon slaying order ended, Morgans, the owner of the world's largest newspaper, immediately printed the newspaper after receiving the news. As for the Majesty of the Navy, he doesn't care at all. He only cares about whether there is any big news. In addition to this news about Roja, she already has 2 pieces of news that are enough to make Dahai crazy. At this time, there was already an uproar on the sea. The first one is Roja, who destroyed the demon-slaying order with 1 sword. His bounty has reached a terrifying 3 billion dailies. You must know that this is only the second bounty. It's just that compared to before, this time Roja's strength can be said to have really come into the sight of those big guys. After all, destroying the demon-slaying order with 1 sword is not something that just anyone can do. As for the second news, it was that Golden Lion Shiji had escaped from prison in Impel City, which was said to be the place where no one could escape successfully. It broke Impel Down's decades-long record of no one escaping from prison. These 2 things can be said to make the Navy and the world government lose their face. This is a real slap in the face, and it is still connected. This makes the entire Navy and the world government eager to regain their face. For a time, the sea became even more chaotic. The Western Sea, Ohara, in the Tree of Omniscientity. Roja has been here for a day, holding little Robin in his arms and reading the newspaper. When he saw the news about the Golden Lion, an electronic sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Post the sign-in task. Will me reward a random talisman of the 12 zodiac signs. Time limit 5 days. As the electronic sound of the system fell in Roja's mind, Roja's eyes narrowed slightly. If Roja remembered correctly, Golden Lion Shiji came to this place after escaping from Impel Down City Prison. He wants to rule the world again with the help of the IQ plant that can make animals go berserk. Robin sensed the change in Roja's momentum and immediately asked Roja, "Brother Roja, what's wrong?" Hearing Robin's words, the corners of Roja's mouth raised slightly, and he said to Robin, "Robin, my brother has something to do and may have to leave Ohara temporarily." Olvia was right next to the 2 of them, and she also heard what Roja said. "Royal, where are you going? Do you need my help?" Taking Robin out of his arms, Roja said to Olvia, "Olivia, do you know Vermelho?" "Vermelho," Olvia repeated softly, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. "I know this place. When I was investigating the historical text, I once visited this island. Although I didn't leave a permanent pointer, I know how to get there, and the villagers of Vermelho are particularly enthusiastic." After saying these words, Olvia added, "Roja, wait here for a while. I will draw you a simple sea chart. I hope it will be useful to you." Robin looked at his mother, ran towards the table next to her, and then looked at Roja. Although she couldn't see clearly the face hidden under the cloak, Robin was very reluctant to leave Roja, just like her mother before. "Brother Luia, will you come back again? When will you be able to come back?" Robin grabbed Roja's cloak, tears already welling up in his eyes as if they would burst out at any moment. "I'm just going out for a while. If I have time, I will come back to see Robin. If Robin promises me to exercise his fruit abilities, then when you become an adult, you can also go to sea to find me, and we can experience it together. The charm of the sea." "Brother Luia, this is what you said. You can't lie to me." "I kid you not." "Then let's pull the hook." Robin held out his finger. Roja also stretched out his fingers, hooked his 2 little thumbs with each other, then raised his thumbs and printed each other, and then Robin said, "No change allowed for 100 years. "Well, it won't change." After Roja and Robin reached their promise, Olvia also took the sea chart she had just drawn and handed it to Roja. "Roja, you are always welcome to Ohara." Roja took the chart, hummed softly, and then left the Tree of Omniscientity. When he left the Tree of Omniscience and walked towards the outside of the island, unknowingly, there were quite a few people following him. They all came to see Roja leave. Because of Roja's existence, this island can continue. He is the savior of this island. Roja looked at these people, and his heart was shaken. When Roja arrived at the outskirts of the island, he slowly turned around. After all, his departure was somewhat risky. Although Roja knew that the Navy would not attack Ohara again for a while, it was always better to be safe. Thinking of this, I saw Roja's hands forming seals quickly. Wouldn't escape the birth of the tree world. As Roja slapped his hands on the ground, a large amount of vitality generated by Mudon poured into the ground. The roots of the Tree of Omniscient were pulled out again, becoming thicker and intertwined with each other, surrounding the entire Ohara. Roja only left a few entrances and exits, so Ohara became an easy-to-defend but difficult-to-attack scene. After doing all this, Roja returned to his ship and sailed towards Vermeo. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a dog-headed warship and 2 ordinary warships were sailing quickly on the sea. A tall, broad-chested, muscular old man stood on the deck of the dog-headed warship. His eyes seemed to have passed through the vast sea, and he saw the figure of Golden Lion Shiji escaping in a hurry, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that Golden Lion Shiji would actually break his legs and escape from the city. I guess I already had a plan." Lieutenant General Garp, according to the information provided by the world government, Golden Lion Shiki seems to be sailing towards an island called Wilmeo, a colonel said to Garp. "Vermeo. It seems that we are on the right track. Let's continue to move forward at full speed. We must imprison the Golden Lion again to avoid future troubles." "Yes." Just after Garp gave the order, the navigator on the ship said to Garp, "Lieutenant Admiral Garp, I found a ship sailing ahead. There was no pirate flag. I only saw a man in a cloak standing on the deck." Garp frowned when he heard the navigator's words. He knew that a mysterious man in a cloak had appeared on the sea recently, and he was always against the Navy. Thinking of this, Garp decided to go over and take a look first. If it was really the mysterious man, he could just complete another mission. Following Garp's order, the 3 ships that were sailing at full speed immediately headed towards Roja. Roja was obviously aware of the presence of the Navy, especially the dog-headed warship among these 3 warships. He knew that it was Garp's special warship. "The ship in front, please stop immediately and cooperate with the investigation." Just listen to these 3 warships, using loudspeakers and telephone bugs, shouting at Roja. Hearing their words, Roja pulled his cloak down. "Now's not the time to play with you. There are only 2 short days left before the check-in time for Vermeo. According to Roja's speculation, the Golden Lion has almost reached Vermeo and has even activated its fruit power to make the island float in the sky." He didn't want these Navy to waste his time. Not even Garp. Thinking of this, Roja put his hand on the hilt of the sword and slowly drew out the blade Ruo Huo. Everything in the world is turned into ashes, and the blades flow like fire. As Roja's words fell, the simple sword blade ignited a forest of flames out of thin air, and the air was burned to the point of being unreal. With the emergence of spiritual pressure, the aura that looked like a domineering king suddenly dispersed. All naval soldiers who felt this momentum were stunned. The wind is blowing and the waves are raging. There are dark clouds in the sky. Even Garp's pupils shrank suddenly. This guy's domineering aura is so powerful. Just as Garp finished speaking, Roja slashed the air from left to right with his blade Ruo. The flames spit out like a weight of 10,000 tons, hitting the sea and setting off countless waves. The swaying waves made Roja's ship travel faster and greatly slowed down the speed of the 3 naval warships. At the same time, a flame barrier appeared between Roja and their warship. This flame barrier is burning blazingly on the sea, and everything you see is covered in flames, stretching for dozens of miles. Blocking Roja and the warship, Garp had no way to abandon the warship and pursue Roja. "This guy. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will definitely beat you up." Garp clenched his sandbag-sized fists and shouted loudly to Roja in the distance. However, Roja had already traveled far away on the waves and did not hear Garp's words at all. Garp frowned. Compared to this flame, he found that the direction Roja left happened to be the direction of the Golden Lion. Thinking of this, Garp immediately took out the phone bug and reported to the General Sengoku. "Garp, Sengoku, I met that mysterious guy." "Sengoku, mysterious guy. Have you caught him? Have you seen what he looks like?" "Garp, none of them. We were blocked by the flame barrier he cast. The most important thing is that the direction he left was the direction of the Golden Lion. I'm afraid that this Golden Lion's escape from prison has something to do with this person. If these 2 people unite, then there will be another powerful force on this sea." After Warring States heard what Garp said, his heart suddenly sank. "I know. I will personally lead the troops to support you. No matter what, you must hold them back for me." Garp grinned and said, "Warring States, leave it to me, but you have to come quickly." After hanging up the phone, Garp looked in the direction where Roja left and laughed loudly. "No matter who you are, you can't escape this time." Roja didn't know what was going on in the Navy. He was looking at Olvia, drawing a simple chart for himself, constantly adjusting the direction, and sailing on the sea. By this time, Roja was no longer in a hurry. At the last check-in time, with only the last day left, Roja saw the island of Wilmeo. But before Roja could set foot on Vermelho Island to sign in, he smelled the smell of blood that was constantly wafting from the island. The smell of blood was so strong that Roja couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a strong smell of blood, how many people need to be killed to achieve this effect? The ship stopped next to the island, and Roja stepped on the island. At this time, the system's electronic sound also sounded in Roja's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and getting the 12 zodiac signs, the chicken charm. This charm can make the holder levitate in the air and control the floating movement of objects. Its function is similar to the golden lion fluttering fruit. Roja took out the chicken talisman from the system space. Looking at the chicken talisman in his hand, Roja held it in his hand and thought about floating in his mind. I saw a layer of blue light glowing on Roja's body. The light flashed away, and then Roja's figure floated up. Is this what floating feels like? Roja quickly mastered how to use the chicken charm, floating and moving in the sky. When he floated to a certain height, Roja finally saw where the strong smell of blood came from. That was Vermelho, a village in the jungle where corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing, like a purgatory of horror. Controlling his body, Roja came to the village of Vermelho. He didn't step on the ground, because the ground was full of blood, and only sword marks appeared on the ground. The sword marks continued to extend into the rainforest. A bearded man with blonde hair that covered the floor continued to slaughter with 2 swords at his feet. The sword energy was flying and wreaking havoc in the air. Every slash will take away fresh life. This is a world where the weak eat the strong. Anyone who has no power can only be slaughtered, wantonly. Now I have taken a liking to this island, so you should disappear from this island. Golden Lion Shiji's eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes, and there was a faint hint of madness. He had just escaped from Impel Down City. Although he had lost his feet, he had replaced them with 2 famous swords, Sakura-ju and Muku, which were mounted on his legs and used as limbs to move. But after all, he had just replaced it and was not very familiar with it, so the Golden Lion just happened to practice with someone above Vermelho. Use blood to hone your skills so that your strength can be restored in the shortest time. At the same time, he also took a fancy to this island, especially the IQ plant on it. Just kill all the people on this island, and then take this island as your own. Use this island as a base to gather other pirates. The Golden Lion can even imagine that in the near future his name will reappear on the sea. But at this moment, the Golden Lion suddenly turned around and looked at the jungle, not far away. The Golden Lion's eyes were fixed on the jungle, not far away. He only felt an unprecedented tension rising in his heart. Who is there? As soon as the Golden Lion finished speaking, his right leg was thrown out like a whip. Without mercy, he slashed towards the jungle. In the blink of an eye, the slashes roared towards the jungle. Roja used the ability of the chicken talisman to float directly into the sky, easily dodging the Golden Lion's attack. I saw that this slash continued to increase as the distance went by, directly dividing the jungle into 2, and then the houses behind it were all turned into 2 halves under the Golden Lion's slash. I said I was passing by. Do you believe it? Luoya pulled his cloak and said lightly to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion looked at the person floating in front of him, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Golden Lion grinned and said to Roja, "As long as you tell me what kind of fruit power you have, I will believe what you say." Looking at the person floating in the air in front of him, the Golden Lion felt that the person in front of him could pose a huge threat to him. He didn't know whether this was Roja's weirdness or his faint intuition. All in all, the Golden Lion is very disgusted with this feeling because he is a Golden Lion, the great flying pirate of the past. How could I feel heart palpitations just because of this mysterious man in front of me? Roja's eyes hidden under the cloak just looked at the Golden Lion calmly, and then he said calmly, "My ability is very simple. It is to be able to float in the air and control objects to float and move." As Roja's words fell, the anger in the Golden Lion's heart was completely ignited by Roja. "Jay, ha 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 ha. I'm talking about you, guy. Are you kidding me, right? How could your ability be the same as mine? You must know that I am a Piao Piao man who ate the Piao Piao fruit on this sea. There will never be 2 identical fruits." Lion Power Earth Scroll. I saw Golden Lion Shiji's hands slamming onto the ground, using the ability of the Piao Piao fruit to directly lift the entire ground, turning it into multiple lion head-shaped pieces of soil, and then crushed it in the direction of Roja, pressed over. Didn't you say that your ability is the same as mine? In that case, let's see which one is stronger, your ability or mine. 5 lion-headed clouds of earth, mixed with strong winds, rushed towards Roja. Facing such a fierce attack, Roja just pulled his cloak slightly, and with his other hand, he imitated the golden lion and pressed it on the ground. A flash of blue light flashed, and the ability of the chicken talisman was activated. The ground in front of Roja began to float, and dragon heads condensed in the blink of an eye. The dragon's head looks very realistic, even better than the lion's head made of gold lions in terms of details. The golden lion's eyes suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously said, "How is this possible?" Boom! 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 I saw Roja's dragon head roaring towards the golden lion's head, directly smash the first 4 lion heads into pieces, and die together with the last lion head. Along with the fragmentation of the 2 people's attacks, dust was flying in the air. Golden Lion will never accept this result. Facing a person with almost the same ability as himself, how could the Golden Lion just let him go? You guy, you succeeded in irritating me. In this case, let you have a taste. Before Golden Lion could finish speaking, the sound of gunfire in the distance reached the ears of the 2 of them. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw pitch-black cannonballs landing on the island of Vermejo. As the shells exploded, small craters appeared one after another. Golden Lion saw 10 warships not far away, and a cold sweat appeared on Golden Lion's forehead. The damn Navy actually sent 10 warships to catch me. Golden Lion even saw Sengoku and Garp, whom he was very familiar with. Roja was next to the Golden Lion. When he heard this, he immediately said, "You are overthinking. These 10 warships are not only because of you, but also half of my credit." "Half the credit? Could it be that you did something big before I escaped from prison?" "It's just some trivial things. It's nothing more than grabbing food from the tiger's mouth, grabbing what the Navy cares about most, and then destroying the demon-slaying order with one sword." "Destroying the demon-slaying order with one sword? Jai ha 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 ha!" Golden Lion said again, "You guys, you have a strong tone. To destroy the demon-slaying order with one sword is something that even I can't do." After a pause, the Golden Lion said again, "But you dare to say these words, and I think you have some strength. Do you want to join my flying pirates? And I will make you the deputy captain." I think with the strength of the 2 of us, we can easily escape from this group of hateful Navy. Then with the help of the IQ plant on this island, we will definitely be able to rule the world and accomplish what Goldie Roger cannot accomplish. Hearing what Golden Lion said, Roja was not interested. "I refuse. I'm just passing by. Besides, your strength is too weak. Those who don't rely on themselves and take the power of others are ultimately weak." With that said, Roja turned and left. He just came here to sign in and didn't want to get involved in the battle. However, Roja's words just now were like a sharp sword, piercing the Golden Lion's heart heavily. This made the Golden Lion, who had just escaped from prison, instantly become angry from shame. You know, he is the great pirate Golden Lion Shiji, the fleet admiral of the flying pirates. The great flying pirate, to be called a weakling. He will never allow others to insult himself. "You guy, you call me weak? In that case, let me see how powerful you are." Chop! I saw the Golden Lion kicking out a giant sword energy with the Sakura 10 on its feet. This sword energy is at least 10 times greater than the sword energy just now. Everything that enters the eyes is caused by sword energy. Even the Navy that was speeding toward Vermejo in the distance was stunned for a moment. Sengoku on the warship even said to Garp on the side, "Garp, did they have any conflict? Why did they start fighting?" Garp scratched his head, but he didn't respond. He was originally afraid that Roja and Golden Lion would join forces, but from the current perspective, it seemed that they were overthinking it. When Warring State saw this scene, he even said, "The snipe and the clam are fighting, and the fishermen will benefit. Everyone is preparing to attack. This time we must capture both of them." Sengoku and Garp led a large number of naval soldiers to attack the island of Vermejo. Faced with this situation, the Golden Lion has completely ignored it. There was only Roja in his eyes. Just like when he was alone and made a scene in Malamfando, he feels unhappy if he doesn't kill Roja. Now, the overwhelming sword energy rushed towards Roja. The chicken talisman was activated and Roja's body floated to the side, easily dodging the slashing sword energy. I saw this sword energy falling on the ground with a chillish sound, and a terrifying gap appeared in Roja's eyes. The aura of the golden lion suddenly spread out, his golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the kimono on his body also whirred. You guy, don't you think I'm weak? Why do you keep hiding here and there? Do you dare to fight me head on? This time, let me see how you hide. After the words fell, the golden lion's eyes, which were full of red bloodshot eyes, stared like copper bells, like a rampaging ferocious beast. Lion Sincaria. This is an upgraded version of Chopper, which is more lethal than Chopper. Almost instantly, the golden lion kicked out several slashes that were enough to cut the mountain in half. There were countless slashes, with the golden lion as the center, unleashing crazy attacks on the surrounding areas. Even the Navy was affected. Darp Okiji. Warring States said to the two people next to him, the mysterious man seems to be retreating. Now that he is being held by the golden lion, we will immediately surround them. This time, we must capture the golden lion and this mysterious man. Yes, General. Sengoku, just remember to treat me to some Sinbei when you go back. Kingji and Garp answered neatly, and at the same time they flashed shave, keep moving towards the position of Roja and the golden lion. Seeing the fierce battle situation in front of him, Warring States prayed in his heart, this time we must succeed. Because he saw Roja's floating ability, he knew that if Roja was allowed to leave, it would be really troublesome to grasp Roja's traces again. Ice Cube, 2 Thorn Spear, 4 ice spears, condensed beside King Pheasant, and shot towards the slash, blocking the slash in front of him. Iron Fist. Garp, on the other hand, was much more violent. His arm-domineering energy was concentrated on his hands, and he waved his hands repeatedly, directly crushing one slash after another. Big Buddha form shockwave. Facing the storm-like attack, Sengoku directly switched to the animal type, Rinrin fruit, phantom beast species, and Big Buddha form, and shot out the shockwave in his palm. Wherever the shockwave rages, the golden lion's slashing sword energy disappears. The Warring States period was like a high wall protecting the naval soldiers behind them. Only Roja used the power of the chicken talisman to float and dodge in the air. Golden Lion glanced at the Warring States trio coldly, knowing that he could not drag on like this any longer. Jay-ha ha ha ha. In that case, my debut on the world stage will be here. Whether it's you, a hateful guy, or the Navy, go to hell. Golden Lion Shiji felt as if he had returned to the time when he was making a fuss about Malenfando alone, and his aura surged again. Dark clouds slowly covered the sky, and the cold wind blew in everyone's hearts. Warring States frowned. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered, attack. As Warring States finished speaking, the Golden Lion moved. The Golden Lion used the ability of the Piao Piao fruit to directly control the dark clouds in the sky. The dark clouds continued to condense, and arc flashes could be seen inside. Thick lightning, about the thickness of a 1,000-year-old tree. The dark clouds mixed with thunder and lightning turned into the shape of a lion's head under the control of the Golden Lion. Shishiwei Gosho, Heavenly Scroll. I saw the Golden Lion's hand raised high, suddenly falling down. The lion's head, composed of thick thunder and lightning clouds, raged towards Roja. Aokiji, Garp, and Sengoku, facing this kind of offensive, had no choice but to retreat violently. The shocked Warring States even said subconsciously, I didn't expect that the Golden Lion's fruit power has awakened. Garp grinned and said with a smile, I don't know if that guy can handle it. Whether we can handle it or not, it's a good thing for us. At this time, King Pheasant said from the side, the Golden Lion is no match for this guy, because he had faced Roja before. That terrifying attack left a deep mark on his heart. As if to verify Aokiji's words, Luya's figure suddenly rose up just as Aokiji finished speaking. The strong wind blew Roja's cloak. Roja stretched out a hand to hold the brim of his hat to prevent it from being blown down by the strong wind. His tone was still calm. As I said, I was just passing by. Why did I make things so troublesome? Just two. A sword roar echoed in everyone's ears. The Golden Lion's Lion Power Gosho Heavenly Scroll could not suppress this crisp sword chant at all. The next second, Roy's overwhelming aura soared into the sky. In their perception, the thick spiritual pressure is the super powerful domineering force. When the Golden Lion sensed this scene, his face was full of astonishment, and he blurted out, This? How is this possible? The flowing blade, like fire, was slowly pulled out by Roja, and the blade flashed with a scorching light. Hell is hot! As Roya's words fell, dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars rose up around Roja. They rushed in the direction of Roja. The three people from the Warring States period were forced to use shaving to dodge. This was the first time during the Warring States period that he faced Roja head-on. When he saw such exaggerated, monstrous flames, he was even more shocked and speechless. Kinji looked at Roja in even more shock, because he could feel that the power of Roja's blow far exceeded that of the sword in Ohara. Flames all over the sky condensed into Roja's blade Ruho, and Roja slashed in the air. In an instant, the situation changed. The surrounding space was distorted in the heat wave, and the flames and slashes merged together with amazing momentum. The sword energy was roaring, and the flames were burning. When Roja's hot hell and Golden Lion's lion power, Gosho Heavenly Scroll, touched each other, the whole world seemed to suddenly become silent. In their field of vision, there was only that dazzling light. Warring States squinted his eyes, trying hard to see clearly what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. He saw that slash, which easily shattered the Lion Power Gosho Sky Scroll condensed by the Golden Lion with the sky full of dark clouds and thunder and lightning. The dark clouds evaporated directly under the high temperature of the flames. Thunder and lightning were also easily eaten away by the flames. Mixed with unparalleled power, it slashed towards the Golden Lion with overwhelming force. The light dissipated, and it was only then that the terrifying explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing sword energy that Lo Ya slashed out gradually became clear and enlarged in the Golden Lion's eyes. At this time, he had nowhere to hide. Bang! Another explosion sounded. This is the sound of sword energy slashing down on the Golden Lion. Many Navy soldiers were shocked when they saw this scene in front of them. In their impression, the Golden Lion with great strength was actually defeated by a sword in front of this mysterious man. And it's still so neat and tidy. How can this be? This is a Golden Lion. That big flying pirate was actually defeated by this mysterious man with one sword. So where they could vaguely see the outline of the Golden Lion, distorting as the flames steamed. There were no screams, just the sound of the flames burning. No one dared to imagine how much pain the Golden Lion was enduring in this blazing flame. If it were them, they would have screamed in pain and died. When the flames dissipated, the Golden Lion, which was like black coal, came into view. The blonde hair that lay on the ground was gone, and his whole body was dark and smelled of charcoal. But even in such a miserable situation, the Golden Lion still relied on his super consciousness to slowly stretch out his hand. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked in their hearts. No way, the Golden Lion actually still has the strength to fight back. Now that it's like this, is there any other power? What a powerful willpower this is! Seeing this scene, Roja knew that Golden Lion was already exhausted, but he had to admit that Golden Lion had a strong heart. So, Roja said softly in a voice that only the Golden Lion could hear, "I take back what I said before. I admit that you are a strong man." After saying this, Roja turned around and activated the chicken charm. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight and left gracefully. The Golden Lion clenched his teeth. After hearing Roja's words, the seriously injured man suddenly thought of what he had said to Goldet, Roger at that time. "You guy, I will definitely defeat you one day." After saying this, the Golden Lion couldn't hold on any longer. He closed his eyes and fell directly from the sky, hitting the ground hard, kicking up dust. It was only then that Sengoku and others recovered from the shock. He looked deeply at the direction where Roja left. In the form of the Buddha, he held his hands tightly, unwillingly. This guy actually escaped again. Warring States said bitterly, and at the same time released the giant Buddha form and ordered to the people around him, immediately handcuff the Golden Lion with the Sea Tower Stone and imprison him again in the infinite prison on the 6th floor of the city. After giving instructions on the follow-up matters, Warring States looked at the careless guard beside him and said, "The mission is only half completed, and you are still able to laugh. Tell me, what do you think?" I really didn't expect that this mysterious man not only has unparalleled fire and sword skills, but also has the same ability as the Golden Lion, and the fruit of the surgery should also be in his hands. I am really curious about what he is doing, how is it done, After saying this, Garp slowly put away his smile, but judging from the current situation, the sea is going to be in chaos. When Warring States heard what Garp said, he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the sea is going to be in chaos. The appearance of this mysterious man has ruined our actions again and again. Damn guy. This time it was a sword strike that defeated the Golden Lion, who had just escaped from prison. Although the Golden Lion had just escaped from prison and was in poor condition with both legs broken, the Great Swordsman's peak state was no longer ordinary. However, the fruit's ability was greatly enhanced. Even so, it was defeated by Roja's sword, and it was like a charcoal. This is undoubtedly a refresh of Roja's strength in the hearts of the Warring States period. At this time, Roshi was flying quickly towards the Holy Land of Merijuia, because the system had announced the next check-in task. Ding! Post the sign-in mission. Holy Land Merijuia. Reward random top fruit with no side effects. Time 3 days. Roja used the power of the chicken talisman to float and move quickly in the air. But just moving like this is too troublesome. He plans to learn from the Golden Lion's method. After flying in the air for most of the day, Roja finally discovered an island on the sea. Without any hesitation, Roja came directly to the island. The chicken talisman was activated with all its strength, and a faint blue light covered the island in the blink of an eye. I saw this island floating slowly under Roja's control. Countless waters, after leaving the island, stirred up each other and set off huge waves. After turning the island into a floating island, Roja flew towards the Holy Land, Merijuia. The Holy Land of Merijuia is located between the first half and the second half of the Grand Line, at the pinnacle of the Red Continent. Inside is the residence of the Tianlong people, with a large number of top combat forces and intelligence agencies. It can be said that it is very dangerous to sign in here, but Roja already had a plan in mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye within the time limit of the last day. Roja arrived unhurriedly high in the sky above the Holy Land of Merijuia. At this time it was night, with dark clouds and no stars or moon visible. This was exactly what Roja had intended. He came here specifically at night. The floating island under Roja's feet seemed to be integrated into the dark night sky. It could not be seen at all, and no one would pay attention to it. Standing on the outermost edge of the floating island, Roja looked condescendingly at the Holy Land, Merijuia below. Below, the Holy Land of Merijuia was ablaze. Roja could see the faint commotion below. Roja stretched out his hand and pressed it on the brim of his hat. If Roja remembered correctly, there was a turmoil in the Holy Land of Merijuia. That was Fisher Tiger, a former slave who climbed up the Holy Land of Mauritia with his bare hands and freed thousands of slaves. This time's commotion allowed Roja to fish in troubled waters and sneak into the Holy Land of Mauritia without being discovered. Leaning forward, Roja jumped directly from the floating island. The cold wind of the cold night blew Rokia's cloak. As Roja headed towards the Holy Land of Merijuia, he landed quickly. The chaos on the Holy Land was increasingly reflected in Roja's eyes. As Roja quickly descended from the sky, he even saw Marina Vondo not far away, and he had already sent warships heading here. It's really a beautiful scenery. Roja murmured, then concealed his figure and came to the Holy Land of Merijuia. The electronic sound of the system echoed in Roja's mind when he stepped on the Holy Land of Merijuia. This fruit ability is very much in line with Roja's wishes, but he doesn't plan to eat it now. While strolling through the Holy Land of Merijuia, Roja wanted to see if there was any place where he could check in. But along the way, all that came into view was fire and fighting. Some slaves, in order to survive, framed their companions just to give them a second or two to escape. Some slaves couldn't get rid of the shackles of the explosive neck and couldn't bear to see others escape, so they went on a killing spree. Even with red eyes, when he saw Roja wearing a cloak, he rushed towards him, and he was killed by Roja with a sword. There are too many such things. Jean Roja wanted to continue walking on the Holy Land of Merijuia, and was no longer in the mood for a stroll. Just when Roja wanted to leave here, he heard the sound of running from behind. The sound of running was very thick, and there was no intention of hiding it at all. Slowly turning around, under the firelight, Roja saw only a red fishman with thick curly hair and a wide mouth running towards him quickly. Roja's eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell that the fishman not far away was seriously injured. His body was covered with large and small wounds, and blood was constantly oozing from these wounds. If it weren't for the fact that he was a fishman, Roja felt that he would be a dead body now. The fishman obviously saw Roja. He didn't know who Roja was, although Roja seemed to be dressed strangely. As long as he wasn't a guy wearing a white cloak and a mask, it would be fine. Immediately, Fisher Tiger endured the strong pain, took a deep breath, and shouted to Roja, "Hey, the guy in front, run quickly. Behind, there are people with masks behind. The guy is chasing me." The person wearing the mask must be CP0. As expected, the man in front of him should be Fisher Tiger, the culprit of this riot. In an instant, Roja guessed the identity of Fisher Tiger. But when Fisher Tiger saw Roja, he remained unmoved, and he was extremely anxious. "Didn't you hear? Run away quickly!" Fisher Tiger reminded Roja loudly again, but when he finished speaking, blood spurted out of his mouth. He was dragging his seriously injured body and kept running away here. These two shouts could be said to have made his injuries worse again, but even so, he still did not hesitate, loudly reminding Roja that this must be the charm of Fisher Tiger. But at this moment, 5 guys wearing white cloaks and masks appeared behind Fisher Tiger. No matter who they are, anyone who causes trouble in the Holy Land of Maurisia will inevitably die. Fisher Tiger's heart sank to the bottom when he heard the following words. He didn't expect CPO to come so quickly. Immediately, Fisher Tiger gritted his teeth and came to Roja. Then he turned around suddenly and protected Roja behind him. "I think I'm about to reach my limit. I'm responsible for holding them back. Hurry up and run away." Fisher Tiger almost shouted the last sentence with all his strength. Roja looked at Fisher Tiger in front of him and chuckled. "You are really domineering, but I don't have the habit of hiding behind others." As Roja's words fell, Fisher Tiger felt as if a gust of wind was coming from behind him. I saw Roja rushing out from behind Fisher Tiger in an instant. When Fisher Tiger saw this scene, his pupils shrank suddenly. He wanted to remind Roja that the 5 people in front of him were very powerful, but his throat was blocked by blood. Apart from coughing harder and bleeding more, he couldn't make any sound at all. Fisher Tiger no longer dared to watch anymore. In his opinion, it was simply impossible to defeat these 5 powerful people with just one person. But the next second, Fisher Tiger's eyes flashed with fire that reached the sky. That was the most exaggerated slash he had ever seen since he was born. Blazing flames filled the sky, spurting out from the man's sword blade. With just one sword strike, he killed the 5 people who had just severely injured him on the spot. Fisher Tiger couldn't believe it. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was shocked. How is it possible? Who is this guy? Surprisingly, it is so powerful. Just when Fisher Tiger was shocked, Roja had slowly put away his sword and came to Fisher Tiger. It seems that everything is so relaxed and freehand. It seems that in Roja's eyes, those 5 powerful beings are as weak as cannon fodder. After adjusting his breathing, Fisher Tiger swallowed the blood in his mouth and whispered to Roja, "Thank you very much." "You're welcome, I'm just passing by." With that said, Roja bent down and directly picked up Fisher Tiger. "Put me down, I'm just a burden." The closer he spoke to the end, the softer Fisher Tiger's voice became. "Stop talking, I'll take you to stop the bleeding." Roja carried Fisher Tiger on his shoulders and walked towards a nearby mansion. The mansion is not yet burning with much fire. Roja kicked open the door and came to the room. Then he carefully placed Fisher Tiger on the ground and used the materials in the room to perform a simple bandage on Fisher Tiger. "Just rest here for a while, you'll be fine as long as I'm here." When Fisher Tiger heard Roja's words, he felt warm in his heart. Just when he wanted to thank Roja, a burst of noise suddenly sounded from below the room. Fisher Tiger immediately became vigilant. Roja looked at Fisher Tiger, indicating that he was fine, and then found the entrance to the basement alone. The corridor leading to the basement was filled with darkness. Roja used his thumb to gently push out the sword, and a wisp of flame flew out of the scabbard, lighting up the corridor for Roja. As Roja continued to deepen, the noise became clearer and clearer, and it sounded like a girl's voice. Roja used the chicken talisman's ability to continuously float toward the ground without making even a single sound. Finally, when we arrived at the basement, the surroundings suddenly became clear. The basement is quite large, with flickering candlelight and dozens of slender iron pillars standing in the basement, forming prison cages. There was a girl in the cage. She kept hitting the chains of the 2 restrained people with her small fists. Her fists were already full of blood, but her eyes were full of determination. Sister, please run away quickly. As long as you can escape, we will be very happy. Yes, sister, being able to be your sister is the luckiest thing in our lives. Sister, leave us alone and run away quickly. When the elder sister heard her sisters say such words, her little fists clenched even tighter. I will never give up on you. Even if I die, I will rescue you. I swear, in the name of Boya Hancock. One of the traditions of Nine Stake Island is that once you swear an oath in your own name, you must do it. If you fail to do it, you will suffer the curse of Nine Stake Island. As for whether it was true, Roja didn't know, but this made him sure of the identities of the three sisters in front of him. After pretending to cough, a sudden sound sounded in the basement, startling the three sisters. Hancock turned around, directly made a fighting posture, and looked at Roja warily. It's just that this posture looks untrained and looks quite funny. Who are you? Hancock looked at the cloaked man in front of him, feeling extremely nervous. Because her intuition told her that the man in front of her was very dangerous. Roja did not answer their words, but walked slowly towards Hancock and others. The sound of footsteps echoed through this basement prison with every step as if stepping on Boya Hancock's heartstrings. Cold sweat unknowingly formed on his forehead. Hancock frowned slightly and said to Roja, "Don't come over. I won't be polite if you come over again." However, Hancock's momentum at this time could not threaten Roja at all. On the contrary, it made Roja feel very lovable. Arriving in front of Hancock, Roja looked at her condescendingly. The other two sisters who were bound by chains were extremely anxious when they saw the scene in front of them. They quickly said to Hancock, "Sister, run away quickly, and don't worry about us. As long as you can escape, sister, we don't need your help. Get out of here quickly. Just come at us if you have anything." Just as they were showing off their sisterly love, Roja's aura suddenly dissipated, and the terrifying spiritual pressure was like an overlord's domineering aura. Even if it only leaked a little, the two people were instantly afraid to speak. Hancock was shocked. What kind of momentum is this? It's so powerful. Looking at Hancock in front of them, Roja's voice floated into the ears of the three sisters. "You should know that the Holy Land Maria Joya is very chaotic now. Why don't you take advantage of the chaos to escape? Even if you abandon your sister, as long as if you can survive on your own, isn't that enough?" This is the cruel scene that Roja saw along the way. If Fisher Tiger hadn't planned to give up his life to protect himself, Roja wouldn't have saved her life. It can be considered that good fish are rewarded. Hearing Roja's words, Hancock frowned slightly and said, "Seriously, because they are my sisters, we were caught here together, and we must escape from here together, even if we want to escape. I won't put my sister in hell." In your eyes, is this a hell? Roja's eyes were obscured by the darkness of the cloak, which made it impossible for Hancock to see Roja's expression. At this time, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. At this time, Roja slowly pulled out the blade Ryuko, and the sword's roar echoed in the prison. Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly. "Whatever you want to do, I will never let you hurt my sister." But Hancock's movements were too slow. Roja didn't even look at him and slashed with his sword without hesitation. "Don't want." Hancock's scream echoed in the basement. But there was only a bang sound, and the chain made of Halu stone was instantly broken into two sections under Roja's slash. Hancock stared blankly at the scene in front of her, tears already welling up in her eyes. She was scared to death just now. She thought Roja wanted it. Fortunately, Roja only cut off the sea tower stone chain. The moment the two got free, they came to Hancock's side. It's just that at this time, the three Hancock sisters have lowered their vigilance a little. At this time, Roja slowly squatted down and directly lifted up Hancock's clothes with the force that Hancock could not resist. What are you gonna do?" Hancock's voice was trembling, and she felt extremely panicked because there was something on her back that she hated so much. Roja's eyes, hidden under the cloak, flashed with a flash of grayness, and his heart became increasingly disgusted with the celestial dragons. Touching the scar on Hancock's back, Roja said distressedly, "It hurts a lot." Roja's voice was very soft, so soft that it made Hancock's heart feel warm, like a warm current flowing through him. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't look at it." Hancock's back was turned to Roja at this time, her little fists clenched tightly, telling her of the unrest in her heart. The pattern on the back is the pattern she hates the most. If possible, she wants to hide this secret in her heart forever. But such a secret was exposed to Roja's eyes at this time, which made her feel ashamed. Want to change the pattern? What? Hancock didn't react for a moment. What did Roja mean by this sentence? This pattern really doesn't suit your temperament. It's too ugly. I'd better change it for you. What pattern do you want? Don't worry, it won't hurt. Hancock was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what she was feeling in her heart. She just felt like there was a little deer bumping back and forth. For the first time, she felt that the man in front of her was very gentle. I don't know. In that case, I will use the phoenix to cover this brand. This is one of the totems of my country. It is a symbol of strength, pride, and holiness, and it also has the meaning of nirvana and rebirth. When Hancock heard Roja's words, she nodded vigorously. If possible, she would also like to use other patterns to devour the pattern behind her. The flowing blade Ruo-Ho spits out flames. Under Ruo's control, a pattern of Phoenix Nirvana was outlined by Roja in a short period of time, and floated in the air, out of thin air. As Roja continued to control the temperature, the pattern instantly swallowed the hooves of the heavenly dragon behind Hancock, turning into a pattern specially created by Roja for Hancock. When Hancock's sisters saw this scene, they subconsciously exclaimed, "Okay, so beautiful." Hancock didn't feel the slightest pain. She only felt warm on her back. This kind of warmth was a feeling that she had never experienced before. Soon, the image of a phoenix rising from the ashes appeared behind Hancock. It looks much better this way. This sentence was like a warm current, instantly touching the softest place in Hancock's heart. The tears that had been swirling in his eyes finally couldn't help but fall from the corners of his eyes at this moment. I saw Hancock's small body throwing himself directly into Roja's arms. Thank you for saving us. No one has been so kind to us since we were captured near Nine Snake Island." Patting Hancock's back gently, Roja acted as the big brother and said gently, "Okay, I will make a new pattern for your two sisters now." Having said this, Roja looked at the two sisters behind Hancock and said, "I heard her say that you are from Nine Snakes Island. I will draw a 9 snakes pattern for you two. What do you think?" "Uh-huh." Soon, Roja covered the two women's hooves with the 9 snake pattern. "Thank you, my name is Boya Hancock. You can just call me Hancock. My name is Poya Sundersonia. My name is Boya Marigold." Roja looked at Hancock, who was slightly embarrassed, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Roja." Hearing Roya's name, Hancock felt his face blush even more. "Sister, are you sick? Why is your face so red?" When Hancock heard his sister's words, he instantly reacted from his shyness and said immediately, "We must escape now, otherwise we will have no chance." As he spoke, Hancock looked at Roja. "Just listen to Louis say lightly, I will take you away." The girls nodded. Although their time together was very short, Hancock and others already believed in Roja, especially Hancock, whose eyes were filled with Roja's figure at this time. Coming out of the basement, Roja said to Fisher Tiger, "Do you feel better?" "Better?" Fisher Tiger got up from the ground. As a fisherman in this short period of time, the wounds on his body had completely stopped bleeding. "Then let's leave for Mauricio." With that said, Roja took the lead and walked in front. Next are Hancock's 3 daughters, with Fisher Tiger behind to prevent any accidents from happening to these 3 women. As they got closer to the beach, Hancock's eyes became brighter and brighter. Because this represents freedom and the vast sea. It is the place they have always longed for most. Great, we can escape in no time. Just when Hancock finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in front of everyone, and at the same time, he said an extremely frivolous word, "Escape? It's impossible." As the light dissipated, a tall and thin man with curly black hair, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, a beard on his face, and a pair of sunglasses appeared in front of everyone. Fisher Tiger looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. "Hi, Vice Admiral Huang Kizaru." Kizaru is one of the 3 major monsters of the Navy, and Fisher Tiger has heard of Kizaru's name. When he saw Kizaru coming to them, he felt like he was enveloped in despair. Kizaru looked down at Roja and the others in the air, and spoke to everyone with his very funny mouth shape and slow-speaking style. "It's so scary. I didn't expect that Fisher Tiger and this mysterious man actually know each other. But after defeating you, my salary will increase a lot." This sentence is crazy. But Kizaru also has crazy strength. As a user of the Shining Fruit, Kizaru possesses extremely high mobility and super penetrating attacks. These two characteristics alone are far superior to other natural fruits. It can be said that this is already one of the top natural fruits. Just listen to Kizaru saying to Roja, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" As Kizaru's words fell, his figure changed into yellow light and rushed towards Roja. Light speed kick. The speed is so fast that it is beyond the reach of the naked eye. But Roja didn't pay attention at all. 6 pieces of light appeared in front of Roja, directly capturing Kizaru's figure and imprisoning him in it. It was only then that Roja slowly said, "6-stick light prison." The whole process was a breeze, smooth and seemed extremely effortless. Kizaru, who was imprisoned in the 6-staff light prison, looked at the situation in front of him in disbelief. How can this be? Not only Kizaru himself didn't believe that he would be blocked by Roja so easily, even Fisher Tiger was stunned on the spot. One move, actually, with just one move. Kizaru's attack was blocked. Fisher Tiger was so shocked that he was speechless. He didn't expect that Kizaru, who was so arrogant just now and wanted to use them to increase his salary, would be subdued by Roja with one move. Hancock gently pulled Roja's cloak, and his eyes were full of Roja's figure. She just thinks that Roja is really awesome. I hope the Navy can reimburse you for your medical expenses. As Roja's words fell, Roja turned the hilt of his sword, holding the blade Ruoho pointed at Kizaru's head, and said softly, "Song Ming." Bang. Flame blooms. The tornado-shaped wall of flames directly wrapped Kizaru. The blazing high temperature continued to burn Kizaru's body. Kizaru wanted to dodge and controlled the elementalization of his body, but he was imprisoned by the 6-stick light and could not make any movement at all. Let's go! After Roja slowly put the blade like fire into its scabbard, he led everyone to leave the Holy Land, Marijoa, in a graceful manner. Roja directly found a warship and drove the warship towards the distance. On the deck of the warship, Roja let the sea breeze blow his cloak. Roja touched Hancock's hair with one hand and said to Hancock, "Do you hate this place?" Hancock nodded heavily. What she felt about this place, apart from pain, was nothing but abhorrence. In that case, let me give him a big gift. Roja slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Hancock looked around strangely, but she didn't notice any changes in her surroundings. Suddenly, Fisher Tiger pointed to the sky, his pupils full of shock. Heaven, sky, look at the sky. After hearing Fisher Tiger's words, everyone looked to the sky and I saw a huge island in the sky above the Holy Land of Marijoa, as if it was about to break through the shackles of the shadow. As it continued to land, the firelight of the Holy Land Marijoa was reflected on the island. The sharp wind whistled, blowing on everyone's hearts. What it is. Look at the sky. Why are islands falling from the sky? The island fell. It's done. We're done. The atmosphere of despair continues to spread. Everyone looked at the huge islands falling from the sky and wanted to escape, but they didn't know where to escape, because the entire Holy Land of Marijoa is within the falling range of the island. Kizaru, who finally broke free from the 6-staff light prison, was already in a very embarrassed state. Kizaru dragged his body forcefully, and his body was already covered with burns. He didn't expect Roja to be so powerful, and he didn't expect that the ability called the 6-1 Light Prison could actually prevent his elementalization. But when he looked at the islands that were landing in the sky, his usual tone was forgotten. Damn it, is that guy doing this again? After the power of the spell was released, the floating island began to fall from the sky, causing strong friction with the air. As the falling speed became faster and faster, the entire island had turned into a huge fireball at this time. The island must be prevented from landing. Otherwise, his salary this month will definitely be deducted. For his own salary, Kizaru took a deep breath, crossed his hands, and pinched his index finger and thumb. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. I saw Kizaru's fingertips flashing with light, and countless dazzling bullets were shot towards the islands that were landing continuously. Every time a light bomb falls on the island, a strong explosion will occur. Boom, boom, boom. The dense explosion caused the island to continuously shatter, splattering out fragments of different sizes. But these explosions, compared to the entire floating island, are undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. His strength alone is completely insufficient. At this time, a man wearing a military hat came to Kizaru's side, Meteor Volcano. The person coming is none other than Akainu. Akainu's fists turn into lava, producing a large number of huge lava fists, which are launched towards the island in the sky. However, with their current strength, it is still difficult to fight against this huge island. On the warship, Roja looked at the scene in front of him and thought to himself, he should take action, as if to confirm Roja's thoughts. In the deepest part of the Holy Land, Marie Joy, a place called Between the Flowers, a sharp sword energy shot out of the air. This slash covered the sky and the sun, stretching across 1,000 meters. Wherever the sword energy passes, the sword energy roars and is extremely terrifying. I saw this incomparably sharp sword strike covering the island above everyone's heads. Suddenly one is divided into two, two is divided into four, and four is divided into eight, constantly changing. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy split into thousands of slashes like a violent hurricane sweeping up the island. In front of this sword energy storm, the island was like paper, being constantly shredded. In just a few moments, the huge island in the sky turned into ashes and dispersed in the wind. Kizaru and Akainu in Holy Land, Marie Yuria were all shocked at the scene in front of them. They didn't expect that the island they couldn't destroy after all their hard work would just turn into dust. On the boat, Roja raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. He stretched out his hand, stroked Hancock's hair, and said to Hancock, "It seems that our gift was not delivered today, but I promise you, one day, I will give them a gift. A bigger gift." Roja said again, "Now let me send you back to Nine Snakes Island first." As Roja's words fell, the electronic sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The check-in mission is released. Nine Snake Island, reward, peak of armed color and dominance. Time 3 days. 1 day has passed since I left the Holy Land of Marie Joya. At this time, the sky was cloudless, and the sun was just right. Coupled with the high maneuverability of the warship, it can be said that this is the most relaxing and comfortable journey for Roja. Lying on the edge of the boat, letting the sea breeze blow on his cloak, Roja said, "Are you ready to leave?" Fisher Tiger, standing behind Roja, said, "I plan to return to Fishman Island to take a look. Be safe." I guess Fisher Tiger had his own plan, so Roja didn't try to persuade him to stay. He just gave him some instructions. "Fisher Tiger, if you come to Fishman Island, you must come to me." Feeling the boldness in Fisher Tiger's tone, the corners of Roja's mouth under his cloak rose slightly. Watching Fisher Tiger jump into the sea and leave in a blink of an eye, Roja also returned to his room. At night, the moon and stars are sparse. At this time, the warship had reached the windless zone. The so-called windless zone, because there is no wind, is very dangerous for ships that rely on sails as power. Not only that, there are also a large number of Sea Kings living in the windless zone. These Sea Kings usually judge their strength by their size and length. 1,000 meters is average, and any lieutenant general can defeat it if he spends some time. The 3,000 meter one is already relatively strong and requires the presence of multiple lieutenant generals or generals to defeat it. As for those with a body size of 5,000 meters or above, it is basically difficult to kill except for special means. Because of its size, it is difficult to penetrate the defenses of the Neptune class. Even a general would find this kind of existence difficult to deal with. Roy walked out of the room and saw Hancock standing alone on the deck, looking at the hazy night in the distance. Roya came to her side. "Are you homesick?" "Well," Hancock looked up at Roya and said to Roya, Roya, don't you miss home?" For some reason, Hancock felt his face turn red when he called out Roja's name. Fortunately, night had fallen. Otherwise, Hancock felt that Roja would definitely be able to see the blush on her face. "I don't want to, but I don't want to either." "Why?" "Because there is nothing worth cherishing." When Hancock heard Roja's words, his nose felt sore. She raised her hand, gently pulled Roya, and said to Roya, let me... Before Hancock could finish speaking, a vigilant light flashed in Roja's eyes. The spell ability is activated, directly pulling the warship and flying towards the sky. I saw the extremely dark seawater, and at this time, huge waves were set off. A black shadow, reflecting the moonlight, surged out of the sea, as if it wanted to swallow the warship in one gulp. Countless amounts of seawater slipped from the black shadow's body and hit the sea surface, causing even bigger waves. Fortunately, Roja used the power of the spell to pull the warship into the sky. At the same time, he grabbed Hancock and protected him directly in his arms. At this time, the two women in the warship also ran out. Sister, what happened? The two of them were very panicked, but when they saw Hancock in Roya's arms, they felt relieved. The moonlight shines on this black shadow, allowing Roja and the girls to clearly see what it is. This is a Neptune, so huge that even if only one head is exposed, it seems to be over 1,000 meters long. The length of the whole body, as expected, can easily exceed 5,000 meters. This is an existence that gives even generals a headache. Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly in Roja's arms. She hurriedly grabbed Roja and said to Roja, "Roja, this is the legendary deep-sea sea snake on Nine Snake Island. Legend has it that when this snake reaches adulthood, its body length can reach at least 5,000 meters." After hearing Hancock's words, Roja became even more concerned about this legendary deep-sea sea snake. I didn't expect that there are such existences in the sea. This sea snake can be said to have greatly attracted Roja's attention. After reaching a certain height, Roja released Hancock and then said to Hancock, "Since it is a legendary creature, let me see how strong it is." With that said, Roja jumped off the warship, leaving only Hancock and her two sisters. It's a nice night today, with clear moonlight. When Roja jumped from the warship, strong winds swept around him, making Roja's cloak whistle. For this kind of Neptune, there is no need to say hello at all. Roja pulled out the blade Ryuho in the air, and flames spurted out from the blade, leaving a bright fire in the air. This firelight was very dazzling in the night, and it immediately attracted this snake-like sea king with a body length of 5,000 meters. The water is surging and the waves are surging. The seawater continued to rise, and the tail of this sea king species broke through the water in an instant and was drawn towards Roja from the depths of the sea. It seems very slow, but in fact, both speed and power are very exaggerated. Hancock, who was worried about Roja, lay on the edge of the boat and saw the scene in front of him. Fang's heart suddenly rose. "Roja, be careful." As if hearing Hancock's voice, Roja also obviously noticed the Neptune-like movements. If it were anyone else, it might be more troublesome, but who made you meet me? Everything in the world is turned into ashes, and the blades flow like fire. As Roja's words fell, Lubin Ho burst out with bright fire. The blazing flames soared into the sky. Roja, who holds a blade like fire in his hand, has eyes full of fire. After the swastika is released, the temperature of the Ryuken Wakahara can reach 10 million degrees Celsius, which is the temperature of the core of the sun. Although Roja can't do this yet, even the first solution is enough. It is equivalent to the sun's surface temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. At this time, the constraints are completely released. This is the first time Roja has released the full power of Shikai since he came to the world of pirates. Before Roja arrived in front of the Sea King, the sea within a certain range had already begun to boil. Roar. As if feeling the burning heat in the sea, this 5,000-meter-long Sea King seemed to become more fierce. The speed of tail lashings seemed to be a little faster. In the blink of an eye, it came roaring. Roja didn't pay attention to the attack of the Sea King type. The power of the spell was activated, and the speed of his whole person's descent became several times faster. At this moment, the flowing blade Ryuho burst out with unparalleled flames and turned into a glazed blade of flame. At the same time, 6 huge pillars of fire rose from the sea out of thin air, whipping up a strong hurricane and soaring into the sky. A red lotus of karma with an area of several thousand feet spread out mysteriously on the sea. Millions of hectares of seawater all surged up, forming a huge wave thousands of feet high, and a roar like the roar of tens of thousands of giant dragons exploded at the same time. Burn the sky and cook the sea. As Roja's words fell, the blade Ryuho stabbed directly into the eyes of this nearly 5,000-meter-long Sea King. The flame bloomed at this moment. I saw a slash of nearly 1,000 meters, slashing directly from the head. Because he was holding the sword with both hands, the strong wind blew Rocha's cloak away. The Sea King creature opened its mouth and wanted to roar, but found that its body had been cut into 2 sections. The blood mixed with the firelight dyed the vast ocean red. Hancock was on the warship looking at the ocean below. The entire ocean turned into a sea of fire. The sky was illuminated fiery red, and through the flames she could clearly see that the nearly 10,000-meter-long ocean was boiling. Okay, great. Hancock's eyes were full of stars. In her heart, Roja is the strongest, and no one can compare with Roja. But when she looked at Roja, she was instantly stunned because she saw Roja taking off his cloak. The flames filling the sky and the scenes on the sea can be seen even from far away. In Kuji Island, the current emperor of Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuji pirates also noticed this scene. She was in the palace, looking at the raging sea of fire in the windless zone, and her heart suddenly sank. How powerful is a person who can do this? On top of that, it also occurs in calm zones. This shows that this person's target may be Nine Snakes Island. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered, "Get ready to fight." On Nine Snakes Island, most of the people who have mastered the Armed Color Hockey and the Wisdom Color Hockey can be said to be warriors per capita. After receiving the order from the current emperor, they immediately equipped themselves with weapons and began to ambush in the jungle facing the direction of the flames. On the other side, it was not far from the Sea of Fire. A small boat sailed slowly on the sea. There was an old woman who was shorter than ordinary people on the small boat. She had a flower in her white wavy hair. She was holding a pet snake and a curled cane in her hand. She was looking at the scene in front of her with a stern expression. Could this flame really be that person? The old woman murmured and reached out her hand to touch the seawater. Peace! The old woman sucked in a breath of cold air and then said in shock, "The seawater is so hot at such a long distance. This is too scary." After saying that, the old woman sat on the wooden board on the boat. Within a few seconds, the old woman immediately jumped up and shouted, "Hot, hot, hot." If any outsiders saw this scene, they would definitely find it very funny. After thoroughly defeating this Neptune type, Roja slowly put away the blade Roja. He touched his hair and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Oh, it seems Hancock and the others must have seen it. After a pause, Roja looked at the warship in the sky and activated his spell ability. When Roja returned the warship, he thought at the same time, well, if they saw it, and there were no other outsiders, right? As soon as he returned to the warship, Roja saw a small figure rushing toward him. Suddenly, he got into Roja's arms. Hancock hugged Roja tightly and raised his head, his big watery eyes full of admiration for Roja. Luo, yeah, you are so amazing." After saying this, Hancock's face looked a little rosy, and he didn't know whether it was because of shyness or because he was exposed to the firelight. Just listen to Hancock say again, "And he's very handsome. He looks so gentle." The corners of Roja's mouth raised slightly. He stroked Hancock's hair lovingly and said, "Okay, let's continue sailing towards Nine Snakes Island." After saying this, Roja fixed the cloak again. Hancock's eyes were always on Roja from the beginning to end. Let me ask, which girl is not pregnant with spring? Roja rescued them from prison. He also used extremely powerful abilities to defeat Kizaru. Even a 5,000-meter long Poseidon is not enough to see in front of Roja. The most important thing is that her back is covered with the Phoenix Nirvana pattern that Roja personally covered for her. She has seen this pattern in the room, and it can be said that she likes it very much. I'm really shy. Sister, what's wrong with you? Is it okay? Sister, your face looks so red. The two girls, Marigold and Sandasonia, had strange expressions when they saw their sister's appearance. At this time, Roja felt that Hancock was too excited. At this moment, Roja saw a hazy black shadow ahead. As it gets closer, the island gradually appears. The entire island has towering peaks, and in the middle of the island, 9 snakeheads can be seen looking into the distance in different directions. Controlling the warship to slowly descend from the sky, Roja said to Hancock, "Hancock, we seem to have arrived at 9 Snake Island." Hearing Roja's words, Hancock suddenly came back to his senses from his shy and nervous mood. She looked at Roja as if she could see Roja's eyes hidden underneath through Roja's cloak. "Royal, will we meet again in the future?" Hancock's eyes were full of reluctance for Roja. Roja obviously saw Hancock's attachment. Roja knelt down, looked at Hancock in front of him, and said seriously to Hancock, "Hancock, we will meet again." Hearing Roja's words, Hancock nodded heavily. Sister. Hancock's 2 sisters, seeing Hancock being so reluctant, also came to Hancock's side. "I'm fine." Hancock took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then said to Roja, let's go. Roja used the power of the spell to levitate himself and the 3 women and came to 9 Snake Island. When Roja stepped on the island, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded in Roja's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and getting peak armed color dominance. Armed domineering is the pass for the strong in the sea. Armed domineering, at its peak, is a power that countless people pursue but cannot obtain. Roja felt as if a warm current was flowing through his body. A very violent force was born in his body. However, this power may require a certain period of practice before you can fully master it. Just when the electronic sound of the system fell, dozens of arrows flew out of the jungle instantly.
It has an aura of armed domineering attached to it. In this late night, it is even harder to detect.
The arrow roared out, tearing the air apart. Wherever the arrow passed, you could even see the waves formed by the rolling air, which showed how fast the arrow was and how powerful it was. Roja did not expect that they received such a warm welcome ceremony the moment they landed on the island. Hancock also reacted. He touched his lips lightly with his finger and transformed it into a pink heart-shaped substance as big as a fist. He then pulled it back like a bow and shot hundreds of very small arrows. This is the first ability that Hancock developed under Roja's guidance in a few days. These hundreds of tiny arrows hit the armed arrows, causing some petrification. Although it was slightly petrified, it also made these arrows unstable and shot directly on the ground, not far in front of Roja, making small craters. At this time, Hancock already has a bit of the temperament of a queen. The small body stood in front of Roja and shouted to the trees and jungle, "I am Boya Hancock. I will not allow you to hurt Roja." The island of Nine Snake Island is not big, and everyone knows the name of everyone there. So when they heard Boya Hancock's name, they immediately came out of the jungle. Hancock looked at the person he remembered reappearing in front of him. Instead of being moved, he was filled with deep anger. "Why are you attacking us?" The current emperor of Nine Snake Island looked at Hancock and then looked at Roja behind him, because there is someone suspicious. When Roja heard her words, he said calmly, "I just sent them back to Nine Snakes Island, so..." Before Roja could finish speaking, the current emperor of Nine Snakes Island heard Roja's voice. He immediately drew his bow and arrow and said without mercy, "Are you a man? Since you dare to step onto the land of Nine Snake Island, you must die. Men are not allowed to enter Nine Snake Island. Anyone who enters will be killed without mercy." Following the order from the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, everyone drew their bows and shot towards Roja. Roja sighed. He already roughly knew what was going on. Originally planning to send Hancock and others to the island, Roja left the Nine Snakes Island. He never imagined that such a thing would happen. I have to say that the people of Jishi Island are really fierce and everyone is a soldier. Facing another wave of arrows, Hancock wanted to block it for Roja, but Roja held his shoulders and stopped him. "Hancock, leave this to me." After the words fell, Roja stretched out his hand and tapped lightly in the air. Duen Kong, a defensive wall that seemed to be made of air, appeared in front of Roja, out of thin air. Boom, boom, boom! The arrows with armed colors shot on it, except for causing some noise, did not cause even a little bit of damage. Just when the Emperor of Nine Snakes Island was about to launch another attack, a voice came from the distance. "Stop!" Just heard a voice in the distance. Then a black shadow came in front of Roja and stopped the current Emperor of Nine Snake Island, Grandma Gulu-Yosa. The current Emperor of Nine Snake Island looked at Gulu-Yosa in disbelief. Gulu-Yosa was the former Emperor of Amazon Lily. Although he has abdicated now, in terms of influence, he far exceeds the current Emperor. Only the future Hancock can beat Gulu-Yosa. Gulu-Yosa looked at the Emperor of Nine Snakes Island and said, "You can't take action against this man." When Roja saw this scene, his eyes hidden under the cloak narrowed slightly. He just looked at everything in front of him quietly. The current Emperor of Nine Snake Island, "But Grandma Gulu-Yosa, this person is a man. Nine Snake Island prohibits any man from setting foot on this land. Gulu-Yosa, it was he who saved our people on Nine Snakes Island." The current emperor, but even if this is the case, according to the ancestral teachings, a man will never get out alive. Hearing such decisive words from the current emperor, Hancock felt a little uneasy and pulled on Roja's sleeve. At this time, Gulu-Yosa said again, "What if I say that this man killed the legendary deep-sea sea snake on Nine Snake Island? According to the ancestral teachings, anyone who kills the deep-sea sea snake must be treated with courtesy. Treat me as a distinguished guest. regardless of male or female. As Gyuloliosa's words fell, all the 9 Snake Island warriors present, as well as the current emperor, were all shocked. How is it possible that that terrifying snake-like Sea King was actually killed by the man in front of me? This is too exaggerated. It's thousands of meters long like a Sea King. Great. The ancestors' revenge has finally been avenged. The surrounding 9 Snake Island warriors were all shocked, but after receiving the news, they were all very happy. The current emperor confirmed to Gyuloliosa the deep-sea sea snake was really killed by this person. Deep-sea sea snakes have always been the nightmare of the emperors of 9 Snakes Island. Because Kuji Island has been a pirate country since its creation and needs to go to sea to obtain supplies. But as long as you go to sea, there are certain risks. The biggest risk is the presence of deep-sea sea snakes. Many emperors never came back because of the existence of this terrifying Sea King. Because the lifespan of this kind of Neptune is too long. I can only watch helplessly as the strength and size of this Neptune continue to increase. They can't do anything at all. Therefore, the 6th Emperor of 9 Snake Island left such a rule. Anyone who kills a deep-sea sea snake must be treated with courtesy and treated as a guest of honor, regardless of gender. Since then, this rule has been passed down and has become an ancestral motto. After Roja heard Gyuloliosa's words, he looked at Hancock beside him and said to Hancock, "Hancock, is it possible that you only know that the deep-sea sea snake is a legendary creature on 9 Snakes Island? But don't you know this ancestral precept?" Hancock nodded shyly when he heard Roja's words. If she knew, she would tell it immediately. And those things just now will not happen. After receiving confirmation from Gyuloliosa, the current emperor of 9 Snakes Island came to Roja and said to Roja, "I'm sorry, I was rude, and I invited you to attend our palace banquet." Hearing her words, Roja shook his head and said calmly, "As I said before, I just sent them back to this island. If you want to thank me, treat them well." At this time, Gyuloliosa took over the words of the current emperor and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely devote all our efforts on the island to train them well. 9 Snakes Island respects the strong." Just now, Gyuloliosa saw Hancock's ability. If he could cultivate it, Gyuloliosa even felt that Hancock would become the most powerful emperor since the founding of 9 Snake Island. Of course, the thing that caught Gyuloliosa's fancy the most was the relationship between Hancock and Roja. She has been traveling on the sea, but what she has heard recently has always been about this mysterious man. So she went out of her way to investigate this person. But as the investigation continued to deepen, Gyuloliosa discovered that Roja seemed to appear out of thin air, and his origins were extremely mysterious. That's why Gyuloliosa promised to use all the resources on the island in front of Roja to make Hancock work hard to become stronger. Roja was very satisfied with Gyuloliosa's answer. "Hancock, even if I am no longer here, you must work hard to train your abilities. Do you understand?" Hancock nodded vigorously, then looked at Roja and said to Roja, "Roja, if I become the emperor, I will definitely make you my queen." Seeing Hancock looking so serious, Roja laughed out loud. This is the first time he has smiled so happily since he came to this world. "You are the queen." After speaking, Roja was stunned for a moment. Does this sentence mean that he wants Hancock to become his queen? When he reacted, he immediately flicked Hancock's little head. "You are really naughty," Roja added. "Hancock, let's meet again on the sea in the future." Roja turned around and walked towards the warship. The night wind blows slowly, and the jungle makes a Sasha sound. The moon and stars are sparse, reflecting the sparkling waves on the sea. Hancock looked at Roja's retreating figure and couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes. "Roja, from now on, can I go find you?" When Roja heard Hancock's words, he stopped and replied, "Well, of course." Although Roja's voice was very soft, it had a very heavy power in Hancock's heart. "Roja, then you must wait for me. Wait for the day when I go to find you." When Hancock said this, he was already crying a little. Roja didn't continue talking, just waved his hand, activated his spell ability, and returned to the warship. Because he knew that if he continued to stay, Hancock would be even more reluctant to leave. Hancock watched Roja leave in front of him and made up his mind she must work hard to train her abilities and then strive to reach the fruit awakening state mentioned by Roja earlier. It has been 1 day since I left 9 Snake Island. Roja has left the windless sea area. In the warship's room, Roja took out the fruit he had obtained before from the system space, the fantasy fruit. This fruit can create a phantom. The phantom has certain strength and can be used for camouflage, combat, and group battles. It is a fruit that can be used in all aspects, and now Roja decided to eat this fruit. The superhuman phantom fruit looks extremely mysterious. After playing with the fantasy fruit for a while, Roja ate it directly. I don't know if it's because, without any side effects, this fruit has no taste at all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed, and Roja did not feel any strange changes in his body. Is it possible that it has no effect? Just when this idea was born in Roja's mind, I saw a figure appearing in front of Roja. This figure is exactly the image under Roja's cloak. Seeing this scene, Roja knew that the fantasy fruit had taken effect. Roja looked at the phantom man in front of him, who looked the same as himself, and tried it himself. The phantom is very real and feels solid to the touch. After all, it has a small amount of strength. This strength will become more powerful in the continuous development process. Armed colors covered his arms, and Roja smashed the phantom in front of him without hesitation. The endurance is also good. As long as the damage is not fatal, it should not cause the phantom to dissipate. Roja murmured to himself and said, "Then what about this?" As Roja's words fell, hundreds of phantoms appeared on the entire warship. These phantoms are all conceived based on Roja's imagination. The images include Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Red Hair, and others. They are all famous figures on the sea. If other people or the Navy saw it, they would definitely be scared to death, thinking that there was some terrible conspiracy between them. But Roji frowned slightly as he looked at the hundreds of phantoms in front of him. The bodies of these phantoms are very illusory, and each phantom looks very weak. I guess it's because that part of the power is averaged out. Roja waved his hand casually, and these phantoms disappeared immediately. On the warship, Roja continued to experiment with various abilities. He discovered that the phantom fruit did little to improve his own combat power, but the auxiliary effect is terrifyingly strong. And it can also create illusions to interfere with opponents. As the system says, this is a very top fruit. Although it is in terms of assistance, as the saying goes, there are no garbage fruits, only garbage users. Luo Ya feels that with his development, he will definitely be able to develop more powerful abilities in the near future. The corners of Roja's mouth curled up slightly. In the following time, he has been frantically developing the fruit's abilities and naming these moves until the landline phone on the warship rang. Brumaru Buru Bru. Roja followed the sound and came to the cockpit of the warship. After thinking for a moment, Roja answered the phone. Attention all units. Attention all units. The Marine Fando Promotion Conference has begun. Make sure the conference is carried out safely. Anyone who sees suspicious traces of pirates or other pirates on warships outside, no matter how big or small, must be reported. Repeat, Malin Fando. Roja hung up the phone, and he only heard the system's electronic sound in his mind. Ding, the check-in mission is released. Navy Headquarters, Merimbondo. Reward, Peak 6 form of the Navy, times 7 days. According to the movement speed of the warship, it will take less than 7 days to arrive. But he definitely couldn't sign in so arrogantly. Since it is a promotion conference, there will definitely be a lot of high-level combatants. If he really wants to sign in like this, he will definitely be targeted miserably. If you are not careful, you may even be left there. This is not the result Roja wants. However, Roja thought of a pretty good idea. As a result, Roja did not head towards Malamfando immediately in the next few days. Instead, he started hunting pirates on the sea and practiced his abilities, by the way. The lowest bounty for any pirate targeted by Roja reaches hundreds of millions of bella. Even within these few days, news of a mysterious bounty hunter broke out on the sea. This news is about Roja. The promotion conference is a grand event for the reform and upgrading of the Navy. Because Marshal Cyborg was promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the Army, warring states took over the position of Marshal, and other general positions were vacant. Many alternate generals began to take turns to challenge, leaving a large number of positions vacant. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to take a step closer. Countless people are gearing up to participate in this event. A small wooden boat sailed on the sea. Roja watched Monstrous getting closer and closer in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The sun was shining brightly, hitting Roja's face, making Roja look very gentle. Yes, Roja took off his cloak and sailed towards Monstrous openly. "Ships ahead, please stop sailing! Ships ahead, please stop sailing!" Before it was completely close to marine land, Roja's wooden boat was intercepted by cruising naval soldiers. "Who are you, and why do you come to Monstrous?" A naval officer with the rank of colonel asked Roja after the warship approached. "I heard that the Navy is holding a promotion conference, and I also want to participate to see what my strength is and what position I can sit in." Hearing Roja's words, the naval commander frowned. "The promotion conference is not open to the public. Besides, how strong do you think you are, and you want to see what position you can sit in? If you ask me, at most, it's just cannon fodder." After hearing what the naval commander said, Roja was not angry, and directly took the sack from behind him. "So what if I take these as registration fees?" At this time, the naval commander felt a little disgusted with Roja in front of him. "Do you think I am a bribe taker? I will never... What is this?" Before the naval commander finished speaking, he only saw Roja taking out a sack and pouring out a human head. And these are all pirates who commit crimes on the sea. The bounty for each pirate is no less than 100 million belly. "Do you think I can use this as the registration fee?" Roja's tone was very calm, but it set off a huge wave in the Navy commander's heart. The Navy commander swallowed subconsciously. Looking at the heads, the Navy commander recognized many familiar faces. Jack the Scythe, the bounty is 70 million. Captain Fireworks, the reward is 320 million. This is the billion-dollar pirate, the head of the user of the strange power fruit. The naval commander felt that his eyes were hallucinating. Otherwise, why would those big pirates galloping crazily on the sea appear in front of him? At this time, the naval commander was already panicking. How could this be cannon fodder? If Roja is all cannon fodder, then he is nothing. Wait a minute. I'll go up and report it to the commander. The naval captain was already panicking. He was just a junior captain, and he had never seen such a scene before. He was already a little embarrassed to speak because what happened in front of him was too shocking to him. The naval commander returned to the cockpit of the warship and reported to his superiors on the landline phone. Roja just stood between the two warships. It seemed that he didn't care at all about the shocked stares around him. There was just a very gentle smile on his face, which made people feel that the person in front of him was a very gentle person. But what shocked them was this. Although he looked so gentle, he could easily kill 1 billion pirates. This is something they never expected. The Navy's actions were still very fast. As the naval commander reported the matter, step by step, it was quickly reported to warring states. Warring states had just assumed the position of marshal at this time. This was the first grand event he personally arranged, and it was also regarded as the first important thing for the new official to take office. This first fires to show the power of the Navy to the whole world. Recently, due to the appearance of that mysterious man on the sea, he stole food from the Navy, and the world government destroyed the demon-slaying order with one sword and caused trouble in the Holy Land. Marijoya, each of these things has made the Navy face shame, light. Many people even think that the Navy is now weak on the outside and weak on the inside and is on the verge of collapse. In order to remedy this situation, the Warring States period held this grand gathering for the Navy. As long as you are strong, you can hold an important position. Even if you are a junior soldier in the Navy, it is possible to become a general directly. Warring States was also very surprised when he heard that among the heads, there were actually the heads of the billionaire pirate Avery, because he had also hunted down Avery when he was an admiral. Warring States knew that in Avery's body, with terrifying power, there was also a cunning character. Without super strength or rigorous planning, it would be absolutely impossible to kill Avery. Therefore, the Warring States period already had some interest in Roja at this time. Ever since, the Warring States period agreed to let Roja use these heads as registration fees to participate in this promotion conference. Marshal, we have agreed to your participation. Please board the warship. We need to register your information. The Navy Marshal walked out of the cockpit and said to Roja. At this time, his attitude towards Roja had undergone earth-shaking changes. The contempt in his eyes has long since disappeared, leaving only respect and fear. Because this was a phone call that Sengoku personally made to him. It shows that Sengoku also attaches great importance to Roja, and his attitude towards Roja made the naval commander feel panic at this time. However, what he didn't know was that Roja never paid attention to him from beginning to end. After registering his information, Roja boarded the naval commander's warship and set foot on the land of Marine Fando. When Roja stepped on Marine Fando, the electronic sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining peak 6th form of the Navy. The 6th form of the Navy is a physical skill that includes 6 moves: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, land kick, and finger spear. Physical skills that can surpass the limits of human physical ability are extremely powerful. Hearing the electronic sound of the system, the corners of Roja's mouth raised slightly. This smile immediately made many female soldiers who were paying attention to Roja feel their hearts tremble. Wow, this is so handsome. Doesn't this face look so unfamiliar? But it's so gentle. Ignoring the whispers around him, Roja followed the naval commander to the place where he temporarily lived. Sir, the promotion conference will officially start tomorrow, and the competition will only start tomorrow. So I will ask you to stay here today and make do with it. Depending on the position you will be promoted to, you will be assigned different rooms later. After the naval commander finished speaking, he retreated, leaving only Roja alone in the room. Arriving in front of the window, Roja looked at the building, not far away, standing in the middle of marine land, and guessed, in his mind, Warring States office should also be a relatively famous place. When there is a chance, see if he can punch in and get extra award. At the same time, Warring States is also here to investigate the news of Roja. According to the information that Roja just filled in, Roja was born on the island of Vermelho, the same island where the Golden Lion massacred the village. Because I was traveling abroad, I was not in Vermelho at that time. After the Golden Lion massacred the village, he became extremely disgusted with pirates, so he wanted to join the Navy. Nowadays, Vermelho's village has ceased to exist in name only, and there is no evidence to prove it. Roja can say whatever he wants. Plus, Roja had killed so many pirates before, Sengoku didn't suspect anything. I'm just looking forward to what kind of surprise Roja will bring him. There is obviously the Warring States period's own plan in this. As dusk approached, Roja stayed in the room for a while and then walked out. Walking in marine land, Roja felt an atmosphere completely different from that on the sea. Unknowingly, Roja arrived at the training ground. This training ground seemed different from those of soldiers. There were only a few people training. Among them, the one who attracted Roja the most was a blonde woman who was over 1.75 meters tall. This blonde woman wears glasses and is constantly practicing the 6 postures here. At this time, Roja's 6 moves have reached their peak, and he can naturally see what level this girl's strength is. Roja's gaze obviously attracted the girl's attention. Unreasonable guy, where's your uniform? Why don't you wear your uniform in marine land? The girl walked slowly towards Roja, and while speaking to Roja, she also dragged her glasses with her hand. When Roja heard the words, unreasonable guy, he was even more sure of the identity of the girl in front of him. If nothing else, this girl should be one of the future CP9s. Khalifa! A woman with the catchphrase of, you are harassing an unreasonable guy. I came here to participate in the promotion meeting, and I just arrived at Melon Fando today. After hearing Roja's words, Khalifa raised her eyebrows. According to my understanding, the promotion conference is not open to the public, so you are lying. As Khalifa finished speaking, she saw her long legs kicking directly towards Roja. Looking at the high heels that were at least 5 centimeters, the corner of Roja's mouth twitched. He just looked familiar to this person, so why did he start fighting? Roja stretched out his hand, opened his palm, and easily held Khalifa's ankle, resisting Khalifa's attack. Khalifa's pretty face turned red. Hey, put it down, you are harassing me. Roja shrugged and said, as you wish. As Roja's words fell, Roja let go of his hand. But he didn't expect that the moment he let go of his hand, Khalifa used shaving to get behind Roja, stretched out his fingers, and stabbed Roja mercilessly. Let you touch me again. Point the gun. Roja sighed. He finally knew how bad this girl's temper was. With a slight tilt of his head, Roja dodged Khalifa's attack. At the same time, a phantom that was exactly the same as Roja appeared behind Khalifa and directly imprisoned Khalifa. Khalifa's pupils shrank suddenly, and she reacted instantly and said in shock, You are an ability user. You don't even know the information about your opponent, so you just take action. You are really stupid. When Khalifa heard Roja's words, the anger in her chest suddenly burned. Then do you know my ability? Golden Bubble. A large number of bubbles instantly emerged from Khalifa's hands, and everything touched by these bubbles became extremely smooth. Khalifa used this to slip out directly from the confinement of Roja's phantom. At the moment of breaking free from the imprisonment, Khalifa first kicked the phantom to pieces with her feet, and then quickly touched the ground with her feet. The powerful reaction force instantly drove Khalifa's body to behind Roja. You're too careless! Point the gun! The figure flickered and Khalifa stabbed out her index finger. This time, the finger gun was even more powerful than before. At this time, Khalifa had forgotten that this was just a training ground, and she just took the opportunity to test her own strength. Now, she used all her strength to stab Roke in the back of the head. Ha! The moment her index finger pierced the back of Roja's head, Khalifa woke up. Her pupils shrank suddenly. The anger in his heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. How could it be? Khalifa subconsciously retracted her finger and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She thought Roja would react. After all, his reaction just now was so fast. Plop. Roja fell to the ground, his whole body like a puddle of soft mud. It seems that every moment it is explained that Roja died because of Khalifa. At this time, more and more people noticed this scene, and gradually people came over. Khalifa quickly came to Roja and said to Roja, Hey, wake up quickly, don't scare me. I really didn't mean it, wake up quickly. Kneeling next to Roja, big tears fell from the corners of Khalifa's eyes. What the hell happened? It seems that Khalifa killed someone. Killed someone by mistake on the training ground? It seems like that, but why do I feel weird? Weird? What's weird? Why didn't that man shed any blood after he was shot through the back of his head? The people watching were whispering there. Occasionally, some loud sounds reached Khalifa's ears. This made Khalifa, who was breaking down and crying, momentarily stunned. No bleeding? After hearing this, Khalifa looked at the back of Roja's head. At this moment, Roja, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shattered. Just like the phantom that Khalifa kicked to pieces just now. As the Rojas on the ground dissipated into the air, 3 more Rojas appeared next to Khalifa. The 3 Rojas surrounded Khalifa, leaving no chance for her to use her abilities. Everyone around the training ground was completely confused at this time. Is this a fruit ability? Looks like it is. What kind of fruit power is this? It looks really strong. These 3 should not be the main body. Where is the main body? Shave. At this time, Roja directly used shaving to reach the top of a training wooden man. 5-turn phantom. The so-called 5th turn phantom is the name given by Roja for this move. The 5th turn is the number of phantoms that are separated when the ability is activated. Khalifa knelt on the ground, looked up at Roja, and bit her lower lip tightly. She looked at Roja, gritted her silver teeth, and asked, When did you separate the phantom? At the beginning of the battle. Does that mean I was being teased by you from the very beginning of the battle? Roja smiled and said nothing. Just dispelled the phantom and said to Khalifa, Don't be so impulsive next time. I am here to participate in the promotion conference. Marshal Warring States can testify to this. You said before that it was your first time in the Marine Land, but why did you use the shaving in the 6th Marine style? Khalifa keenly captured the skill of Roja on the wooden man just now. I just saw you doing it here, so I know how to do it. As Roja's words fell, everyone who heard these words froze in place. You'll know how to read it. Once. This talent is too terrifying. This is the 6th form. Many people can't even get started. Many people think that Roja is bragging here. But what Luya used just now was indeed shaving. In other words, Roja's talent is really that powerful. Khalifa slowly stood up from the ground, her beautiful eyes hidden under her glasses staring closely at Roja. It was as if he wanted to remember Roja's face in his heart. I will never let you go. I hope you won't lose too quickly tomorrow. After saying this, Khalifa left the crowd. She was really embarrassed and continued to stay here. After all, she was the one who started this fight, and was teased by Roja like this. In addition, she was a girl, so she could be said to have a grudge against Roja. Looking at Khalifa's leaving figure, Roja did not stay long. After jumping off the wooden man, he planned to go back to sleep. As for Khalifa changing her habits and becoming less bad-tempered in the future, that is not something that Roja cares about. But just as he was about to walk out of the crowd, a man wearing a dark red suit, a justice cape on his back, and a military cap came to Roja. Rhea is very familiar with this person. The person coming is none other than Akainu. Why don't you wear a uniform in Marine Fando, the naval headquarters? Akainu was serious and said sternly to Roja, I'm here to participate in the promotion conference. It's my first time here. Marshal Warring States should know. It turns out that the person the Marshal is talking about is you. Akainu said again, I also saw the battle just now. If you want to win with the fruit ability just now, and the 6 moves you just learned, there is absolutely no hope. I don't know why the Marshal would let such a weak person like you to participate in this promotion meeting. After saying these words, Akainu looked past Roja without even looking at him. He just said, don't let me meet you in the first battle, otherwise I will let you know what justice is. Strength. Roja didn't take Akainu's words into his heart at all. After all, Akainu is just a defeated general. What would Akainu think if he knew that the person he looked down on just now was the mysterious man who defeated him with 1 move? Thinking of this, Roja flipped up his black hair and then returned to his room. In a blink of an eye, it was the first day of the promotion meeting. Roya slept well yesterday. When he walked out of the room, he saw that the main training ground was already full of people. Hey, don't you know where to stand? Khalifa's voice came from behind Roja. Roja looked at Khalifa. Today's Khalifa gave Roja a slightly different feeling, but Roja couldn't tell for a moment. Where's this change? Well, they only arranged a place for me and didn't tell me anything else. Then stand next to me, but don't think too much. I will never forget how you played me yesterday. If there is a chance, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. However, when Khalifa said these words, her eyes were a little wandering for some reason. When Roya followed Khalifa and came to the front of a team. Then I saw Sengoku and Garp standing at the highest point of Marine Fando, one behind the other. They looked at these Marines condescendingly, and after talking a lot of useless nonsense, they finally announced the start of the promotion meeting. When Warring States turned to leave, he glanced at Roja below. Because only Roya was not wearing a Navy uniform, he looked extremely conspicuous. Garp noticed Sengoku's eyes, and following his eyes, he also saw Roja standing next to Khalifa. Garp joked, It's great to be young. This young man is so handsome. No wonder he is so popular with girls. Warring States looked expressionless and said to Garp, Garp, what level do you think this guy can reach? Yesterday afternoon, I also saw the competition between him and Khalifa. Although the fruit's ability is very strange, it does not improve the combat effectiveness much. It should be at the level of a lieutenant general at most. Warring States nodded, then shook his head and said, I think he can win the general. After hearing what Sengoku said, Garp subconsciously repeated it and then said in shock, What, general? You are too optimistic about him. Do you want to bet? If you lose, you will never be able to steal my senbei again. And you can't be lazy. After Garp thought for a moment, he said, But if you lose, your senbei will be mine from now on. Make a deal. When Warring States saw Garp agreeing, the corners of his mouth inadvertently raised. But Garp didn't know that among the heads of Roya, there was the head of every with a strange power fruit ability. This shows that Roja must have other, very powerful means. In addition, Warring States also took a fancy to Roja's talent. If possible, he wanted to absorb Roja into the Dove faction. The Dove faction is a faction in the Navy. Correspondingly, there are the Hawk faction, headed by Akainu, and the Neutral faction, headed by Kizaru, commonly known as the Salted Fish faction. As the name suggests, the Dove faction is relatively gentle, and its methods are not too iron-blooded. Everyone has their own justice in their hearts. For the Hawks, the Navy represents justice, and pirates represent evil. They will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. The Neutral faction does not touch both sides, just do whatever work is available, and salary is king. Of course, there are also some individual differences. At the main training ground, Roya got his order to participate in the battle. He got a bye, which meant he could go directly to the next round without any fighting. Khalifa next to him saw this scene and said with a smile, You're lucky, but that's fine. The later you lose, the better. It's because the later I lose, the stronger I am. Then if you were defeated by me before, it won't be so ugly, right? Seeing Roja speaking out her thoughts without hesitation, Khalifa felt ashamed and angry. You look so gentle and handsome. Why do you have such a venomous tongue? I will never ignore you again, Khalifa said and walked to the side without looking back, showing an expression that said, come here quickly to comfort me. However, Roja did not continue to talk to Khalifa, but continued to go back to sleep. This made Khalifa even more angry. In the following days, Roja had a bye, which made Roja feel that there was a hand controlling everything from behind. But Roja didn't care about it and was actually happy and relaxed. He just sleeps every day, or watches other people compete, and he enjoys it. Finally, on the 6th day of his arrival in Malinfando, Roja faced his first opponent, a colonel named Smog. There was a sea of people outside the training ground. Nowadays, many Navy soldiers are aware of Roja's existence, but many of them have only heard of it, and have never seen Roja's battle. So this time, a lot of soldiers came to watch, and they circled 3 times inside and 3 times outside, and they were so crowded. At this time, Khalifa came over from nowhere. He reminded Roja, Smoker is a user with the natural fruit smoke fruit ability. He has been winning for 6 days in a row. He is very powerful. He kindly reminded Roja that it would be fine if Roja didn't thank him, and his reaction was so bland, which made Khalifa feel a little uncomfortable. Forget it. If you don't believe it, I want to see how you will be defeated by Smoker. Of course, she only talked about it verbally. Unknowingly, even Khalifa herself didn't know that she was paying more and more attention to Roja's every move. In fact, even Roja himself did not expect that Smoker would become his first opponent in Malinfando. Smoker has been winning for 6 days in a row. With the ability of the smoke fruit, Smoker can be said to be a leader at the same level.
But is this really useful for Roja?
Roja slowly walked to the training ground. He looked at Smoker, who was holding 10 sea-story stones in his hands, holding a cigar in his mouth, and wearing a white slicked back hair, and said lightly, please give me more advice. Please give me some advice. At this time, the voice of Smoker's friend, Tina, cheering for Smoker was heard in the training ground. Tina is here to cheer you on. Don't lose. Following the sound, Roja looked towards the pink-haired girl, but at this moment, Smoker turned into smoke and rushed towards Roja. It's a big no-no to lose focus during battle. After the words fell, Smoker raised his hands high and stabbed Roja with his 10 hands made of sea tower stone. Upon seeing this, Khalifa glared at Tina fiercely and then quickly reminded, Roja, Smog's weapons are made of sea stone, so be sure not to be touched. However, Khalifa's words were still a step too late. Smoker had already waved 10 hands and hit Roja hard. Bang! Roja was whipped away by Smoker, and his figure immediately disappeared in the air. When Smoker saw this scene, he already knew that he had been fooled. With a fairly good sense of combat, Smoker reminded him to stab his 10 hands behind him. Bang! Another phantom was poked by Smoker. But before Smoker could breathe a sigh of relief, Tina reminded him, Smoker, head on, armed and domineering attachment. Roja's phantom fell from the sky, his fist wrapped in armed color, and he hit Smog hard. This made Smoker's elementalization completely ineffective. Although Phantom's weapon color has only reached mid-level level, it is enough to deal with Smoker. This is not over yet. Before Smoker can recover from his dizziness, another Phantom appeared behind Smoker with the same armed domineering energy attached to it and punched Smoker on his back. Smog stumbled and fell forward. Another Phantom of Roja appeared in front of Smoker with armed domineering attached to his knees and then hit Smoker's abdomen hard. Puff! Smoker felt a stream of blood gushing out of his mouth. Roja's attack lasted less than a second. The Phantom suddenly shattered, revealing Roja's figure. He came to Smoker, looked down at Smoker, who was half kneeling in front of him, and said softly, You have lost. Everyone on the training ground was stunned, looking at the scene in front of them. This scene was far beyond their imagination. Smog is a natural fruit ability user. You didn't even have time to use your ability, so you lost like this. This is too strong. The strength of this Phantom is too strong. It's so unpredictable that it's impossible to guard against it. The soldiers around were whispering to each other. Tina obviously couldn't believe the scene before her. Smog actually lost like this. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Tina looked at Roja in disbelief, as if she wanted to imprint Roja's appearance in her heart. When Khalifa saw this scene, she immediately laughed out loud and said, "You see, Roja is very powerful." As if showing off to Tina, Khalifa raised her eyebrows at Tina. Even Khalifa herself didn't know why she was so happy. It was only then that the surrounding soldiers reacted from the shock. They immediately broke into deafening shouts. "Row, row, row, row. Roa, Roa. Roa, Roa." The soldiers were shouting Roja's name crazily, and even the entire Marine Fando could hear it clearly. In another training ground, Akainu defeated Lieutenant General Dogman in front of him. Following the voice and looking towards Roja's training ground, Akainu said coldly with a serious face, "Oh, clown, he is just a captain. When you meet me, see if you can still will you scream so happily." In the training ground, Roja stretched out his hand and said to Smoker, "Are you okay?" Smoker looked at Roja and grinned. "It's okay. It's just that I'm too weak. I will definitely win next time. Let's work hard together." Roja smiled faintly, and this smile immediately made the soldiers around him shout. However, for some reason, Khalifa felt a little sad at this time. If you can show such a smile to others, why are you so cold to yourself? Khalifa bit her lip and kept thinking about this problem. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Roja used the power of the illusory fruit to play tricks on his opponents again and again, making it impossible for the opponent to find which one was Roja's true body. I was confused every time and was easily defeated by Roja. His powerful strength, coupled with such a gentle smile, brought Roja great popularity. His popularity even surpassed that of the 3 major generals in the Navy who were called monsters. In Sengoku's office, Garp sat next to Sengoku and kept eating senbei. There are more and more characters on Warring State's forehead. "Clark, do you really like eating my senbei so much?" "Yes, after all, if I lose, I won't be able to eat anymore. I must eat enough now. But why do I think that even if you lose the bet, you will still eat it?"
Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you really know me. But do you really plan to arrange a competition between Akainu and Roja in the next game? You know, this is already a competition for the position of general.
Garp, I know what you are thinking, but according to my observations, during this period, Roja's character is most consistent with our Dove faction. Even if there is no way to absorb Roja into our Dove faction, it's better than Akainu taking the top position. The Navy is not a monolith, and the factional battles within it are even more complicated and unusual. The Warring States period now has 2 plans. The first plan was to extend an olive branch after Roja was defeated by Akainu and absorb Roja, an extremely talented person, into the Dove faction. The second plan is that if Roja can defeat Akainu, then they will reach an agreement and develop together, all for the sake of peace on the sea. Garbugno naturally understands Sengoku's plan, but because of this, he is curious about why Sengoku believes so much that Roja will defeat Akainu. After the Warring States period drew up the list, he asked his subordinates to publish it. Anyone who sees this list is shocked. Hey, did you hear? Akainu and Roja are facing each other. True or not, Akainu actually faced off with Roja. This is still false and has been made public. I remember that Akainu seemed to have told Roja before that if he met Roja, he would make Roja look good. This does sound like what Akainu said. After all, Akainu is so tough. Compared to the gentle Roja, Akainu, with his iron-blooded methods, is really disgusting. In front of the competition list, Akainu looked at the contents, fisted with his hands, and exuded a strong aura. Roja, don't lose too miserably tomorrow. The Navy doesn't need someone who suddenly intervenes. Then we have to wait until tomorrow, right? Roja happened to be next to Akainu and said to Akainu with a smile. Akainu snorted, turned around, and left directly in front of the list. Until this time, it was only then that Khalifa pulled Roja and said to Roja, "Roja, you better surrender tomorrow." Surrender? Why? Roja looked at Khalifa standing aside. Because Khalifa was a little shy. After glancing at Roja, Khalifa said, "Because I don't want you to get hurt. Akainu, this guy, really won't show mercy, except for Dogman, many people with him, those who fought, were all seriously injured and could not even stand up for the rest of their lives." Well, I understand, but surrendering is not my habit, and Akainu is no match for me. Khalifa looked at Roja in front of her and held her hands tightly. I obviously care about you. Why don't you listen to your advice? I don't care about you anymore. With that said, Khalifa turned and left from the training ground. Looking at Khalifa's leaving figure, Roja's expression was a little strange. He didn't know why Khalifa had such mood swings. It was obvious that she was the first to take action not long ago. Without thinking about this matter for too long, Roja looked up at the top, Sengoku's office. He is now waiting to check in at Sengoku's office after becoming a general. At the same time, he also wanted to experience what it would be like to become a general. On the other side, Khalifa came to the training ground in the corner because this training ground is very remote, few people come. Khalifa vented her resentment towards the wooden man like crazy. Bang. 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 Khalifa didn't seem to feel the pain at all, punching it hard. You must know that these wooden figures are specially made and of high quality. Even if ordinary people swing them hard with a hammer, they will not leave any holes. It was such a wooden man that in Khalifa's hands, many cracks appeared. Khalifa, Tina came here to ask you something. A girl with pink hair came next to Khalifa. Khalifa knows the woman in front of her. A guy with a strange oral habit. Tina, what do you want from me? Tina wants to ask you, what does Roja usually like? You don't care about Smoker. What do you care about, Roja? Khalifa instantly became alert. Tina and Smog are just friends who care about each other, and caring about Roja is because Tina wants to pursue Roja. Pursue Roja. Khalifa widened her eyes and looked at Tina in front of her in disbelief. Do you know what you're talking about? Roja doesn't even know you, and you say you want to pursue him? Tina nodded to Khalifa. Ever since Roja defeated Smog, Tina has been paying attention to him. Whenever he sees his smile, Tina feels very happy. Isn't this love? Khalifa became even more angry when she heard Tina's words. Although you are so gentle towards others, why do you treat her so coldly? But thinking about Roja, she would feel even more uncomfortable if she was pursued by another woman. It was only then that Khalifa realized that Roja's figure had unknowingly entered her heart since then. So after thinking about this, Khalifa immediately said to Tina, Tina, I can tell you clearly that this is not love, and I also like Roja. You can never compete with me. When Tina heard Khalifa's words, she raised her eyebrows and said, then let's play fair. Tina will never admit defeat. After saying that, Tina turned and left. Seeing Tina leaving, Khalifa felt that she should expand her advantage and not give Tina the slightest chance. As for the depression just now, Khalifa has completely forgotten it. Thinking of this, Khalifa punched the wooden man into pieces, and then walked towards Roya's room. According to the rules of the promotion conference, Roja has already reached the position of Lieutenant General after achieving these winning streaks. So the place where he lives is also the Lieutenant General's room. After arriving at Roya's room, Khalifa took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down her mood before she mustered up the courage and knocked gently on the door. The door was opened by Roya's phantom, and when it was opened, it dissipated into the air. I have to say that from a certain perspective, the phantom fruit is really a lazy skill. Just let phantom do everything. Walking into the room, Khalifa saw Roja looking out the window. He didn't know why, but when he saw Roja in a daze, his heart suddenly felt sour. In Marine Fando, it can be said that there is no one to chat with except himself. He must be very lonely. Before Khalifa could speak, she heard Roja say softly, sit down wherever you want, but I may not have anything to entertain you here. Khalifa heard Roja's words and shook her head quickly. No need. There is no need to entertain. I will come this time. Having said this, Khalifa bit her lips lightly. Her face turned red for some unknown reason. Do you need help with something? Roja turned and looked at Khalifa in front of him. I'm here to apologize. Roja, I was too impulsive and willful before. I'm really sorry. Also, please come on tomorrow. I will try my best to cheer for you. I believe, Roja, that you will be able to defeat Akainu. Looking at Khalifa, who was already so shy, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. The corners of Roja's mouth raised slightly unconsciously. The sun shines through the window into the room, making it warm and comfortable. Roja came to Khalifa's side, stretched out his right hand, gently tucked a few strands of Khalifa's hair behind her ears, smiled slightly, and said, Don't worry, I won't let you down. Akainu is no match for me. Khalifa felt the warmth in Roya's palm, and she could no longer hear clearly the words that followed. Her eyes were filled with Roja's soft smile towards her. "You finally smiled at me." Khalifa was very excited, and her tone rose a little. "Awesome. You finally smiled at me." With that said, Khalifa jumped directly into Roja's arms and leaned into Roja's arms, looking very happy. In Roja's arms, Khalifa looked up at Roja and said to Roja, "Roja, you will no longer be alone in Marinland. I will be by your side." Kindness. This time, Khalifa did not dislike Roja's cold response. On the contrary, she was very happy because this meant that Roja had accepted the next day. Countless soldiers gathered in the training ground. Warring States and Garp were present in person. Everyone is very excited and waiting for the competition to begin, but as time went by, Roja's figure never appeared. Sengoku glanced at his watch. There are only 5 minutes left before the competition officially starts. If Roja doesn't come again, it will be equivalent to automatically giving up. Akainu stood on the training field with his arms folded across his chest, looking extremely arrogant. The soldiers around him were also a little unsure about what was going on now.
Isn't Roja afraid to come?
No way, Roja is very strong. He should be able to fight Akainu. It looks really strong at first, but no matter how you look at it, Roja's fruit is a powerful auxiliary fruit, and it does little to improve your strength. According to what she said, Roja really doesn't dare to come. The soldiers around were whispering here. When Akainu heard these words, he felt even more disdain for Roja. He is just a clown joining in midstream and trying to get the position of general. It is really ridiculous. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Look, Roya's here. Roja is really here. Roja is such a man. Not see me for a whole ass week. I will be somewhere else with a margarita in my hand, probably. But anyway, no new videos for a week, so try and stay out of trouble while I'm gone. Roja and Khalifa crossed the crowd and came to the training ground. He didn't look at Akainu, but looked at Sengoku first. This was his first meeting with Warring States. Roja smiled and nodded towards Sengoku. This made Warring States feel that Roja's emotional contagion ability was really too strong. Akainu frowned, turned to look at Sengoku next to him, and said to Sengoku, "Marshal, the competition can begin." The more famous Roja became, the unhappy Akainu became. Because this made Akainu feel that the Navy's justice seemed to have suffered humiliation. How could the Navy allow Roja to join such a grand conference casually? This is Akainu. I absolutely cannot understand it. Although Akainu was very dissatisfied with the actions of the Warring States period, he could not say anything because of class relations. He could only put his anger on Roja. Akainu looked into Roya's eyes as if he were looking at a dead person. Facing such a violent Akainu, Sengoku's eyes flashed with displeasure. It's just that this unpleasantness just passed away in a flash, and was only noticed by Roja alone. Warring States looked at Roja and said, "Roja, are you ready?" "Aang. Ready." The corners of Roja's mouth raised, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the sun shone on Roja's face. Khalifa's heart trembled when she saw this scene. In that case, let the competition begin. As Sengoku finished speaking, the entire training ground erupted in shouts. At the same time, Akainu took a step forward, lava rolled out of his right arm. Akainu's arm quickly attacked Roja. Not only was the attack speed very fast, but the power was also extraordinary. When Roja saw this, his armed domineering energy attached to his arm, and he also punched. Bang! There was a loud noise. In the eyes of everyone, Roja's arm was directly devoured by Akainu's Hades. Then he hit his chest hard. Bang! The phantom dissipates. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the scene in front of her. Akainu's expression remained unchanged, and he just said in a deep voice, "Your strength is too weak and there are so many changes back and forth. It's really too lackluster." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu turned around suddenly, carrying the rolling lava and smashing it behind him. Bang! Another phantom shattered. Akainu grinned. There are still 3 phantoms left. Sure enough, as Akainu finished speaking, 3 phantoms suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked Akainu. Big fire breathing. Facing the attack of the 3 phantoms, Akainu first turned his arm into a huge lava fist made of lava, and then simulated the impact of a volcanic eruption to launch the fist, which was powerful enough to knock down a large lava fist dozens of times larger than the giant's. The iceberg shattered and evaporated in an instant. Just such a blow easily shattered Roja's phantom. The 5-turn phantom completely dissipated. Roja's figure was also revealed. The people watching around were completely confused at this time. It all happened so fast. It was almost over before they could react. Akainu is too strong. It should be said that he is one of the 3 major monsters of the Navy. Only Garp, Sengoku, and the other 2 generals can suppress this kind of strength. After all, Roja still doesn't have the strength to be a general. No wonder Akainu looks down on Roja. It turns out his strength really can't keep up. Whoa! Akainu heard the words around him and looked at Roja with contempt. Weak people cannot survive on the sea, let alone exercise justice. You are too weak. Oh, really? Is that really what you think? Roja's expression did not change. Even after Akainu had dispersed all the 5th-level phantoms, Roja was not nervous at all. There was still a big smile on his face. Seeing Roja's expression, the anger in Akainu's heart suddenly ignited. I can only express my words quickly. Go to hell. Dog bites Gurren. Akainu punched out, and the magma-formed arm suddenly turned into the shape of a dog's head, burning the surrounding air. The air became hot and dry in an instant, as if all the moisture had been evaporated by Akainu's fist. Mixed with the overwhelming momentum, he smashed towards Roja. The surrounding soldiers subconsciously took a few steps back, for fear of being involved. Roja couldn't have been frightened. Why doesn't he move? You're not really scared. I saw Roja's arm wrapped in a weapon-colored domineering force as black as ink. The thick and domineering armed color is tattooed on Roja's arm like a pattern. The pupils of Warring States and Garp shrank suddenly, and they subconsciously said, "This is..." I haven't waited for them to say anything yet. There was an explosion in the training ground. The sound, like thunder, seemed to ring directly in their ears, making them tremble with fear. They only saw Roja's fist resting on the rolling lava. Different from the scene just now, the scorching heat could not corrode Roja's arm at all. The lava was completely blocked by the arm-domineering force that was as black as ink. How is it possible? How powerful is this arm-domineering force that can withstand my magma? Sengoku and Garp swallowed subconsciously. This is the pinnacle of arm-domineering. But how is this possible? Roja's only so old now. How could he have tempered his weapons so powerfully? I haven't waited for them to figure this out. In the training ground, Roja said calmly to Akainu, "Akainu, you said I am weak. Can you withstand my attack?" As Roja's words fell, Akainu felt that the atmosphere in the air suddenly changed. The pressure, like a terrifying beast, pressed directly on him. Shave. Roja teleported and came behind Akainu. The peak physical skills of the 6 styles were revealed at this time, so that Akainu didn't react at all. Roja's arms were wrapped with a strong aura of armed aura, and he stretched them up and down at the same time, gently pressing against Akainu's back. At this time, apart from the gentle breeze, there was only Lua's faint voice in the training ground. The highest secret of the 6 styles, 6 kings, spear change. Boom! I saw Roja's arm wrapped in arm-domineering energy, and a terrifying shockwave was immediately sent out. With the explosion of the shockwave, Roja's hands exploded with force and hit Akainu directly in the back. With Roja as the center, a violent wind suddenly arose. I can't see clearly. I got sand in my eyes. What the hell happened? Akainu seems to have been punched away by Roja. What? Akainu was actually punched away by Roja. Lava. Akainu was knocked into the sky. In the sky, Akainu could only feel his back, which seemed to have lost consciousness. There was no way he could make other moves in the air. I just felt wave after wave of pain, as well as the taste of blood in my mouth, constantly impacting my brain. Clencing his teeth, Akainu tried to adjust his condition. But how could Roja give Akainu this chance? Moonstep. Although the Moonstep is not as powerful as the Talisman due to his identity, he can only use the Moonstep. Fortunately, Uaibu has reached its peak, and the speed will not be very slow. The sun shines on Roja's back. Everyone who looked at Roja subconsciously closed their eyes because of the glare of the sun. Akainu, didn't you say that my fruit power is useless before? I just thought of a very useful way to use it. It depends on whether you can bear it. Phantom Susanoo. A huge purple human figure was seen, wrapping Roji in it, directly blocking the sunlight. This has enabled many people to open their eyes, but when they opened their eyes, they saw Roja's terrifying fruit ability. What on earth is this? This purple giant looks so powerful. Is it possible that you have any special abilities? The entire body of Phantom Susanoo is made of Phantom because it is attached to itself. The armed color hockey can 100% surround Susanoo. As for other abilities, apart from looking very scary, there is only 100% entangled weapon color, but don't underestimate this ability. You must know that Susanoo's size and 100% armed hockey are very terrifying. Can send someone to the west with one punch. Akainu was stunned as he looked at the scene that covered the sky and the sun. He couldn't imagine what this fruit of Roja could achieve. Although he knew that the person in front of him was a phantom, but combined with Roja's armed domineering power, Akainu could no longer imagine how powerful this move was. Akainu is unwilling to give in, but he has no way to move his body now. Damn it, Roja! Bang. Before Akainu could finish his words, Roja punched him mercilessly. Bang. Another voice sounded, and Akainu was like a meteor hitting the training ground hard. In the huge training ground, a huge pothole was smashed, with a diameter of 300 meters. In the center of the pothole was the stunned Akainu. Akainu was unable to resist. Roja slowly put away his phantom. Slowly descending from the sky, there is no dust on the body. It looks like a normal game. It can be said to be extremely relaxed. There was silence on the training ground. They just looked at the scene in front of them quietly, and for a moment they were extremely shocked. Even Sengoku and Garp were quite shocked when they saw this scene. Time passed minute by minute. Roja looked at Warring States next to him. Marshal, can you announce the results now? Roy's voice broke the silence in the training ground. Suddenly, everyone came back to their senses from the shock. They looked at Roja in front of them and yelled Roja's name crazily. It's just that they added 2 more words in front of Roja's name. General Roya. General Roya. General Roya. Sengoku had no expression on his face and said to the medical team next to him, hurry up and treat Akainu. The Warring States came to Roja's side, used the loudspeaker phone bug, and said to everyone present, Roja, be promoted to the position of general. When Khalifa and the crowd heard what Sengoku said, she rushed out of the crowd, threw herself into Roya's arms, and said to Roja, Roja, congratulations on becoming a general. Warring States looked at the 2 people in front of him and sighed. It's great to be young. Roja, you are the first to be promoted to the position of general. When the remaining 2 generals stand out from the remaining 2 competitions, we will announce it to the world. Sorry, Marshal. Warring States waved his hand. What's the trouble? On the contrary, it is the Navy with your presence that can make this sea more peaceful. Sengoku was extremely confident at this time. With Roja's presence, the new general would become a terrifying nightmare in the hearts of many pirates. 2 more days passed, and the other 2 competitions were completely completed. The result was exactly the same as Roja expected. After Akainu was defeated by him, there were only 2 promoted generals left. One was Aokiji, and the other was Kizaru. Coupled with Roja's presence, the 3 of them walked towards Sengoku's office, with Roja as the center. Along the way, all the soldiers who saw the 3 of them were very respectful and bowed to them. Kizaru said to Roja next to him, Roja, have you decided on your title? All the generals' replacements have their own titles. For example, it's Kizaru, Peach Rabbit, etc. Only Roja, who is about to become a general, has not yet determined his title. General Kizaru, I have already thought about it. Kizaru was indeed very tactful and immediately said, General Roja, you and I are both generals. Just call me by my name or code name. At this time, Shinji also echoed from the side, yes, General Luya, you are the most powerful existence among us. The 2 of us were also present at the time. After seeing your ability, General Luya, I feel ashamed of myself. General Aokiji and General Kizaru, please stop flattering me and killing me. I have already decided on my code name. Let's call it Beige. The white dove yearns for freedom and peace, is gentle and powerful, just like Roka, and it fits the bill. Then General Beige, please give me more advice in the future. If you need help, just tell me directly. Aokiji. And Kizaru said this to Roja. Isoki made good friends with Luya because of their relationship with the Warring States, period. while Kizaru felt that Luya was worth making friends with. As a representative of the Salted Fish faction, no, the neutral faction, Kizaru's skills in both directions can be said to be very good. Luoya saw the two of them singing together and said in his heart, I didn't expect that one day I would join the Navy and become an admiral, but this is obviously a good experience. It can be said that he now has two identities on the sea. One is a mysterious man who is always against the Navy, and the other is the much anticipated General Bai Gye. No matter which identity you need to use in the future, it can be said that it is very convenient. Just as Roja was thinking this, an electronic sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking into the Warring States office and obtaining the peak realm of the Great Swordsman. As the electronic sound of the system fell, Roja felt his body warm, and a lot of insights about the way of the sword appeared in Rojia's mind. Just as Roja had imagined before, Warring States' office was also a relatively famous place. After all, it appears quite a lot in the original work. After quickly digesting these insights, Roja slowly pushed open Sengoku's office. The Warring States period has been waiting here for a long time. I saw Warring States sitting in his marshal's seat, looking at the three people in front of him with calm eyes. Everyone, the three of you are strong men who have been screened out through the promotion conference. You have the true strength of generals, especially Luya. You really opened my eyes. I believe that with your existence, I can be more capable. One day early. Clear the sea of pirates. Roya, have you thought about your name? White Dove. White Pigeon. Very good. Warring States nodded and then arranged the positions of Bige, Kizaru, and Aoki as generals. This time, it was still the newspaper tycoon Morgans who got the news first. Above the sea, everyone who bought newspapers from Newspaper Bird saw the results of this major change in the Navy. Regarding this major change in the Navy, many people have turned their attention to the White Pigeon, Roja, who suddenly appeared this time. Some people think that Roja is extremely powerful, far more than the other two generals. After all, being able to defeat Akainu easily shows the problem. Some people think that Akainu was just too careless. At the same time, allowing an outsider to join the Navy and become an admiral also represented a sign that the Navy was about to fail. But no matter which one it was, everyone remembered the appearance and name of White Pigeon Luyo in their hearts. After Warring States finished speaking and the three of them were about to leave, Roku suddenly saw a report on the table. This report shows Colonel Mouse regarding the governance of Kokosia. Ding released the check-in task Kokosia Village, reward Noah's Ark, time 7 days. Noah's Ark. Roja knew that this was the Oath ship. According to the current timeline, it should be silent outside the Fishman Island. Thinking of Noah's Ark and its huge hull, Roja couldn't wait to sign in to Kokosia Village. Royal, do you have anything else to do? Warring States saw Roja hesitating there, so he said to Roja. Roja turned to look at Warring States, nodded slightly, and said, Marshal, actually, I am a little worried. Oh, tell me. After all, I joined suddenly. I was an unknown person before, so will it have a bad impact on the Navy? No matter what the impact is, you are already an admiral from now on. Roja showed a thoughtful look and then said to Warring States, Marshal, I want to take a month's leave to completely destroy my reputation. Are you planning to go out hunting pirates? Well, there are a lot of pirates who rob homes and are addicted to murder. In order to reduce the tragedy in my hometown, they happen again and again, so I plan to use a month to give them the harshest blow. Blue Ya's words fell into the ears of Warring States, causing Warring States to immediately slap the table and stand up. Okay, Luya, I am really happy that you can have this realization, which means that I really did not misjudge the person. What do you have? Where is help needed? How many soldiers are needed? No need for soldiers, just give me a warship. I think you have a very good relationship with Khalifa. Why don't you let Khalifa be your deputy? If you want another warship, I will equip you with a general-class warship. Thank you so much, Marshal. No, this is all a trivial matter. After exiting Sengoku's office, a cheerful smile appeared on Roka's lips. After spending so many days in Marineland, it's time to go out for a walk. After all, only by constantly signing in can you become stronger. If you want to live freely on this sea, only power can control your own destiny. Walking out of the building, I saw a dark shadow flickering. I saw a black shadow flickering, and Khalifa threw herself directly into Roja's arms. She said excitedly to Roja, "General, I have received the instructions from the Warring States period to become your adjutant. I will definitely take care of you and make you comfortable along the way." Roja looked at Khalifa's movements, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Khalifa doesn't know what kind of stimulation she has received recently, and she keeps coming over to greet her. "Okay, Khalifa, go get ready. We'll set off immediately." "Are you so anxious?" Of course, justice must be carried out without delay. The role of newspapers is still evolving. O'Hara. Robin, who had just finished exercising his fruit abilities, was in Ovia's arms looking at the newspaper in his hand. The 3 generals of the Navy are officially released. White Pigeon Luya is actually the strongest person. The biggest headline in the newspaper is this. Looking down at the title, Robin saw Roja's appearance. This was the first time Robin saw Roja, but for some reason she relied on her intuition and immediately felt that the person in front of her was the real Roja. After all, there are basically no people named Roja in this sea. "Mom, when will Brother Luya come back to us?" Robin stared at his big, watery eyes and looked up at Olvia with unspeakable expectation in his eyes. "Don't worry, Robin, your brother Rokia will come back to see you soon," Olivia said to Robin. Robin nodded and looked at it again. Roya in the newspaper often had an inadvertent smile on his lips. 9 Snake Island. Hancock has awakened the Overlord's Haki by relying on the special training method of 9 Snake Island. At this time, she has been able to fight with the current Emperor by relying on her fruit ability. She can be said to be a genius among geniuses, but think about it, even in the original work, Hancock's strength can be ranked. At this time, Groliosa came to Hancock's side. Hancock glanced at Getsaluolilsa and said, "Is there any news about Roya?" "Well, it's all in this newspaper." After Hancock heard what Groliosa said, he changed his previous indifference. Her peach cheeks suddenly became extremely rosy, and she took the newspaper directly from Guluoyosa. Looking at Roya in the newspaper, Hancock felt like he was going to faint from happiness. "Awesome, Roka. I finally saw your message." Kuriosa looked in front of her. Hancock kept rubbing Roya's face on the newspaper. There were already many wrinkles on the face, but at this time they were even more crowded together. "Hancock, now Roya has joined the Navy. Even I can't guess what Roya plans to do. We must be careful when contacting him in the future." "What's wrong with joining the Navy? Rocha must have his reasons. Rocha saved my life. Even if Rocha wants to take it back, I won't have any complaints." Hancock looked at Groliosa in front of him and said, "So you just wanted to sow discord between us?" At this time, Hancock had a frosty face and said in a cold voice, "Anyone who speaks ill of Roja is my enemy." As Hancock's words fell, I saw Hancock's long legs, which were already beginning to show, wrapped around his arm with a domineering look, and directly kicked Groliosa into the sky. On the other side, on the sea, the wind was blowing with heavy rain. The waves were raging, each wave higher than the last. The moodiness of the Great Channel weather is most vividly reflected at this time. And in this environment of violent storms and roaring waves, there was a large pirate fleet of more than 50 ships sailing on the sea. However, in this environment, these 50 ships looked so small. Captain Click, ship number 34, was damaged, and a large amount of seawater poured into the hull. Captain Crick, the mast of ship number 12, is broken. If the personnel are not transferred, they will most likely die at sea. Captain Crick stood on the deck, holding the golden war gun tightly in his hand, listening to the reports that kept coming. His face full of gloom, he was full of confidence and marched from the East China Sea to the Great Waterway, hoping to let more people know about his reputation. But they never expected that they would encounter such a situation when they first entered the Great Channel. Abandon all ships with problems. Abandon it? But Captain Click, our combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Significantly reduced? It's just 4 or 5 ships, and Ding Po Tien only has 400 or 500 people. Click raised the big gun in his hand and said to the people beside him, "You must know that we are a large fleet of 5,000 people. We are only abandoning 400 to 500 people. In terms of combat effectiveness, the loss is not much at all." "Yes, I understand, Captain Click." After his men retreated, Click stood on the deck, looking at the surging waves, feeling unwilling to admit defeat. The Great Channel, this is the dream channel that countless pirates yearn for. As long as they all walk down it, they can be called the Pirate King. Only a name like the Pirate King can match my strength. Isn't it just the fighting strength of a few hundred people? When the time comes, I will find an island and I can fill up these hundreds of people again. In Click's view, his own strength is part of it, but more is the number of people. As long as there are enough, even a pile can kill them. He has been the king of the East China Sea for a long time by relying on the human wave tactics, which is why he has such strong self-confidence. However, he didn't know that he was actually just a frog in the well. The violent storm comes and retreats just as quickly. After about half an hour, the wind and waves finally stopped. Captain Crick, we have lost a total of 672 men and 6 ships. The man standing next to Crick added, in addition, we found that there was a warship not far away approaching quickly, but this warship seemed different from the ones we had seen before. Its size was larger, bigger. A warship? Can you predict how many people there will be? According to the navigator's report, there were about 100 people. Only about 100 people. A warship? Ha ha ha, they are here to deliver the ship to us. Click laughed loudly, waved the big gun in his hand, and ordered to his men, everyone listen to the order, do not fire cannonballs, and surround the warship in front. I want this naval warship. Captain Crick is mighty. Captain Crick is mighty. Captain Crick is mighty. We've great. As Crick finished speaking, the crew shouted Crick's name excitedly. Above the endless sea, Roja and Khalifa stood on the deck of the Admiral-class warship. Behind him are hundreds of Roja's phantoms operating the warships in an orderly manner. Khalifa held the reward order in her hand and said to Roja, Roja, we have been able to confirm that the 50 large pirate ships in front are the most notorious click pirates in the East China Sea. Known as the Admiral, he is also known as the Overlord of the East China Sea. The number of crew members is estimated to be around. Based on the current intelligence, they should have just entered the Great Channel. Listening to Khalifa's report, the robe of justice behind Roja whirred in the sea breeze. He looked at the 50 ships in the distance and said softly, with a bounty of 17 million just to enter the Great Waterway, let's forget it. At this time, Khalifa also had a slight evil smile on her lips. Quick is actually very lucky. He was able to meet the general just after entering the Great Waterway. This is the highest honor that others cannot encounter. After saying this, Khalifa looked at the Creek fleet not far away in shock. What do they want to do? Do they want to surround us? When Khalifa saw the large click fleet, it dispersed and moved closer to them. She felt dumbfounded for a moment. Don't they know what this warship represents? It means that at least one has the combat power of a general.
What does the general's combat power represent? That is one of the high-end combat capabilities of the Navy.
Don't be surprised, it's just a frog in the well. At this moment, Click's voice came from afar. He used a loudspeaker to shout to Roja, warships in front of you. You are about to be surrounded by my Click fleet. Kneel down quickly. If you kneel down, I will leave a whole body for you. Ha ha, ha ha. The wild laughter made Roja frown slightly. Noisy. The next second, the hundreds of phantoms on the warship were shattered. Before Crick and the others could react, they saw Roja directly arriving above the sea. Why is he flying? How did he do that? How is this possible? How can a person fly? Could this be a monster in human skin? Hearing his men shouting randomly below, Click immediately shouted loudly, "This is just an ability user. Look at how scared you are." There was a gloom on Crick's face, and he twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "It's not like I haven't killed anyone with abilities before. It's just..." Before Crick finished speaking, everyone only saw a huge shadow swallowing up their shadows. Susan, a terrifying existence like a giant appeared in front of them. I saw Roja standing between the giant's brows with his arms folded across his chest. The purple-black phantom shrouded Roja in it. The peak of armed domineering entangled the phantom, and only Roja's voice floated into the ears of these pirates. If you are so weak, don't come to the Great Channel to embarrass yourself. As Roya's words fell, I saw the fists hundreds of meters away, under Roya's control, hitting them mercilessly. Looking at the huge fist in the sky, their pupils continued to enlarge. They only felt infinite despair rising in their hearts. Is this the monster of the Grand Line? Is everyone in the Grand Channel so strong? This is too scary. Help me, someone help me. Captain, please save us. Wait, where's the captain? Click. Who was originally standing on the deck, suddenly disappeared without knowing when. Many pirates looked at the darkness in each other's eyes and wanted to say something, but it was already too late. I saw Susanu's fist hitting the sea surface hard. The sea surface cracked instantly, like the ground cracked. A huge pothole was created. Then, because of the characteristics of the seawater, they suddenly collided together. And what followed was a huge wave. The splashing waves are 100 meters long. In an instant, these pirate ships were swallowed up. Countless pirates fell into the water. However, at this time, the pothole turned into a whirlpool. Like a mercilessly devouring giant beast, it harvests the lives of pirates to its heart's content. On the warship, Khalifa's face was covered with cold sweat. She has arrived in the cockpit of the warship, struggling to control the rudder to prevent the warship from being swallowed by this huge whirlpool. There is no way the power of this punch is too powerful. This one punch. Then the pirate fleet of nearly 5,000 people was wiped out. Countless people were swallowed by the whirlpool, and the pirate ship was shattered by the waves. What caused all this was the young man in the sky, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at everything in front of him with cold eyes. The youngest admiral in history, White Dove. Seeing these pirates being swallowed by the whirlpool, Roja said softly, "Finally, they are a little cleaner." Suzanu's phantom dissipated, and Roja landed on the warship. Then he said softly, "100-turn phantom." In an instant, 100 phantoms were created by Roja. They resumed operations on the warship. Seeing Khalifa walk out of the cockpit, Baijay's forehead was covered with fine drops of fragrant sweat. Roja chuckled at Khalifa and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Khalifa, who originally wanted to complain about Roja, immediately changed her words when she saw Roja's gentle smile. "It's okay. This is what I should do." As time went by, the sea gradually calmed down. Looking around, on the endless sea area, only Roya's warship was sailing on the sea. "Khalifa, how many days have we been out?" "It's been 5 days. Khalifa held up her glasses with her hand, looked at the small book she carried with her, and said to Roja, "We have now eliminated 7 pirate groups, and the combined bounty of all the pirates in them has reached tens of billions. Let's do this for now. Let's see what islands are nearby, and let's go replenish supplies." Khalifa was like a secretary at this time and said, "The nearby islands include Kokoshia and Sig Island in the East China Sea. However, Sig Island has been temporarily closed because Valpo wants to inherit the throne. Except for local ships, all can't dock." Hearing Khalifa's words, Roja raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said softly, "Then let's go to Kokosia village to replenish supplies." After leaving Marine Fando, Roja did not immediately move towards Kokosia village. Instead, he continued to hunt pirates along the way, and under the control of Roja Jokshin, he came to the vicinity of Kokosia. It can be said that everything is under Roja's control. "Sir, Colonel, yes, there is a very large warship heading towards Kokosia village." In the room, Colonel Mouse looked at the subordinate in front of him and scolded, "Before you come in to report, don't you know how to knock on the door?" "Yes, I'm sorry, Colonel, but that warship is really too big." Looking at the level, well, it seems to be a general-class warship. Colonel Mouse heard that his subordinates were speaking in an awkward tone and said, "Isn't it just a general-class warship? What's all the fuss about?" Having said this, Colonel Mouse realized what he was doing. He stood up from his seat with a squeak and confirmed to his subordinates, "Are you sure that is an admiral-level warship?" I don't know, but that warship is too big. I have never seen such a big warship before." "I understand. Back off, back off." Colonel Mouse, who had just said that no one else could speak at this time, his speech was also somewhat stagnant. The room became calm again, and a very tall fish man with a long, sharp, jagged nose walked out from behind. "Mouse, why did that Admiral-class warship come here suddenly? Could it be that you went to inform?" "Aaron, ask me. Who am I asking? How do I know that those generals came to the East China Sea if they don't stay well in Marineland? And why should I tell the truth? What good will this do to me?" Colonel Mouse said angrily to Aaron next to him, "No matter why I came here, I gave you the money, and you accepted it. We are on the same boat now. If I am exposed, you will not die." With that said, Aaron jumped out of the window of the room. Relying on the strong physique of the fishman, he disappeared into the jungle with a few jumps. To be on the safe side, he planned to let the other fishmen evacuate from the Dragon Park first. After all, he is not a frog in the well, but he knows how terrible the general is. Kizaru, who had suppressed the rebellion in the Holy Land of Merigia, had been promoted to a general at this time. That kind of terrifying strength was something he could never imagine. After seeing Aaron leaving, Colonel Mouse immediately came to the port and personally welcomed Roya's arrival. The welcoming momentum can be described as very huge. It even makes people feel that the relationship between Colonel Mouse and this person is very good. This is also Colonel Mouse's plan to let these villagers scare themselves and cooperate with him in acting. Don't dare to expose this crime to Roja. The warship slowly docked at the port, and Roja and Khalifa got off the warship. Ding, you signed in successfully and got Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark is an oath boat. According to the original work, Neptune, Noah was a certain agreement between humans and the mermaid princess during the blank 100 years. But it was not completed, so it sank in the deep sea. This is the new Noah's Ark. Accepting Noah's Ark is equivalent to accepting the agreement with the mermaid princess. Under certain conditions, the system will issue special tasks. The special mission is extremely difficult, but it also comes with luxurious rewards. Please confirm, the host, whether you accept the new Noah's Ark. Accept. Roja agreed directly without any hesitation. If he doesn't even have this courage, how will he face the powerful enemies in the future? Ding, the reception is successful. Noah's Ark has been stored in the system space, and the host can release it at any time. When Roja came to Colonel Mouse, the electronic sound of the system slowly disappeared. Colonel Mouse gave a military salute to Roja and said, "Welcome, General Bai-Gay, to inspect Kokosia. I'm not here for inspection, I'm just here to replenish supplies." Colonel Mouse reacted quickly and immediately said to the soldier next to him, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you hurry up and carry the supplies? Do you want General Bai-Gay to carry them personally?" After Colonel Mouse finished speaking, he said to Roja, "General Bai-Gay, then why don't you go and sit in the office? They won't be able to finish it for a while." At this time, Khalifa said to Roja next to her, "Roja, since we have arrived in Kokosia, let's go for a walk. I have never been to the islands in the East China Sea." "Well, it's up to you." Seeing this, Colonel Mouse bowed and said, "General White Pigeon, I am familiar with Kokosia Village, so let me lead you." Roja nodded and said no more. But he was a little surprised that Colonel Mouse was so generous in taking him to visit. Was he really not timid? Or is it that Colonel Mouse has hidden other things? Well, and is not afraid of his arrival at all. Thinking of this, Luya thought, interesting. On the island there is a gentle breeze. Colonel Mouse walked at the front, introducing Kokosia Village to Roja and Khalifa. In his words, Kokosia Village seemed to be a paradise. Under his protection and management, it will not be disturbed by any pirates. It is like a paradise. However, when they walked to the market in Kokosia Village, Khalifa discovered that the villagers here had no smiles on their faces at all. Instead, after seeing them, they all walked around. She could even see the deep hatred on everyone's face. Khalifa listened to Colonel Mouse, who continued to praise his achievements, and interrupted, "Is it really as you said? Why don't I see a trace of smile on the faces of these villagers? Woolen cloth?" When the Mouse Shangshao heard what Khalifa said, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Damn woman, you are the only one who has too much trouble." "Of course, I only dare to think about it in my heart." He smiled warmly at Khalifa and said, "That's how they are. If you don't believe it, you can ask them directly. They won't lie to you, right?" When Colonel Mouse finished saying these words, Roja and Khalifa inadvertently glared at the people around them. The surrounding villagers were so frightened that they all restrained their gazes. In their hearts, Colonel Mouse and Fishman Aaron are insurmountable mountains. Besides, looking at Roja's expressionless look, he must be the same person as Colonel Mouse. How dare they expose the rat in front of the Zodiac? It can only be said that the rat is on the Zodiac sign and has been accumulating power for a long time. But they living in the East China Sea have no idea what the uniform and the status represented by Luya actually mean. At this time, Khalifa came to an old woman selling vegetables and asked the old woman, "Mother-in-law, do you think the recent security is good, or is there anything in your life that makes you feel uncomfortable?" The old woman secretly glanced at the rat on the Zodiac sign, shook her head quickly, and said, very good, I live a very good life here, especially after the rat on the Zodiac sign came to Kokosia Village. She often thought about us." Khalifa frowned slightly after hearing the words of the mother-in-law in front of her. This wasn't the answer she wanted. Unwilling to be reconciled, Khalifa asked the person next to her again, but the answers she got were basically the same. At this time, Khalifa was a little confused. Is it possible that the villagers in Kokosia Village are habitually expressionless? At this time, Mao Shangxiao came to Khalifa's side and said respectfully to Khalifa, "Sir, I'm not lying to you. The villagers on this island are like this. I didn't understand it at first, so I thought it was me. What did you do wrong?" After Mao Shangxiao finished speaking, the surrounding villagers immediately said, no, that's how we are. Mao Shangxiao is the best navy I've ever seen. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to live such a happy life now. Yet the Mao Shangxiao kept nodding his head, and he was still very useful to these villagers. I even thought in my mind, after this guy Bagay leaves, let's charge them less money. The mouse grinned, and with the 3 beards on the left and right sides of his face, he looked very vulgar. It gives people a feeling of being a villain. But at this moment, 2 girls came out of the crowd. Of these 2 girls, one has short orange hair and looks very cute. One has short blue hair and looks very handsome. I saw these 2 girls coming to Roja and saying to Roja, "Sir, he is lying. He colludes with the evil dragon to keep squeezing us. If we can't pay the money, we will be raped by them. Kill him! This is how Bellamere died." Nami looked at the gentle Roja in front of her, her watery eyes full of excitement. When Mao Shangxiao saw the 2 girls, he was shocked and the cold sweat on his body almost soaked his clothes. Sir, don't listen to these 2 guys. This is all their prank. Especially this orange-haired girl named Nami. She lies endlessly. I have been deceived by her many times before. It's over. Mao Shangxiao came to Nami with a smile and said, "Nami, lying is not a good habit. Go home quickly. I can pretend that nothing happened." At this time, everyone in the market in Kokosia village was watching the scene in front of them. Among them, there was a man with a mustache who was even more shocked. His name is Kensuke, and he is the sheriff of Kokosia village, but under the rule of the evil dragon, this title has no real meaning. He had already seen the rat's increasingly sinister expression. He immediately came to the side of Nami and Nokagao and said to the mouse, "Colonel Mouse, I really made you laugh. They are so naughty. I will take them home right now." With that said, Kensuke looked at Nami and Nokagao and motioned to them to leave quickly. "Don't you want to live? Why are you still standing there? Go home quickly, otherwise if you provoke the rat, the 2 of you will..." At this point, Kensuke said nothing more. He was also afraid that he would not be able to control his emotions. But facing Kensuke's words, Nami and Nokiko looked at each other and smiled. He said to Kensuke, "Uncle Kensuke, you are a good man, but this is our only chance now." After saying that, Nami said to Roja, "Please save us. Save this village. Please. General White Pigeon." Other villagers may not know what Roja's identity means. But for Nami, she just knew. Not long ago, she rescued a newspaper bird that was injured in a storm on the beach. The newspaper bird, as if in return, gave her a newspaper. From that newspaper, she saw the current situation on the sea and the 3 newly appointed generals. Therefore, after recognizing Roja's identity, Nami and Nokagao mustered up the courage to come to Roja. When Mao Shangxiao saw that things had come to this stage, the smirk on his lips became stiff. "Sir, you can't really believe their lies." "Nonsense? If you really want to talk nonsense, it should be you." After saying that, Nami looked at Roja. "General White Pigeon, you must not be deceived by him. He and the dragon pirates are in cahoots. There is even a dragon park built on the coast of the island. If we are not lying, General White Pigeon, I will take you to see it, and you will know." Nami spoke very quickly, with a bit of eagerness in her expression. Seeing this, Mao Shangxiao immediately said, "Sir, the sun is really too poisonous now. Do you want to go to my office and sit for a while? Lead the way." Seeing Roja interrupting the mouse, Nami and Nokagao suddenly became excited. "I'll take you, General Baige, right now. Just call me Roja. White Dove is just a title." "Well, Roja." Mao Shangxiao's body was already wet with cold sweat. No, it's just a little hot. Although the rat was in the zodiac and said so, he only felt a chill to his bones. It's over. What should I do now? If I really want to go to Dragon Park and see so many pirates and fishmen, then I'm really done. Mao Shangxiao thought in his heart, but after thinking about it, he didn't have any better way. He could only follow Roja and walk towards the Dragon Park. After a while, everyone arrived at the evil Dragon Park. Nami and Nokagao obviously didn't dare to open the door and go in. Seeing this, Califos slowly opened the door. Mao Shangxiao had already closed his eyes in despair at this time. He could already imagine how General White Pigeon would treat him after seeing the dragon pirates. But as the door was slowly pushed open by Khalifa, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. I saw children playing in the Dragon Park, with a few adults watching them. It was like a paradise filled with laughter and laughter. Nami and Nokagao were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. How could it be possible? This is impossible. Obviously, it's obvious that the dragon pirates live here. At this time, the mouse smiled and said, "Sir, what I said is right. These two little girls are addicted to lying. You must not be deceived by them. This is an ordinary paradise. Where did it come from? Where is the dragon pirates?" Listening to the smile and mouse Xing Xiao's words, Nami and Nokigao felt that there was a kind of fear around them. How come? It's absolutely impossible. He must have informed the evil dragon in advance, asked the evil dragon to leave, and then arranged all the things in front of him. Roja, you must believe us. He must be lying to you. There were already tears hanging from the corners of Nami's eyes. Next to her, Nuo Shigao gently pulled Nami's sleeves, feeling very unwilling to do so. At this time, Nokigao said to Roja, "Lord Roja, can you go to Mao Shangxiao's office and have a look? He must have Baileys that he received from us. That's enough. Do you really treat adults as toys for you to play with?" "Stop it," Roja said softly. In front of Nami and Nokigao, he slowly knelt down and rubbed the two girls' hair. Feeling Roja's warm palms and touching her head, Nami looked at Roja and said, "Believe us, we really didn't lie to you. If even you can't see the disguise of the mouse, then Kokoschia, the village is really..." Before Nami could finish her words, she heard Mouse Shangxiao interrupt from the side. "Do you think adults will believe you again? You two liar brats?" Ignoring the mouse, Roja looked at the two girls in front of him and said something to them. It's just that this sentence is just a mouth shape. Before the two girls could react, Roja stood up and said to Kensuke next to him, "You should know these two girls, right? Take them back and teach them well. Don't let them lie anymore. This is a bad habit. I'll take them back right now." Kensuke came from behind everyone, took the hands of Nami and Nokigao, and walked towards the village. They were thinking about what Roja meant by what he said just now. At the same time, he glanced curiously at Kensuke next to him. For some reason, they always felt that there was something strange about this Kensu. What is strange is that the rat is on the zodiac sign. Mao Shangxiao looked at Kensuke and thought to himself, "When did he come here? Why didn't I notice it? Or am I being negligent?" At this moment, Rat Shangxiao's phone rang. Bulu Bulu. After hearing the phone bug's report, Mao Shangxiao said to Roja, "Sir, the supplies have been replenished." "Have you finished replenishing it? Then it's time for us to leave." Khalifa nodded aside and followed Roja back to the warship. Watching the warship gradually leave, Mao Shangxiao laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, these two people are gone. They really scared me to death just now." But thinking of Nami and Nokigao's actions just now, he felt that his chest was filled with anger. Picking up the phone, Mao started to contact Aaron. "Aaron, you responded very quickly. I didn't expect that you, who is so proud, would actually take other fishmen and leave temporarily, and even find a few people to play there. It's really interesting. It's yours. Just leaving." Aaron will never admit that he is afraid of the general's power. The mouse didn't say anything more, just told Aaron what happened just now. After hearing what the mouse said, Aaron was furious and immediately said, "Wait for me over there. I will go find you right away, and then I will crush those two girls to death." On the warship, Khalifa said to Roja, "Roja, do you really believe what the rat Shangxiao said? There is something wrong with Kokoschia village, no matter how you look at it." "Of course I don't believe it. But if we really follow what the two girls said, there should still be the dragon pirates here, but they may have been scared away by our arrival, so we need to temporarily stop them. Leave for a while so they can jump out." Luya added, "Otherwise, just solving the problem of rats in the zodiac sign will only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Then shall we go back after a while? But will those two girls be in danger?" Khalifa was a little worried that the rats would kill the two girls to vent their anger. "So, Khalifa, I'll leave this warship to you." As he said that, Roja's figure was shattered. Watching the phantom in front of her disappear, Khalifa froze on the spot. Then she shook her head. She felt that Roja's abilities were becoming more and more mysterious. "I can't even wrap my head around it." On the other side, Nami looked at Kensuke, who was holding her hand, and suddenly realized what was the lip sync that Roja said to her just now. "Hey, are you Roja?" When Nami said this, she felt very uneasy, and at the same time, looking forward to it. After hearing Nami's words, Nokigao looked at Kensuke in disbelief, and then said to Nami, "Nami, what are you talking about? This is obviously Uncle Kensuke. But you can also use abilities, right?" Nami's big eyes looked at the person holding her hand piercingly. I saw this Uncle Kinshike with the corners of his mouth raised slightly and the phantom on his body abandoned, revealing Roja's true appearance. Although Nami felt that her guess was correct, she was still very excited when she saw Roja standing in front of her. Nami jumped excitedly and hung it on Roja's waist like a pendant. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Roja and said to Roja, "Roja, you really believe in us." When Nokagao saw Nami being so distracted, he quickly said, "Nami, you can't be rude to Lord Rocha. Come down quickly." Roja shook his head slightly towards Nokagao and then said to the two women, "The purpose of my coming to this island is the rats and the dragon pirates." In other words, you have believed in us from the beginning. Nami's eyes lit up. Of course, what we didn't expect was that the evil dragon was not in the evil dragon park. Nami was very smart. She turned her eyes and said to Roja, "So, is Roja your substitute?" To be precise, it's a phantom. Okay. Let's not talk about this for now. We just need to go to your room now and wait for the arrival of the prey. Nami nodded heavily and looked at Roja with eyes full of admiration. At the same time, her heart was filled with a deep sense of security. It had been a long time since she had felt this feeling. I have to say that this sense of security is really addictive. Holding Roja's fingers tightly, Nami felt indescribable happiness in her heart. At this time, the mouse and the dragon had already gathered together, and they quickly ran towards the residence of Nami and Nokagao. Walking into Nami and Nokigao's room, it can be said that the walls are bare. There were only a few charts lying on the ground. "Do you like sailing?" Nami nodded vigorously. "I like it. My dream is to record all the sea areas in the charts drawn by myself." Looking at the energetic Nami in front of him, Roja thought, it turns out that Nami already had her own dream at this time. Then you have to work hard for your dreams, but you must also work hard to train your own strength. In this world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the weak, strength is also very important. "Yes, I can do it, Roja." While they were chatting, they heard footsteps coming from outside. Aaron and Mouse looked at the small house in front of them with sinister and gloomy smiles on their faces. "Nami, Nokagao, you two guys are very good. How dare you expose me in front of that guy, Baige?" Before you even entered the room, a rat's voice shouted from outside. It can be seen that he is really angry now. Hearing the sound of the mouse, Nami and Nokagao subconsciously moved towards Roja. It does not matter. Roja whispered to the two women, then picked up a pen on the table and came to the door. I only heard Aaron outside saying viciously, "Why are you talking so much? Why don't you just kick the door down?" As Aaron's words fell outside, the door was kicked open instantly. Just flying towards Roja. "Is this how you knock on the door?" Luoya held the drawing pen in his hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The great swordsman's peak momentum completely exploded at this time. I saw Luoya using this drawing pen to lightly draw in the air. Moment, a terrifying sword energy formed a semicircular arc in front of Roja and struck forward with great force. It was as if even the air had been torn apart. The sharp and dazzling sword energy cut the door in half and fell to the ground, but its power did not weaken at all. In the blink of an eye, it flew from between the mouse and Aaron across their cheeks. 2 bloodstains appeared on their cheeks. Mouse and Aaron did not react at all to this sudden scene. They never expected that there was Rocha's face behind the door. But how is this possible? The mouse saw Rocha leaving with his own eyes. Mouse and Aaron stood there dumbfounded, feeling as if they had fallen into an abyss. A cold air like a 1,000-year ice cellar enveloped them. Kudong. Aaron swallowed. His fists were clenched and covered with veins. "Mouse, you framed me? Didn't you say that the white pigeon has left?" Aaron gritted his teeth and said to the mouse. However, he found that the mouse was looking at Roja in disbelief. The mouse only felt that his body was trembling out of control. He tremblingly asked Rocha, Big, sir, didn't you leave from the port of Kakosha? Why? Why did you suddenly appear here? If I didn't pretend to leave for a while, how could I catch you, a shark?" Aaron also knew at this time that he and Mouse were being tricked by Roja in front of him. Plop. As soon as Luoya finished speaking, Mouse knelt down directly in front of Luoya, pointed at Aaron beside him, and said, "It was him. He forced me to do this. In fact, I really wanted to be a good person at the beginning. He is really a good man, sir." A good guy just keeps exploiting us and then kills innocent people indiscriminately. After hearing what the mouse said, Nami finally couldn't help it anymore and walked out from behind. A gleam flashed in the mouse's eyes. As long as he could catch Nami, he would be safe. Thinking of this, the mouse kicked the ground suddenly and rushed towards Nami behind Roja. Just as he was about to catch Nami, the mouse saw his body and still stood there. Then the mouse felt that his vision went dark and he fell into eternal darkness. Roja had already understood the mouse's thoughts. So, when he took the first step, Roja used the drawing pen in his hand, combined with the artistic conception of the great swordsman at his peak, to chop off his head. Roja said softly to the two girls behind him, "Are you scared?" "Not afraid." Nami held Nokugao's hand tightly. Although she was just showing off, she was still extremely afraid in her heart. But she knew that if she wanted to pursue her dreams in this world, she had to go through all this. After seeing the performance of Nami and Nokugao, Roja nodded. Then he looked at Eren, who was standing not far away. "I'm very curious. According to my understanding, you should be a slave who just escaped from the Holy Land, married Joa, right? Why didn't you follow Fisher Tiger and come to the East China Sea instead?" Eren, who originally planned to find a chance to escape, heard Fisher Tiger's name. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Roja in front of him fiercely. "Fisher Tiger! I will never admit him. He actually wants to coexist peacefully with humans. You must know that we fishmen have noble blood and are naturally stronger than humans. We should enslave humans, not what bullshit peaceful coexistence. Powerful? Can you beat me?" Roja smiled lightly at Eren. "Bye, guy. Don't think that just because you are a general you can do whatever you want. I will kill you today, and then eat the two people behind you." Seimon darts. Eren's calf suddenly swelled a little, the muscles bulged, and the veins bulged on it, driving the whole body towards Roja, like a torpedo. He planned to use his jagged nose to pierce Roja's heart. No matter how strong the general is, he can't survive without his heart. Just as Eren was thinking about it again and again, he saw Roja's arm suddenly wrapped with armed the domineering aura. Like lightning, he pinched Eren's jagged nose. In an instant, the saw teeth on it were easily crushed by Roja, and then he was thrown directly into the sky. It was obviously a fight, but the whole movement was smooth and fluid like art. The intense pain went straight to his brain, causing him to scream in pain. Feeling the howling wind in his ears, Eren felt bad all over. How could human strength be so great? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Don't humans just like to eat fruits? Don't you just like to use external forces to strengthen yourself? How could he be so much stronger than us, mermaids, in terms of the innate advantages of his bloodline? This terrifying power cannot be achieved even by Fisher Tiger. Damn it. Roja looked at Eren in front of him with a smile. This made Eren even more angry. He absolutely cannot bear to be looked down upon by humans. Eren, who landed on the ground with red eyes, rushed towards Roja like a spin. Same on Gearkar. Eren wants to use his most confident teeth to tear Roja into pieces. Shaking his head slightly, Roja said softly, "The fun is over." After Luya finished speaking, he thrust forward with the drawing pen in his hand. In an instant, the air spiraled at the tip of the pen, and a slash flew straight towards Eren's heart, whizzing away. The great swordsman's peak sword intent was fully demonstrated by Roja at this time. However, Eren had no fear at all at this time. There was only Roja in his eyes. Not even dodging. It was as if he wanted to die together with Roja. But the slash quickly passed through Eren's heart. So it all happened so fast. Eren felt weak all over, and his whole body was shrouded in darkness. 5-turn phantom. Roja murmured, and 5 phantoms appeared out of thin air, sorting out the scene. At this time, Kokosha village regained its calm. At this time, the real Kumsuke came over with the villagers. They were at the market and heard the noise, so they came over to have a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came over, I saw this scene in front of me. They were all stunned, but then they burst into cheers. It was a mountain weighing on their hearts, the joy of being crushed. Although the two people, the evil dragon and the mouse, are very weak and are completely cannon fodder in the Great Waterway, they are indeed very powerful in the East China Sea. Facing such two powerful people, these civilians really screamed at the sky and the earth for not responding. But the appearance of Shin Roja saved them from the dire situation. Kensuke came to Luya, and on behalf of many villagers, he thanked Luya. Thank you so much, sir. If it weren't for you, we really can't imagine what our future life will be like. It's not me you're thanking, but them. With that said, Roja pushed Nami and Nokagawa out from behind. Kensuke naturally knew what Roja's words meant. Some of these adults actually didn't even have the courage to do these two children. If they hadn't stood up and told General Baigay these things, they might have continued to suffer here. Nami crossed her arms, pride written all over her pretty face. At this time, Khalifa came to Kokosia village again, holding many Baileys in her hands. Folks, this is the evidence of bribery and Bailey that I found from Mouse's office. How many Baileys have been forcibly collected from you? Can you take them from me? When Khalifa distributed Billy to the people. Roja was dragged to the small courtyard behind the room by Nami and Nokagawa. This courtyard is full of orange orchards. Just listen to the system's electronic sound ringing in Roka's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for checking into the orangery and getting nautical encyclopedia. Seeing this reward from the system, Roja glanced at Nami next to him. This kind of reward is useless to him, but to this girl who yearns for the sea, it is a priceless treasure. Nami and Nokagawa picked plump oranges for Roja, put them in a basket made of rattan, and handed them to Roja. Roja, this is our little thought. Don't dislike it. Nami blinked at Roja. Nokagawa pulled Nami next to her, and then said to Roja, Lord Roja, we don't have anything good to give you. We only have these oranges that we have grown with all our efforts. Please harvest them. Come on, don't dislike it. After hearing what Nami and Nokagawa said, Luo Adam immediately said, how could I dislike it? It's too late to like it. As he spoke, Roja conjured a nautical encyclopedia from under his cloak, as if by magic, and handed it to Sister Nami. I didn't bring any good things with me when I went to sea this time. This is the only one I brought with me. I hope you like it. Nami's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the sea map in the book. Of course I do. As long as you like it, it's getting late now, and we're ready to leave. Roja looked at Nami, who was a little reluctant to give up, and said softly, Nami, Nokagawa, remember what I said. If you want to live as you please on this sea, you must work hard to make yourself stronger. After leaving the orange grove, Khalifa also solved the problem of the villagers of Kokosia village. After reuniting, the two men drove the warship and left from Kokosia village. Nami and Nokagawa were also at the port at this time, watching Roja and Khalifa gradually go away. Nami clenched the navigation book in her hand and swore in her heart, I will definitely become Roja's exclusive navigator in the future. Above the sea, Roja and Khalifa were basking in the sun on the deck. Seeing the newspaper bird flying in the sky, Khalifa took out 100 billy and bought a newspaper. Roja, you appear again in this issue of the newspaper.
Oh, what did you say this time?
What else can I say? I can only talk about your wisdom in martial arts. Luya, Khalifa said, looking at Roja and giving her a wink. But Roja didn't pay attention to Khalifa, but squinted his eyes and enjoyed the bright sunshine. At this moment, his general's phone rang. The phantom flickered, and the next second, the phone bug appeared in Roja's hand. As soon as I picked up the phone bug, I could hear chaotic sounds coming from the phone bug.
This is the sea area near Silowabu village, G-53 Branch Naval Fleet, requesting support.
Hundreds of warriors are slaughtering the Navy here. Anyone with fighting skills, please come over immediately to support. Hearing the voice of the phone bug, Roja instantly remembered it. In the original work, Baiji Crow created his own spoon. From a certain perspective, Baji Kelluo is indeed a genius, but he prefers a comfortable life. Khalifa, let's go over quickly to support. On the other side, near the sea area of Siluabu village. Crow looked at the corpses everywhere, with a hint of ferocity on his lips. He said to Zhangao next to him, Zhangao, isn't the hypnosis over yet? Nanka's willpower is a bit beyond my expectation. It will probably take about 5 minutes. I need to give him a deep hypnosis. Hurry up, I think the Navy support will be here soon. As he spoke, Crow used the 10-edged cat claw in his hand to stab the naval soldier next to him who wanted to sneak attack him. The warship is at full power. In a short time, we arrived at the sea near Silobu village. I saw 2 relatively small warships docked on the sea. Roja and Khalifa stepped on the moon steps and arrived on the warship. Countless naval soldiers fell into a pool of blood on the warship. Among them, the one who caught Roja's attention the most was a man with a broken jaw and an arm transformed into an axe. This man's name is Menka, and he will become a colonel in the near future. Menka was lying in a pool of blood, his eyes staring straight at the sky, looking quite terrifying. But Roja knew that he must have been hypnotized. After searching the two small warships, Khalifa came to Roja's side and said softly, "Except for this person, there is no one else alive on the ship." The check-in task is released. Zilubu Village, reward peak medical skills, time limit 1 day. 1 day, it seems, is very little. But based on the moving speed of the Admiral-class warship, it is enough. It seems that Crow must have escaped. If nothing else happens, he should have gone to Zilubu Village. Roja looked at Menka lying in a pool of blood and said softly, "But before we go to find Crow, we should cure Menka first. After all, he is still a very good naval soldier now." Yes, Menka was originally a naval soldier with great potential, but after being hypnotized by Zangao, his personality changed drastically, so he became very irritable in the future. Roja didn't want to see the future situation either. But how should we help him? We don't know how to hypnotize him. Although I don't know how to hypnotize, as long as it affects the mind, I am confident to solve it. Thinking of this, Roja looked into Menka's eyes. The fruit ability is activated. Roja cast the illusion he had compiled in his mind directly into Menka's mind, through his eyes. This is one of the advanced applications of the Phantom Fruit. It was a skill that Roja had developed after studying it for a long time. But for the time being, it can only be used on people with low mental strength. However, this also proves that fantasy fruits have unlimited possibilities. In about 5 minutes, Menka's originally dull eyes gradually recovered. He looked at Roja and Khalifa with deep confusion in his eyes. Later, he saw a pool of blood on the warship. Countless soldiers died tragically on the warship. This made Menka's heart suddenly twitch. What the hell happened? Why are they all dead? Menka stood up from the pool of blood. The impact in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. "This is not your fault. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Crow." Hearing Roja's words, Menka suddenly remembered. They had been chasing Crow before, but they seemed to have fallen into a trap. Then, after he saw a man wearing a hat and white hair, he completely forgot what happened next. "Khalifa, you and Menka each drive a warship and wait at the nearby naval branch. Leave Crow's affairs to me. After I deal with them, I will pick you up there." The last words were spoken by Roja to Khalifa. "I see." Khalifa has 100% confidence in Roja's strength. So immediately, Menka and I each drove a warship towards the Navy branch. Roja, on the other hand, used his fruit ability to drive a general-class warship and quickly sailed towards Zilubu Village. At this time, the Black Cat pirates, formed by Crow, had arrived at the shore of Zilubu Village. They put away their pirate flags and did not attract anyone's attention. Zangao looked at Crow and said, "Captain, have you really decided not to sail on the sea in the future? I'm tired of this kind of life. I just want to integrate into the peaceful island life." Crow looked at Zangao and said, 3 years later, I have integrated into the life of the island with my new identity. At that time, you were coming to find me. Do you understand? Crow, known as 100 Strategies of Crow. This also means that he has unusual intelligence. When he wanted to live a peaceful life, he had already planned things for a few years. Zangao looked at Crow's determination and sighed. "I know, Captain. I will come to find you in 3 years. Crow nodded, then left the ship and walked towards the center of the island. After watching Captain Crow disappear from their sight, Zangao said to the other pirates, "Let's go. We are also preparing to go to sea. From today on, I will be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates."
Yes, Captain.
However, not long after they left Zilubu Village, they saw a very exaggerated warship appearing in their field of vision. "Captain, come forward. There is a warship ahead. Such a big warship." Although John Gall wears glasses, his eyesight is pretty good. He obviously also saw that incomparable huge warship. They had seen many warships, but this was the first time they saw such a large warship. Suddenly, Zangao reacted. Recently, he saw from the newspaper that White Pigeon, the general of Marine Fando's headquarters, appeared in the world. Along the way, all pirates encountered were killed for their crimes, and those who had just left the sea were sent directly to prison. This can be said to be the return of killing one person. This steely style makes many people feel frightened. Thinking of this, Zengao raised his hands without any hesitation and shouted to the crew around him, "Hurry up! Raise your hands quickly! We surrender!" Zengao only felt that they really got off to a bad start. He finally became the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, not long after he set sail. He actually encountered General Baigei's warship, which made him very depressed. But as long as you can survive, that's fine. Roja stood on the deck and looked at the Black Cat Pirates' ship. All the crew members raised their hands high and kept shouting, "Surrender." This scene, even when Roja saw it, made him laugh. Slowly stopping the warship, Roja looked down at everyone in the Black Cat Pirates. At this time, the atmosphere in the air was very stagnant. There was a lot of cold sweat on Zangao's forehead. In this world, the weak eat the strong. Roya is stronger than them, then he can decide their life or death. Everyone's hearts are already hanging? Just listen to Roja's voice coming from far away. Thumbs up. When he heard Roja calling him, Zangao's heart was in his throat. The unprecedented tension made his face pale. "Here, come, sir, how do you know my name?" Hearing Zangao's words, Luya thought in his heart, "Do I still have to tell you that I am a time traveler?" Thinking of this, Roya's aura suddenly dissipated. The terrifying aura, like a ferocious beast, seemed to be pressing directly on their hearts. They were so frightened that they knelt down directly on the boat. The tenderness on Roja's face was gone. With an expressionless expression, he asked Zangao, "Where is Baiji Keluo?" Facing Roya, a white pigeon general, how could Zangao dare to deceive Roya and sold Crow without hesitation? "Sir, he is in Jiklubu village now. I am willing to take you to find him. I just hope you can let us live." Roja didn't say much, just said lightly, "Lead the way." Soon Luya and Zengao arrived at Zilubu village. Only the system's electronic sound was heard in Rokia's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task and receiving the reward, Peak Medical Skills. The Peak Medical Skill can allow the host to directly surpass the Pirate King Goldie Rogers' Royal Ship Doctor Kurokus. As long as the other person is still breathing, there is a great possibility of saving the host. It is the medical skill closest to a miracle. Roja is very satisfied with this reward from the system, because the practicality of peak medical skills is simply too high. It can be said that it is a life-saving skill. However, Luya was very happy, but Zangao was nervous. Walking next to Roy, Zangao felt as if his heart was like an elephant bumping around inside. There was no way to calm down. "Do you know Crow's exact location?" "Sir, I know. The captain, no, I went there with Crow before. His goal was the wealthy family in the middle of the island." "Lead the way." "Yes." On the other side, Captain Crow disguised himself as a young crew member who was kicked off the ship because he made a small mistake. He was covered in dust and looked very pitiful. Thus he deceived the trust of Kia's parents and kept him in the house as a housekeeper. Looking at everything in the room, Captain Crow's eyes showed a little bit of passion. 3 years after I have completely integrated into the life of the island, it will be your death." A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but in an instant, he completely hid it. Suddenly, he saw a figure flashing outside the window. The figure came behind a tree, climbed up the tree easily, and knocked on the second-floor window. The window opened, Kia frowned cutely, and looked at the long-nosed man in front of her with great resistance. "I told you, don't harass me anymore. I don't like to hear your bragging." When Aesop heard Kia's words, he waved his hands quickly and said to Kia, No, today's matter is really important, and I promise I'm definitely not bragging." "Do you think I will believe it?" Aesop is the most liar in the village. When Aesop heard Kia's words, his hands suddenly tightened, clutching his chest, and said to Kia unwillingly, "Kia, I have a disease that will cause death if I don't finish telling the story." Kia was very gentle. Although she knew that Usopp was pretending to be in pain, she still nodded and said, "For the last time, okay, the story I'm telling you today is the rumor I heard when I went to sea." Kaya knew that what Usopp said about going to sea was actually just playing house with other brats. It's just that she is as gentle as water and is embarrassed to expose Usopp. "I went out to sea today and heard about a big pirate who seemed to be tired of life and then killed himself, preparing to start a new life, and then..." "Usopp, you are lying again. How can you start a new life after killing yourself?" Kia asked her question. Usopp rolled his eyes and he suddenly remembered a good reason. "It's very simple. For example, let's say I am a pirate, and then I let someone hypnotize a navy, and then I can just find someone to replace me. Wouldn't I be free in this way?" Kia didn't believe that Usopp's words were just good upbringing, but she still wanted to listen to this unreasonable story. However, Usopp didn't know that Crow's figure was hiding next to the tree, looking at Usopp on the tree with cold eyes. Usopp only felt a cool breeze blowing by, but as he was making up a story for Kia, he didn't care at all about this inexplicable chill. Then this pirate came to an island, pretended to be a sailor, gained the trust of others, and became a steward, but no one knew that his ultimate goal was to steal their property. Fortunately, all this was discovered by a prince, who finally appeared and saved everyone. Hear Usopp tell the ending of the story. Kia was already very angry. It's enough, Usopp. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Do you know that a butler came to my house today, so you made up this disgusting story to tell me? Usopp, I will never give you any chance again. With that said, Kia closed the window directly and stopped talking to Usopp. Usopp was stunned for a moment. He still hadn't realized what was going on. What butler? I'm just bragging. I really don't mean anything else. However, the closed window did not open again. With a sigh, Usopp climbed down from the tree. He really just wanted to come over and talk to Kia. As long as he can talk to Kia, he is already very happy. Really, what did I say wrong? Usopp kicked a stone casually, only to find a man in a black tuxedo looking at Usopp with a smile. Us two didn't know this man. He had never even seen him on this island. Who are you? Crow looked at Usopp in front of him, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said, I originally thought that I was hiding it perfectly, but I didn't expect that you would see through it. So, in order for the plan to be implemented smoothly, I'll ask you to die first. As he finished speaking, Crow had already put on his 10-blade cat claw, and the cold light of the blade was reflected in Usopp's pupils. He finally knew where the cold wind was blowing just now. The others didn't expect the story he just made up at random. At this time, it actually happened in front of him. He must tell Kia. Thinking of this, Usopp turned around and ran away, shouting with the loudest voice in his life. But before he could finish his words, he saw Crow's 10-blade cat's claw stabbing out of his chest. The blade was covered with his own blood. A strong sense of pain shoots straight to the brain. Darkness seemed to envelop him at any time. But it's already this time. He absolutely cannot. Back it off like before. His dream is to become a sea warrior. After being cowarded for such a long time, even if you just have to be brave before dying, that's okay. Kia! Run! The sound was heartbreaking. Everyone who heard it got goosebumps. Without any hesitation, Usopp fell backwards. He allowed Crow's 10-blade cat claw to leave deeper wounds on his body. He also wants to leave more time for Kia and the others. Crow obviously didn't expect that Usopp would make such a choice. He staggered and was knocked to the ground by Usopp. But Usopp's voice has reached the ears of Kia and Kia's parents. Crow pulled out the 10-edged cat claw from Usopp's body. Blood slipped from the blade. After dragging his glasses with his hand, Crow said to himself, If my identity is exposed, it seems that I can only kill you. Crow looked at Kia's parents walking out of the big house, with an icy cold light flashing in their eyes. I won't let you touch a hair of Kia. Usopp, who was already seriously injured, seemed to have a very strong will. Holding back the dizziness, he stretched out his bloody hand and grabbed Crow's ankle. At this time, Kia also came down from upstairs. She didn't expect that the person who looked so kind just now would turn into a murderer in the blink of an eye. Kia, who was originally very fair, looked even paler at this time. Crow raised his foot high and then stepped on Usopp's hand, deforming it. Crow walked towards Kia and the others without any emotion at all. The 10-blade cat's claw was dragged on the ground like a sound of urging, constantly pouring into the ears of Kia and others. I saw that Crow then raised the claw in his hand high, and the sunlight shone on the blade, but it shone with a cold light. In an instant, the blade fell. A bloody flower suddenly bloomed on the chests of Kia's parents, fell to the ground. Kia was frightened. She wanted to run away, but her legs didn't obey her orders at all. It was as heavy as if it were filled with lead. I couldn't move my legs at all. If you want to blame it, just blame this guy with a long nose. If he hadn't brought this matter up, he wouldn't have done it so quickly. Crow smiled evilly and said, You and your parents can still live a little longer. Saying that, Crow raised his arms high again and lowered them towards Kia. On the other side, Roja and Zengal were moving quickly towards Kia's direction. Suddenly, a hoarse shout was heard. Roja frowned after confirming the direction. The legs suddenly turned into after-images and hit the ground, one after another. The powerful reaction force directly drove Roga's body forward. Shave. A shadow flashed through Zangao's intuition, and then the flying dust in the sky appeared in his sight. And the cracks in the ground next to him, it made Zangao feel extremely speechless. Is this the strength of General Baigei? Just talking about the speed? You can beat countless people. Ding! The crisp sound spread in Siglubo village. I saw Roja's figure already in front of Kia. Peak armed domination wrapped around his arm, directly blocking Crow's attack. Crow felt his arms go numb. The cat claw on his right hand was shattered under Roja's resistance. It turned into a broken blade and fell to the ground. White cloaks flutter. Roja protected Kia behind him. When seeing blood everywhere, Usopp and Kia's parents were lying on the ground. The aura on Roja's body suddenly exploded. Baji Keluo, you succeeded in irritating me. Since coming to the pirate world, Roja has never really been angry. By chance, the wind suddenly rose, and dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. There was even more roaring thunder above, which looked quite terrifying. Pay the price for your actions. After Roja finished speaking, he kicked out. The speed was so fast that Crow had no way to react. Bang! Crow was like a kite with a broken string and was kicked away by Roja at least a few hundred meters away. However, Roja directly used shaving to get behind Crow. Crow was not given a chance to react at all. Jiqian Huanglian. Roja first bent his index finger, then used the super high speed to stab Crow's body, and then moved up, down, left, and right to change the position of the next shot. This is Roja venting his anger. Letting Crow die all at once would be too cheap for him. Roja wants him to feel what despair means. In an instant, Crow felt as if his back was being shot by countless bullets, constantly piercing his back. Blood spurted out and scattered all over the ground. When Roja stopped attacking, Crow knelt directly on the ground, coughing out blood, used the broken cat's claw to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Crow supported his body and said to Roja, "You forced me to do this. Once I use this trick, no one present will be able to escape." Spoon! Crow is extremely confident. This is his strongest move. He uses high-speed movement and the cat claws on his hands to attack. He can kill a large number of enemies so fast that even the person who makes the move doesn't know what he will hit. It's an indiscriminate attack. I saw Crow starting to move quickly. Chi-chi-chi. On trees, on the ground, on rocks. You can see Crow's paw prints left on it. Kia also felt the power of Crow. Immediately reminded Roja, be careful. A flash of cruelty flashed through Roja's eyes. I'm in a bad mood, so I won't watch the spoon you use. Now please go to hell. After the words fell, Roja came directly to Crow. The so-called fast, in Luya's eyes, is just like playing house. Bang! Roja stretched out his palm and directly touched Crow's head, before Crow could react. He only felt his body fly into the air, and then hit the ground heavily. Boom, boom, boom! I saw cracks on the ground, and the cracks extended to 100 meters. Within 100 meters, trees were broken into pieces. This scene happened to be seen by Zangao, who was rushing over. Time seems to stand still at this moment. He did not expect that. In his impression, the captain looked arrogant and invincible. After using his strongest move, he was directly pressed to death by Roja. It's as easy as squeezing an ant to death. This is too scary. Is this the strength of a general? It's too strong. Zangao felt that his outlook on life had been completely refreshed. Only, it's just that although Crow was killed by Roja, Kia's parents and Usopp were already lying in a pool of blood. Kia collapsed on the ground, tears falling from the corners of her eyes, unconsciously. After Roja dealt with Crow, he quickly came to Kia's side. Believe me, nothing will happen. After the words fell, Roja used fifth turn Phantom, and the Phantom immediately dispersed and moved towards the warship. He needs some medicine. These medicines are used to treat wounds. Coupled with Roja's current peak level of medical skills, as long as he still has breath, Roja is sure to save them. Kia looked at Roja in front of her. Watch him give his parents a bandage to stop the bleeding all in one go, plus various actions and methods that Kia can't understand. I saw her parents slowly opening their eyes. Lutuya waved to Kia and asked her to come over and take care of her parents first. Then Roja came to Usopp's side. It has to be said that Usopp's injuries were several times more serious than Kia's parents, but even so, Usopp already had a little heartbeat. What he relies on is his will that is far beyond ordinary people. Should I say he is worthy of Usopp in desperate situation? This kind of willpower is really powerful.
Usopp, your future lies above the sea.
As Roja finished speaking, the Phantom appeared again. They are under Rocha's control and have a clear division of labor. With the pinnacle of medical skills, Luya forcefully rescued him from the gate of hell, then put them on the bed and let them rest peacefully. Kia came to Roja. She suddenly remembered that in Usopp's story, it was the appearance of the prince in the end that turned everything around and saved everyone. Now, in Kia's view, Roja is the prince in the story. It was precisely because of Roya's appearance that her parents were saved from danger. Usopp is now awake, and as long as they recover, everything can return to its original state. And all of this was brought about by the medical skills of the man in front of me. Subconsciously, he threw himself into Roja's arms. As a young girl, Kia was really frightened just now. At this time, she finally couldn't control her emotions. In Roja's arms, he cried. I don't know how long I cried. It wasn't until Kia felt that her eyes were a little red and swollen that she stopped. After the two chatted for a while, Kia suddenly said seriously to Roja, "Roja, I want to study medicine and I want to be as powerful as you. I never want to be powerless and look at myself again. My relatives are in front of me. So, Roja, can I worship you as my teacher?" Kia looked at Roja, her eyes full of expectation, hoping that Roja would agree to her little wish. Hearing Kia's words, Luya just said lightly, "You must drink the prescriptions I wrote for you before to your parents on time. It is good for your parents' health. If you take them for a long time, they can also prolong your life." Well, I understand. Luya did not answer whether he wanted to accept her as his disciple. After listening to Roja's words, Kia lowered his head in disappointment. Luya stood up from the chair, walked slowly to the door, then turned to Kia and said, "Kia, when their injuries are almost healed, you can use the phone bug to contact me directly. I'll send someone to pick you up." After hearing Roja's words, Kia stood up from the chair excitedly. When he came to Roja, he said excitedly, "Really?" A man of his words. "Roja, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. You are the light of my future." Saying that, Kia stood up on her tiptoes and lightly pressed her lips on Roja's lips. After making an agreement with Kia, Roja left the room. Only Zenga was seen, still waiting for him here. "Hey, I thought you had escaped." Zenga smiled bitterly. If he ran away, it would be the end. "Admiral Baigay, I have decided that I am going to surrender, and then after cleansing my sins, I will join the Navy." "Oh, what's the reason?" "Because I find that senseless killing is nothing but a sin." "Whatever." With that said, Roya left Cerro Village and drove the warship to the nearby Navy branch. He was going to pick up Khalifa and go back with her. Of course, Roja still left a Phantom. The Phantom dissipated only after seeing them actually surrender, but even so, this made Roja a little dizzy. After all, the distance between the real body and the Phantom is too far. Although Phantoms are identified, they may not be limited by distance. But as the distance increases, the physical consumption will increase exponentially. It is easy to cause exhaustion. However, this can be regarded as a discovery, allowing Roja to understand the fantasy fruit better. Picked up Khalifa from the Navy branch. The two people drove towards Malinfando. This trip, Roja can be said to have gained a lot. Not only was his reputation completely achieved, but he also obtained Noah's Ark and the pinnacle of medical skills. You know, on the sea, the most important thing is basically the ship. Secondly, it is medical skills. Ships sailed on the sea, and medical skills allowed for better treatment after injuries. If you do not receive good treatment in time after being injured, you can easily become infected and die. Every year, not a few people die due to this reason on the sea. Just when Roja and Khalifa were chatting happily, the phone bug rang again. Khalifa's temperament instantly transformed into an iceberg beauty. She came to the phone bug and originally planned to hang up the phone bug directly. But when Khalifa saw the phone bug, it showed that he was Marshal of the Warring States, period. He suddenly became serious and immediately answered the phone. Master Marshal, I am Khalifa. Khalifa, notify Roja immediately and ask him to prepare for battle and go to the sea area of Ranadoran. Zephyr sent a distress signal. Yes, Marshal. Khalifa agreed, simply. But there was a huge wave in her heart. What kind of guy could make Zephyr, who was once a man, send out a distress signal? But Khalifa didn't waste time. She immediately came to Roja and told Roja about the matter. Roja did not hesitate and immediately controlled the Phantom and sailed quickly towards the sea area of Ranadoran. Roja knew who Zephy's opponent was. A guy with a low IQ and no brain, except muscles. But it is said that his strength is comparable to that of Whitebeard when he was young. I don't know why, but at this moment, Roja felt a little worried. It took Roja a whole day to reach the waters of Ranador, according to the news received by Roja during this period. Zephyr is still being chased by Whitebeard II and continues to flee. At this time, because a warship was severely damaged, it came to an island. But they have lost a lot of naval trainees. You know, Zephyr's current position is as an elite instructor in the Navy. The interns he brought out are all very good and have potential. At the same time, it is also Zephyr's hard work. Come to think of it, Zephyr now hates Whitebeard II to the core. Khalifa, contact Zephyr. The call bug lasted for about 2 minutes before I was able to pick up the call. From the phone bug, Roja could hear the sounds of wind and rain, and the sea area not far away from him happened to be covered with dark clouds and strong winds. Teacher Zephyr, we are coming soon. Please hold on. Bage, before you come, I will definitely hold on, even for the sake of these children. After speaking, Zephyr hung up the phone. At this time, Zephyr already felt confident. The White Dove is nearby. He only needs to drag the Whitebeard II in front of him and then wait until Roja arrives, and then they can work together to repel him. Just looking at his empty right arm, Zephyr showed a wry smile. I hope my body, which is already showing its age, can withstand the high-intensity battle. Teacher Zephyr, don't fight, we can continue to escape. As one of Zephyr's most proud students, Ain was naturally aware of Zephyr's intentions. However, at this time, Zephyr had lost his right arm while constantly resisting Whitebeard II's attacks, making it even more inconvenient to fight. I can't escape, and I will soon reach the range of his attack. It will be even more dangerous by then. Instead of doing this, it is better for me to drag him down and create more time for you. Zephyr showed a smile on his face and said, but don't worry, General Bage will be here soon. He is the general with the most sense of justice I have ever seen. I am relieved to entrust you to Bage. After saying that, Zephyr rushed towards Whitebeard II and shouted loudly, leave this place to me. When Miss Bajin saw Zephyr, he actually dared to rush towards them alone with a sarcastic smile on his lips. You Bible, kill the man in front of you. Your father, Whitebeard, will be very happy when he finds out. Okay, mother. Whitebeard II, Weibel, after hearing the words of his mother, Miss Bajin, the whole person suddenly became excited. Holding a long-handled sword, he waved it and rushed towards Zephyr. Every time you take a step, there will be shallow pits left on the island. Weeble, who is nearly 7 meters tall, looks like a monster. The upper body has a lot of flesh, but the feet are very thin. His hair grew down to his legs, and the sideburns were tied into braids. He had 3 shocking scars on his body, representing numerous battles. What best represents his identity is the white beard that curves upward in the shape of a crescent moon, just like the white beard. It's just that compared to Whitebeard's beard, Weibel's is thinner and longer. Weibel's gonna crush you to death. As he spoke, Weibel raised his long-handled sword high and slashed towards Zephyr. I saw a huge slash appearing out of thin air. He roared towards Zephyr. Zephyr's heart darkened. Armed color domineering coverage. Black wrist punch. The arm known as Black Wrist Zephyr, at this time, sent out his most powerful blow. Boom. A huge sound came from the island. What followed was a strong hurricane, with them as the center, kicking up countless plants and dust. Miss Bajin's small body was almost blown away by the strong wind. Weibel, are you planning to murder me? I'm sorry, Mother. I will be careful next time. When Zephyr saw this scene, he thought to himself, good opportunity. Shave! Black wrist punch. Zephyr came behind Weibel and punched Weibel on the back. If it were an ordinary person, the power of Zephyr's punch could directly blow an ordinary person to pieces. But when facing Weeble, it was like being hit by an iron plate. It didn't cause much harm to Weeble at all. This guy's physical fitness is simply too abnormal. He's no less impressive than that guy with white beard. Weeble turned his head to look at Zifa, raised the long-handled sword in his hand again, and without hesitation smashed it towards Zifa again. This time, Weeble did not use a slash, he just used strength. Crush it to me. Black Wisp Punch. Zifa was not timid at all. Although he had a broken hand, he had not forgotten the iron-blooded nature of a naval admiral. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure flew out of the dust in the sky, falling heavily to the ground. After smashing dozens of trees in succession, the two of them hugged each other before stopping. Puff. Zifa vomited blood, and his armed domineering energy also dissipated at this time. The whole body seemed to be falling apart and felt unusually heavy. A strong sense of weakness spread from his arms to his whole body, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Zifa looked at Weeble not far away. He did not expect that Weeble could inflict such serious injuries on him even with just his strength. But for those children, I will continue to fight. As long as I persist for a while, the white dove will come. Zifa clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his teeth. Enduring the severe pain, Zifa got up from the ground. His right hand is broken and his left hand is disabled, but he still has his feet. He can still fight! Miss Bajing saw Zifa shouting from the ground in such a state of embarrassment and immediately taunted Zifa. Weeble let him know how to write the word death. Okay, mother. Weeble was very obedient and walked slowly towards Zifa. He saw that huge body getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision, and the shadow gradually enveloped him. Zifa looked at Weeble without fear. Armed color entanglement. As the words fell, blood spilled from Zifa's mouth, but he still struck Weeble with a merciless blow. Bang. Broken left leg. Under Weible's blow, Zifa was blown straight away like a kite with its string broken. Too strong. Or Weeble is just too strong. This is almost as powerful as Whitebeard's when he was young. If he were young, he might still have the strength to fight. But as he grows older and changes in mentality, his combat effectiveness is far less than before. There was a hint of darkness in Zifa's eyes. He may really not be able to hold on any longer, but his death will not be in vain. He will fight for the last time for his students. He may really not be able to hold on any longer, but his death will not be in vain. He will fight for the last time for his students. Saiba thought in his heart. He pressed his head against the ground, blood oozing out of his body. With only the existence of his last leg, Zifa once again stood up in front of Weeble. Miss Bajin curled her lips in disdain when she saw this scene in front of her. Weeble, give him the final blow. I really don't know why you insist on going to this point. Yes, mother. After hearing Miss Bajin's words, Weeble shook his huge figure and walked slowly towards Zifa. Every step he took was like a bell of despair stepping on Zifa's heart. Slowly raising his head, he saw that the iconic sunglasses on the bridge of his nose had been broken in half, as if they would fall to the ground at any time, and looked precariously like Zifa now. Die. Weeble didn't say anything else. He immediately raised his long-handled sword and slammed it down towards Zifa. This blow, given Zifa's current condition, would almost kill him if he was hit. But even so, isn't it a very good choice to be able to buy even a few seconds for your students? Armed and domineering! I saw that Zifa condensed all the armed colors on his forehead. Using the only remaining leg, he slowly bent it and then rushed towards Weeble. On the other side, Roja looked at the island in the distance with a dull expression. He had already seen the naval trainee standing next to the island. Each of these guys has injuries of various sizes on their bodies. The most serious one was that he fainted. 100-turn phantom. After Roja finished speaking, 100 more phantoms suddenly appeared behind him, holding first aid supplies in their hands. These phantoms came to the island on moon steps to provide first aid to these naval interns. With his peak medical skills, Roja is confident that he can save them. Khalifa, once the first aid is completed, let him lie down on the warship. Yes, General Beige. In this situation, Khalifa was also very serious. The students looked at these phantoms in an orderly manner, checking the students' wounds and providing first aid. Where is Teacher Zifa? Isn't he with you? Roja glanced around and didn't see Zifa. The bad premonition in his heart seemed to be vaguely confirmed. At this time, Aang came to Roja and said anxiously to Roja, General White Pigeon, Teacher Zephyr, in order to protect us, he went to deal with Wabel. Please put away the phantom and use your strongest power. Gesture, go and help the teacher, please. As Aan's words fell, all the students, as long as they were conscious, bowed to Roja. However, in line with the current scene, it looks quite tragic. The situation has developed to this point, but making choices for others is a very rude thing. Besides, only children make choices. Adults want them all. After the words fell, Roja did not wait for them to realize what this sentence meant. The whole person rushed out like an arrow from the string. The peak of the 6 dials, shave, Roja's figure suddenly disappeared. The whole person kept flashing in the jungle. Move quickly in the direction pointed by Aan. Everyone froze in place. One of them was shocked by the speed of Roja's movement, and the other was shocked by the hundreds of phantoms that still hadn't dissipated. General Baigay, are you doing 2 things at once? This is too strong. Is this the strength of a general? No, General Baigay is probably the most powerful general. Listening to the discussions among the naval interns around him, Aaning only felt that Teacher Zephyr could be saved. As long as the White Pigeon can arrive, it will definitely be able to... Bang. Before Aang could finish speaking, a deafening sound erupted from the center of the island. Aang's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The center of the island, it was already devastated by this time.
A large number of jungle trees swaying here and there.
There is a huge pothole in the middle. Inside lay Zephyr, who was seriously injured. The sunglasses on Zephy's nose were completely broken. The blood was even more dyed red, and his Mexican-style purple hair looks like he's dying. Zephyr spit out some more blood. The blood at this time was so rich that it was almost black. His body was full of serious injuries, and even opening his eyes was very difficult. Weber, you smash Zephyr into pieces. Really, aren't you just killing Zephyr? You are so grinding. Miss Bajin was beside him, constantly complaining about Weibel. Weibel scratched his head. Didn't his mother just say that he should be careful not to affect her? That's why he was so cautious. But since Miss Bajin said so, Weibel planned not to hold back any longer. The momentum on his body is rising steadily. Coupled with the height of nearly 7 meters, it looks quite scary. Zephyr lay in pain, looking up at the sky full of dark clouds. It would be nice if I could take a look at the blue sky before I die. Boom! Thunder exploded in the air, and heavy rain poured down from the sky. Zephyr slowly closed his eyes. It seems that there is no way to realize his last wish, but it should be enough to buy those guys so much time. Weeble came to the side of the pothole. He raised his head again and hit Zephyr's head with the long-handled sword in his hand. It seems I came just in time. The corners of Rocha's mouth raised slightly. A mirage. Once again, phantom is used. The phantom appeared next to Zephyr, moved Zephyr away from the hole, and at the same time controlled the phantom to move quickly towards the warship. Zephyr opened his eyes with force. He only saw himself being carried on Rai's shoulders. And another Roja has already arrived in front of Weibel, his hands wrapped with arm-domineering force, and he directly takes the sword with his bare hands. Only a loud bang was heard. The pothole under Rocha's feet was a little deeper, and the ground was full of cracks, but Rocha's hands were not harmed at all. Seeing this scene, Zalfa knew that Baigay was coming. Phantom looked at Zephyr. At this time, he said softly, "Teacher Zephyr, you are really working hard, but it doesn't matter. Leave the rest to me." Thinking of this, Zephyr completely relaxed and slowly closed his eyes again within the pothole. Roja looked at Weeble in front of him, his eyes burning with burning fighting spirit. Whitebeard II, let me see how powerful you are. Miss Bajin was shocked when she looked at the white pigeon in front of her, catching Weibel's attack with both hands. But then she said fiercely to Wobble, "Wobble, kill the person in front of you. As long as you can kill him, I will let you have a full meal." Weeble's eyes lit up. Have enough food. With a murmur, Weibel's aura surged again. Miss Bajin saw this and ran away quickly. She knew that if these two monsters fought, it would easily affect her. But she also believes that with the power of Whitebeard II, she can definitely kill the newly appointed White Dove General. Because Whitebeard II has the power of Whitebeard when he was young. Weibel looked at Roja in front of him and kept chanting, "Full rice, full rice, full rice." You guys are really stupid. You were so abused by Miss Bajin, and you still follow her. Roja looked at Weibo in front of him and said lightly. As for Miss Bajin, who fled to the side, Roja didn't pay attention at all. She couldn't escape from the island anyway. In addition, she is just an insidious, ordinary villain. If she really bumps into those students, it will be death. Therefore, Roja only needs to defeat Whitebeard II now. Come on, Weibo, let me see how powerful you are. When Weeble heard what Roja said, he immediately picked up his long-handled sword and threw it at Roja. Roja's hands were covered in armed colors, and he easily received Weible's attack. There was another loud noise, but Roja was still not hurt. Unmoving as a mountain, facing Weeble, who was nearly 7 meters tall and possessed the youthful strength of a Whitebeard. Roya's expression remained unchanged, and he remained where he was, not wavering at all due to Weible's attack. Not even his steps moved at all. Weibo, on the other hand, felt numb. Is this the only way to go back and forth? Isn't this too heartless? With that said, Roja came behind Weibo in the blink of an eye. Finger gun cannonball. Roya stabbed Weibo in the back of the head. The powerful force will directly make Weibo fall into pieces. A bloody hole appeared on the back of Weibo's head. Just how long does it take? In just 5 or 6 seconds, the blood hole was restored to its original state. Roja's brows frowned slightly. Isn't this terrifying recovery ability a bit too perverted? Just as Ro was thinking this, Weibo got up from the ground. It hurts, Weibo, it hurts. At this time, Weibo's eyes were already full of red threads. He turned around and looked at Roja with a hint of madness in his eyes. Oh. Weibo's legs that were disproportionate to his body kicked hard on the ground. A huge crater was left on the ground, and broken stones fell in disorder around it. Whether in front of Roya or Weibo, Xiao Dao was like tofu, unable to withstand the power of the two of them. Facing Weibo, who was rushing towards him like a cannonball, Roja narrowed his eyes slightly. He doesn't have much mood swings. He just found the right moment, stepped forward, clasped Weibo's head with his right hand, raised his left hand high, and hit the back of Weibo's head mercilessly with his elbow joint again. The huge impact brought Weibo into close contact with the ground. At this time, thunder also exploded in the sky. The rainstorm got a little heavier. A large amount of rainwater gathered in the pothole beneath Weibo. This made Miss Bajin, who was observing the battle in the distance, completely stunned. How can it be? Weibo is actually not the enemy of General White Pigeon. Is it possible that General White Pigeon has more power than Whitebeard did when he was young? In Miss Bajin's heart, it can be said that it has changed 1,000 times. She looked at Roja in the distance with a horrified and dull look on her face. She doesn't have much knowledge, and she doesn't have much strength herself. So she couldn't recognize it at all? Roja's arm domination was at the peak level. This alone can make Roja's combat effectiveness reach a very terrifying level. But this does not prevent Miss Bajin from wanting to quit. Weeble, let's retreat. I haven't waited for Miss Bajin to finish speaking. I saw Luia gently patting Miss Bajin on the shoulder. Miss Bajin was stunned and turned around. When she saw who it was, she felt that her heart had fallen into an ice cellar. This is obviously a phantom created by Roja. The phantom smiled slightly at Miss Bajin and then pointed to the gun. A bloody flower bloomed on the island. Roya was very disgusted with this woman, because this woman is a person who can satisfy her own selfish desires and will not give up until she achieves her goal. You can tell just from the fact that Weibo doesn't have enough to eat all year round. It's just that Roja is not responsible for judging her sins. He is only responsible for sending Miss Bajin to hell. With the death of Miss Bajin, the phantom disappeared. Weibo was completely furious. With red eyes, he stared at Roja. Die! Die! In his mouth, he kept saying the word death. The muscles on his body also began to bulge crazily and veins popped out. The whole person looked swollen. If it was nearly 7 meters just now it has become a giant of more than 10 meters. Even Khalifa from a distance can see Weibo. What kind of monster is this guy? This is too scary. Is it really okay, General Baigay? Actually, we can retreat now. The surrounding naval interns said to Khalifa. At this time, Khalifa said to the phantom next to her, Roya, is it okay? If it doesn't work, let's withdraw. I heard the phantom next to me, smiling lightly at Khalifa. Teacher Zepha paid such a heavy price. How could I not avenge him? Don't worry, everything is within my control. At this time, Weeble's muscles had swelled too much, and blood beads like sweat were even oozing out. Is this some special ability? Roja's brows frowned slightly. After all, the scene never appeared in the original work. Roar! Weibo is now like a crazy beast, rushing towards Roja like crazy. With every step you take, a small pit will appear on the island. Weibo was holding a long-handled sword and swung it vertically. I saw an extremely exaggerated slash cutting the island in half under the gaze of everyone. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene.